join. Nobody
Yeah,
is.
I've got a feeling they're going to roll this back an hour.
Race fans, it's time for those most famous words in motorsports. Drivers, start your engines!
Michael Conti comes up at a corner number 4 in the checkered flag. He wins his first NASCAR
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome you to Daytona International Speedway for the 2.4 hours of Daytona. Unfortunately, we are currently under a 500 internal server error delay here. I'd like to welcome in for the GlacierTV pre-race show. First of all, Mr. Marius Goddenbecken. Marius, we are going to go racing at some point. Right now, we're just not quite sure when.
Yeah, we're just like you. Basically, if you're expecting to watch this any minute right now, or even expecting to race, there's nothing we are seeing different from you. Internal server error is what the site gives out right now, and there's been no notification if the race will be postponed, cancelled, or whatsoever. So, Will, we've got us a couple of drivers here in the booth, and we're going to get us a good couple of minutes until we know how this goes on.
Yep. And first of all, we are going to welcome. In fact, you know what? We're going to welcome Blake Townend first. And Blake, you were looking forward to this race. Unfortunately, under this, we're going to call it internet delay because it's not a rain delay; it's an internet delay. And take us through first of all the preparation that you've done for this race, because 2.4 hours is one of the most difficult races of the entire year.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very long race, so I've managed to do one whole race stint to see how the tyres work in all the corners, how the balance of the car changes throughout the whole duration of the race, of that stint. So, I have a great idea how the car's going to handle now. So I'm just waiting for the iRacing servers to go back up so we can race.
And we saw you last year, of course, in the iRacing.com Grand Am Premier Series here on GlacierTV. Has there been really that many changes to the car since we saw you last time in the Riley?
Funny enough, I gave it a go the other night, and I've been driving the McLaren quite a lot lately, and I'm actually struggling to readapt to the DP because they're just two completely different cars. The McLaren's definitely planted, whereas the DP is pretty loose all around, turning, etc. So sadly I've not really had too much patience with that car.
And there's so much different as well on the Riley as well, because the McLaren, there's only a couple of things you can really change with it. The Riley, so much you can change, and it all comes down to gears and spoiler widths and heights and how much you want to use. Do you have to think more when you're setting up the car for the Riley as well, or is the fact that there's a lot giving you a lot more flexibility?
Yeah, you have to make sure that you set the car up slightly different to qualifying. In qualifying you might be running slightly short of fifth gear, so you're on the rev limiter when it comes to the end of the lap, which will obviously give you them extra thousandths of a second. So when it comes to the race, you need to protect your engine. So having a slightly longer fifth gear will help the engine, but also if you find yourself in a situation where you're behind someone, you can use that fifth gear, that extra, ratio to hopefully overtake the car you're stuck behind, and also even save a bit of fuel while you're at it.
And these, I'm going to call them internet delays again. These internet delays, the same as rain delays and all of racing, it's got to be slightly annoying for you. You've put a set portion of time aside to do something regarding your preparation, this, that, and the other. How much does that make it more difficult once you actually get into the race, having this kind of last minute trauma?
It's quite worrying because you never know if the actual race servers are gonna be interrupted while you're actually racing. So personally, that will be in my mind when hopefully we will race. But it's not really the best of things having this delay. I mean, it's like having a car that is half prepared and you have to race no matter what.
And turning to the race itself, once we do actually get going, after all the practice, what's your aims and ambitions for today?
Well, I'll be driving in love of memory of my great granny who passed away last weekend, and also, just to have a nice clean race. I tend to, try and aim for 0 instant points, and I would also like to perhaps get on the podium would be a huge, accomplishment because I'll be starting in 10th place. So, hopefully a podium finish. If not, a win would be an extra bonus.
10-4. Well, good luck to you in the race. And Marius, we're going to have to talk about that start very quickly because obviously there's 2 World Tour events each time there is a World Tour now. And in the race yesterday, there was a huge crash in the DP field coming down to turn number 1.
Yeah, and it's always critical point. I mean, you're basically running in the front of the pack. You're quite fine. I mean, it's sort of the bottleneck turn, so you've got lots of room to go on the outside to maybe even use the little bit of tarmac zone on the right, which isn't basically the track anymore. However, if you're running in the middle of the field and you've maybe even got cars left and right of you, you may only have a couple of centimeters to each side to really keep your car on the track. And once you miss out on them and try to maybe get out of the turn better than your enemies, you might cause a big mayhem, and that's exactly what we've seen. And it's always kind of a disappointment. I mean, you're running in a race which lasts over 2 hours, and to throw it all away in the first turn is just the thing you don't want.
And in fact, you've got someone who was in that race yesterday, and for those of you who have seen the videos on YouTube, this is the guy in the pink car that somehow managed to get out of it. Marius is with David Ward.
Yeah, David, you've been in the race, and would be quite nice to hear it from a driver what's been going on yesterday.
Yeah, we were coming up to the start. We were all quite bunched together, and the leaders got away quite nicely. And I noticed 3 cars ahead. We were going 3 wide, and then next thing I know is cars just scattering everywhere. Thankfully, I was on the bottom line, and I thought, well, keep my foot in and hope for the best, and managed to get through it. It was it was definitely a hair-raising moment. I thought. Maybe the guys might take it a little bit easier for the first few laps, seeing as it's such a long race. But some people wanted to try and win it on the first corner.
And that's exactly what you're not supposed to do in an endurance race over 2 hours here tonight. You're obviously going to get a couple of laps in before you even think about attacking anyone. So you went that crash and then of course came out of turn 1. And how does it feel as a driver? Basically, you've just avoided ending your race in the first turn already. How do you continue from that?
I was quite nervous. I always get really nervous on these big races. I don't know why. maybe I need to see a sports psychologist or something. I don't know. It's need to after that it was kind of just sit behind and keep my pace and just get settled down and comfortable. And a couple of the a few drivers were attacking, and I just thought, let them go. It's a long race, and unfortunately, about halfway through, I made a mistake, and I ended up dropping all the way down to the back of the field. And
We've lost David Ward.
There he is. He's
No,
back.
he's back.
oh, sorry. Yeah, I was having a really good battle, and then I dropped down to 11th place, and then I blew my engine going into turn one. A little bit gutted, but got a second shot at it today, so fingers crossed.
Second shot at it today, of course, means we've got 2 races going on, 2 different time spots. The first one, which we haven't broadcasted, is what you've been missing tonight at 3 a.m. And yeah, it's going to be the second race, usually one of the biggest splits in the top split. So high iRating people, of course, the front runners in the qualifying. So this is absolutely going to be a blast. However, Will, we've got a couple of problems with the member side at the moment. And in case you've just tuned in and wondering why there's no picture, no cars or anything, and just blokes talking. We are not getting any feed at the moment. iRacing is down for maintenance, and we're expecting it to be up in the next couple of minutes.
Indeed, yes. And so you're currently listening to Glacier Radio here on Glacier TV. And in fact, we have got one driver with us who many people would like to say hello to. He's been away for God knows how long, and it's finally time he came back to race. So, Mr. Ryan Murray, where the hell have you been recently?
Oh, I've just been dealing with real life, man. Sometimes, things get changing jobs and whatnot, gets in the way. Got to put aside the racing for a little bit, but I've always intended on coming back for this 2.4 hours because it's my all-time favorite racing that iRacing puts on.
And you are back, and you're racing. You're supposed to be racing in the 2.4, but of course we have this internet delay for the time being. Take us through your preparations for this race, because not only is it one of the most fun races of the year, it's also one of the more difficult races of the year.
Yeah, the Riley is one of the cars that I actually really liked until yesterday, and I had prepared by just practicing race stints over the last 2 weeks during the hosted sessions and then the official sessions. But yesterday's setup, or the update, really kind of screwed my setup up. So I raced last night in the initial first split, and just was all over the place. Race once it gets.
And I mean, the 2.4 itself, I mean, we've talked about the start already. Just how difficult is that start coming down into turn number one with 2025 Daytona prototype Rileys and also another 2025 McLaren MP412 GT3 cars right behind on a turn number one, and also all the way down to the International Horseshoe, which is very, very narrow.
It's brutally nerve-wracking. I am racing the National Guard colors for Panther Racing this weekend, and starting up front, I started fourth last night. I believe I'll start fourth today. It was great knowing that I had Riku ahead of me, and I believe it was Jason Lisner behind me, because those are 2 guys that I've raced against before and trust in either the DWC or the Intel GP. So I wasn't necessarily worried about it, but it just, you sit there on the pace step and think about how much preparation put into this race. To have it end at one corner is just brutally deflating, and it really, really makes you nervous. But thankfully, we actually went 3 wide for a little bit really quickly, but then it settled down, and Riku fell behind me, and then he passed me again, like he always does, and we were off until I screwed up later in the race.
And take us through that Panther Racing. Is that with the Panther Sim Racing team for the National Guard, or is that just something that you're running by yourself?
That's correct. It's I asked the guys over at Panther Racing because I've been the team manager of Podium Assault Race Team for 4 years now, but our team kind of fell to the wayside. A lot of us, excuse me, grew older and changed jobs, got married, became the Gran Turismo Academy champion, Brian Highcutter did, and the team kind of fell apart. And the guys over at Panther Sim, they asked me to come over at a point last year, and I couldn't do it just because I knew I would be leaving iRacing. Back, I really want to thank them and run the colors and run their colors, opportunity.
And of course, the Panther guys see him in the 16th Street Racing League on Glacier TV. Kitch and Joe Branch and Keho. There's so many people over there, so it must be good fun to run with those guys once again.
Yeah. Oh, I can't wait to return to there. Once iRacing actually gets back up and we do this 2.4 hours, then I'll start practicing for the Road America race coming up in the Indy cars. It'll be a blast. I'm back now to have fun. Before it was just, the DWC stuff. It gets too stressful for not doing anything and not getting anything out of it. So I plan on having fun once the simulation actually is up.
So the big question is, after the 2.4, are we going to see you in the Indy 500 this year?
Yeah, I would like to. I am notorious for knocking down the wall in the short shoot between 1 and 2. So, what would it be with an Indy 500 without me slamming that wall down?
I tell you what, we've all done that. In fact, we've got 4 people, I think, in this room who's all hit that wall between turn number 1 and 2. So thank you very much for talking to us, and we'll talk to you after the race as well. Still under this internet delay, Marius, and we're going to bring in, who are we going to bring in? We're going to bring in our Australian commentator quickly for this race. Happy Australia Day to you, Ben. And this internet delay is causing a lot of fun.
Yeah, good day, guys. I don't know, we had server errors last night when the new build was going up as well, so with the new build coming out on Friday night, there's been limited practice for the guys with this race, and I believe the last qualifying session was just being wrapped up as well, so hopefully there was nothing wrong with the servers during qualifying, so everyone got their times, but hopefully the servers will go up soon and we'll hear something from iRacing.
Indeed, yes. So we should have been getting the green flag in 4 minutes' time. Marius, we can't blame iRacing for this because this is probably their second biggest event of the year. And these things happen. What the new build yesterday and thing as well. But chances are we're looking at a bit of an internet delay, perhaps pushing the race back an hour or so.
Yeah, that would be a good opportunity. I mean, we had the Daytona 500 last year, which has been postponed by 1 hour, and then everything went just fine. And it just seems that the servers can't cope with the big load coming in the couple of seconds before the race, as it just went down when the race was about to go. Yeah, not green, but the sessions were about to start. However, we will have a race tonight. I'm quite sure of that, Will. So it's just going to be a matter of minutes or maybe a couple of more minutes. I'm thinking about maybe getting it on in about 40 minutes to the full hour, but we don't know anything yet, so this is just thinking out loud, and as soon as we know anything and can tell you something about what exactly is going on, we will of course notify you.
Indeed, yes. So thank you for keeping it with us on Glacier TV. We should call it Glacier Radio, of course. Don't forget, you can keep in contact with us. Use the hashtag GlacierTV. Send us your thoughts if you are planning on racing in the 2013 iRacing.com 2.4 hours of Daytona. And we've got with us David Ward, Justin Petri, Paul Jenkins, Ryan Murray saying about Ben Rothberg, Marius Gollenbeck, all here having fun. And in fact, Justin, I'm going to come to you because you were commentating on the Raw before the 2.4 last week. We had some great racing there, but today it's a completely different ball game with the cars, but the racing is still going to be just as intense.
And that's very true there, of course. And it's like you guys were talking about earlier. The turn 1, lap 1 area, it's going to be the spot to watch on the start of the race because you're going to have guys that are basically wanting to become lap 1, turn 1 heroes, as the old saying goes, in the sim racing world. There are other guys that just want to say, yeah, I'm going to start from pit road and let the chaos ensue. And that is the case most of the time. As I was in split 13 to 24 last night, and sure enough, that's what happened between the DP leaders going into turn 1 at the start of the race. First, second, and fourth basically took each other out right on the start.
And David, you were in that race yesterday, of course. You had that huge melee down at turn number 1. You were able to get away from it. But after you're out the first corner, importantly, you've still got to keep that car pointing on the racetrack on a very long race. And as you found out the hard way in the Riley, that comes all the way down to how fast you shift down the gearbox.
Yeah, if you shift down too quickly, it seems weird since some of the new updates that it's causing this problem, because I've never had this happen before. And then I had it happen in practice, and I altered the style of just shifting slower in the race, and then I must have just got caught out by it because I was trying to get 10th position and just just shifted too quickly, and that's it. Pop, bang, your race is over.
And of course, we saw Rigatalo do that in the last time we had GT racing here on Glacier TV for the World Tour. That was the Brickyard Grand Am at the Brickyard race. The last time we had Grand Am Series racing here on Glacier TV. And when you consider how difficult that Riley is to drive as well, of course, you can just go all the way down the gearbox. It's not got the kind of controls on it to allow you not to shift down too early. How difficult is it on a race that long, David, just to keep everything going together when you're trying to, gain an extra tenth of a second over the guy ahead of you, trying to close that gap to get into drafting range?
Yeah, it is. It's really difficult, especially in a race situation, because you push that little bit harder, and when you do that, mistakes can happen. But what you were saying about the drafting, it's so different now. As soon as you come out of the bus stop and then back onto the start finish straight, anyone behind you, if they're a second or half a second slower than you over the lap, they can quite easily catch up to the back of you, and then you end up battling with them, and you end up being 7/10 or a second slower over the whole lap again because you're trying to fight with them.
Very quickly, for those of you who are wondering what the hell is going on, you, of course, were expecting a broadcast of the 2.4 hours of Daytona. We were due to go green about now. However, there are some issues with iRacing. iRacing posting on Facebook just a moment ago that they are working on resolving the issue. Apologies for the inconvenience. And Marius, the important thing right now is we've got to get this fixed, and we want to go racing, because at the end of the day, the 2.4 hours of Daytona is an event that people queue up in their droves to race in.
Absolutely, and we had Blake Townend here earlier, and we still got Ryan Murray with us, and they are both quite excited about getting the car out on the track here. So the delay is not really helping that. Anyhow, I'm quite sure still that we will get this underway in the next couple of minutes. However, for those of you who haven't read the note in the spectator chat, iRacing has confirmed that they are working on the issue, and they have already acknowledged that there is an issue. So it went from acknowledging to resolving already. So it can only be a matter of a couple of minutes. So you'll probably get your car out in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, and thankfully, the way they'll probably sort it out, these guys will have themselves perhaps another half an hour. Most likely going to go green in probably about an hour's time. So we're still under this internet delay here, and you are listening to Glacier Radio. We've just renamed it here on Glacier TV. And I'm going to bring in Paul Jenkins momentarily, because Paul, you and I have done quite a bit of testing in both the McLaren and the Riley. The McLaren especially, that car, very planted until you push it a little bit too far, and then you get yourself into a world of issues.
It's a very it's a very predictable machine. I love driving it. I drove it actually last night in last night's event, and my legs are still asleep. But it was a lot of fun, and it's a very trustworthy car in that you can really throw it into the corners. But again, and this is true of a lot of the high-power cars, you get it just a little bit bent out of shape. If you try to use the throttle to get it back in line, you're going to find yourself in real trouble. You really have to be very careful when you're sliding around corners. But if you know the limitations of the car, it really does drive very, very nicely, and it's very easy to get around the track. So it's the perfect car. At least the MP4 is the perfect car for this event, for such a long event.
And also, with the MP4 as well, of course, you can't change anything of the gearbox, so you're all relying on what the car has. And that gives a very interesting challenge. Do you set the car up to work on the infield? Do you set the car to work on the banking? And we saw yesterday, we've seen throughout the week in practice, that drivers doing very different approaches. Some people running pretty much minimum wing, trying to get the car to work on the inside as best they can, and then blast it along the high 31 degrees of banking down into the bus stop and then down into turn number 1. Other people taking a more conservative route, having a better car in the infield, and then hoping that they get enough of a gap as they come down onto the banking. And it was really interesting yesterday to see how all those two came together. Do you think that one is better over the other, however? Do you run low wing, medium wing, or high wing, in your opinion?
I think pretty much everybody's going with the low wing setup. You hit on an interesting point with the gearbox. Yeah, you can't adjust it. and going around the high banking, especially around towards the start-finish line. If you pick up a draft, you're going to very quickly run into pretty much the RPM limit of the car. In fact, I was hitting it coming out of 4 before the dogleg, following some of the Rileys, and so really, I think that if you have a car that's set up where you can put the car anywhere, it's really going to be advantageous to you in the long run, because you are going to be avoiding spins. You are going to have to try and deal with tires that are going to be worn out. Full tank of gas in this car lasts right around 50 minutes to an hour, if I recall correctly. That's a long time to be on those tires, and towards the end, it does get kind of interesting, if you will.
And you're right as well. I mean, I was able to get up to about 175 miles an hour, I think, and I was on the rev limiter bouncing. In fact, you wouldn't want to do that in that car for too long. I'm going to bring Ryan Murray back into this conversation, because I know that you've been able to test both the cars, and you've tested many of the cars here on iRacing. Which one, in your opinion, gives the bigger challenge, the Riley or the McLaren?
Now I'd say they're about even, because when I first rejoined, I immediately bought the McLaren. I rejoined it before the end of the year, and I read rave reviews about it, and I hopped in it, and I just had this awful feeling from the car. Like, it just kept oversteering in slow corners, and it just didn't make any kind of sense from my point of view, because it's a head car, it's stuck to the pavement, and kept spinning out. But I went to the Riley, knowing it had an older version of the tire model, and it had finicky problems. I always say that I am driving the simulation the way the car wants me to drive the car, instead of the way I want to drive the car, which I know is horrible to say about the physics of iRacing, but now after the update, I feel it's the same way. They're both a challenge. I'm going to have a hard time keeping the rear end of the car going where I want it to in every corner in the road course.
And of course, that not only is the way the car drives itself, but also the setups of the car as well. And we talked earlier about how you've got so many different options for the Riley. Compare that to the McLaren. Can you tune the Riley better to how you want to drive the car compared to the McLaren, or is it that you can probably find a balance that works for you either way?
I can tune the Riley better. I'm one of those drivers where I need to have certain gears tuned to certain corners. The first corner in the road course, first gear, I optimize for that corner. And third gear is always optimized for the bus stop for me. To be able to tune that, it helps the chassis feel more comfortable for me when I can adjust, certain things to really make the setup come to life. And I'll gain a half a second with like one change. Last year during the 2.4, I had wrong gearing, and it was the bus stop that killed me. So this year when I came back, I put a lot of effort into finding the correct gearing that would get me the fastest lap possible. And I gained a half a second per lap, which, last year, who knows, I would have, without getting wrecked, would have finished.
And that's an important point as well. We all talk about turn number 1, but the bus stop, you really need to set the car up to work, not necessarily on entry, but getting a good drive for the second apex of the corner, the last part of the chicane onto the back straightaway. And you can gain or lose yourself quite a lot of time. I'm going to bring David Ward back in to talk about that point. And David, I know we've done quite a lot of testing with Banshee Autosport for this race, and it really all did come down to the way that you set that car up to work in turn 1 and also down at the bus stop.
Yeah, turn number 1's quite tricky because you're braking and turning and downshifting all at once, something that a car doesn't usually like to do. And it usually has a tendency to swap ends quite quickly. We got around that by increasing the damping and the rebound just to stop the car from nosing over. So in essence, it came a little bit pushy. This had a knock-on effect going through the bus stop though, because the rebound and damping settings and obviously the spring rates, as you're riding the curbs, can really unsettle the car. And you see it quite a lot when people they'll go through the first section, and as soon as they hit that the right hand curb to start exiting, the car comes unsettled, and because you're already on the gas, the wheels start spinning up, and then next thing you know, you're either slammed into the wall or off onto the grass or spinning around facing another car coming ahead. So yeah, it was a lot of time went into it to get that right. And today it's obviously because of the new changes that came out, had to go through all that process again. So we've got a good race set up. So fingers crossed we can get a good result.
And I'm going to bring in Ben and Marius once again into this conversation because we do talk about the two different types of cars, and traditionally it's always been the Riley which has been the most difficult of all the GT cars to drive. But we've talked about how the McLaren, you haven't got the setup options as much to tune it to the way you like to drive. And Ben, I'll come to you first. You've driven in the V8 quite a lot, and the McLaren in some ways has many of the characteristics of the V8, in which case you just have to drive the beast at the end of the day.
Well, the V8 and the McLaren together both have a lot of horsepower to the rear wheels. The McLaren does have one step up as it's got anti-lock brakes in the braking zones, but the rear wing on the McLaren also gives it a lot of rear downforce. So V8 is a completely different beast to what the McLaren is, but the McLaren is a really good stepping stone for anyone heading into that series. But I'm really glad that they got rid of the Mustang. I am a fan of that car in a single series, but just the speed difference between the DP and the Mustang was just too big, and it was causing too many incidents as the DPs had to go around the outside of the Mustangs.
And importantly, for all of you people watching, the iRacing 2.4 hours of Daytona, we're hoping to get that underway at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. That is 2000 hours GMT. So the green flag will be at 24 minutes past 8 GMT. And Marius, we'll come back to the conversation about the Rileys and the McLarens in a moment. But as we predicted, we're still going to have a race today. And importantly, it's still going to be fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're still looking to get your car out on the track, you've probably already mounted your wheel, you've got everything in place, and you're just waiting for the service to come back up. Like Will just said, 26 minutes to go, 20 minutes of warm-up, so no worries, you'll still be able to put in some laps before the green flag flies, and then immediately you will be able to get the 2.4 underway. And I think we're not experiencing any more network issues now. It's been a different case with the Daytona 500 last year, but then 1 hour later we got the race underway, and there's been a couple of more drivers in that. So I'm confident that you will see the green flag in about 40 minutes, 45 minutes of time.
And thank you very much to everyone who has tuned in to Glacier Radio, as we're going to call it for the next 20 or so minutes anyway. We've actually got record viewing figures, which is highly entertaining. So don't forget, keep in contact with us on Twitter. Use the hashtag GlacierTV for now. As soon as you go to Green Flag Racing, you can use the hashtag iRacing World Tour, all one word, iRacing World Tour. We want to know your thoughts about the Daytona 2.4. Doesn't matter what split you're in, who you're driving, what you're driving. We want to know what your thoughts are about the 2013 iRacing.com 2.4 hours of Daytona. Marius, let's turn our attention back to the Rileys versus the McLaren. And it's been this year, for the first time ever, we've got more of an equal field. Last year, of course, we had the Mustangs, which were many, many, many seconds a lap slower than the Rileys. This time, we've got the McLaren, which, yes, still is slower, but we've got a more competitive field now.
Yeah, and it's really hard to say. I mean, Ben has been saying that the biggest thing is really the speed differential. I mean, the Mustang runs about 30 seconds, 25 seconds a lap slower than the Riley, so there has been quite a significant speed differential, both, of course, on the oval, but also on the infield. So the Riley could pretty much overtake the Mustang everywhere. And it's a little bit different now because the McLaren isn't really that far off the turning speed of the Riley. So as soon as you get into turn one and you're a Riley driver and you've got a Mustang ahead of you, you're not really instantly going to get past him because he's just not that much slower. And even out of the turn, the McLaren's got some nice grip and he's just probably getting away the first couple of meters. And then you have to wait for a short straight. And it's a different case, but I would also say it's not really that much different because you still have to watch out for the slower cars, no matter how slow they are. If you're running an MX-5 against a Riley, if you're running a Mustang, or if you're running the McLaren right now, it is still just about coping with the traffic, really. And it's always the fast car's responsibility to just watch out for the slower cars, the smaller cars, and to make sure passing goes safe. And I've been running the race in the Mustang a year ago, and it's been fairly okay. I mean, you get the start underway, and once you're in your rhythm, basically, you get to know your Riley competitors. And once they fly past you the first time, I remember Blake Townend has been in one of them, for example, you just know how they react, and you already see the car in the mirror, and you know, all right, he's going to get me here, and yeah, it's been working for me. I haven't had a single car contact with a rider last year, and it's just about getting to know each other really.
It is. You've got to get friendly with the cars on the racetrack, and importantly, every different driver likes to, make the pass at a different point in the racetrack, and it's just the kind of case of being consistent. Importantly, don't forget we are hoping to go green flag racing in just under an hour's time. We'll bring you live footage from Daytona, hopefully within half an hour here on Glacier TV. Will Vincent, Marius Gollenbeck, Ben Rothberg, Justin Petshire, Paul Jenkins along for the ride. We've got Ryan Murray and David Ward who's been joining us. We've also got Dan Blake as well. I keep on forgetting about him. We'll come to him in a moment. So many people. I know, it's amazing. Shout out to Nick Vestigi. He wants to shout out just because Adi Keristoffer wanted us to commentate a race even though there's nothing going on. So here we go. And you see the lights go off in the pace car. It's coming down into pit road now. We've got two cars lining up into turn number one. Green flag in the air. Here they come down into turn number one for the first time. And trouble has to come down in. We've got 4, 5, 6 cars involved. And as they all try and come down, David Ward looks down to the inside. He's somehow able to get through of it there in the 69 car as he goes down into turn number one. And look at that. God dang. All of these drivers there. The first couple of McLarens as one involved. This isn't actually real pictures, by the way.
If you're just wondering why you can't see anything, Will has just been, a little bit going crazy. You notice it's not just you waiting for the race. Will is also very eager to get some cars on the track.
Yep.
Cars are in his brain.
Cars are in my brain. I'll tell you what, I'll let you all into a little secret. When I'm riding on my motorcycle, I do actually sometimes just randomly start commentating on what's going on the motorway and everything. So, yes, I'm kind of need to see a therapist at some point. But we'll bring in David back into this conversation again. David Ward, he will be racing in the pink car. Importantly, however, the way it worked yesterday with the Rileys and the McLarens, this year it's a lot more difficult to find a way around the McLarens if you're in one of the Rileys because of speed differential. And you've got to time those moves perfectly. And your biggest opportunity, of course, is in to the onto the banking.
Yeah, actually, I think it's better this way. The Mustangs, the speed differential before was just so much that you would like catch up on the guys ridiculously. And with the MP4, it's kind of nice that they've got a little bit of grunt, so you can get alongside them before the corner and make the pass a little bit easier. But yeah, the best opportunity so far from my experience has definitely been onto the banking. I've tried in practice in a few other places, and if the driver's willing to cooperate, then you can pretty much pass anywhere. I try not to do it into turn one too much. Every time I've tried that, it's always been a little bit hairy. And then you've got the hairpin. That's okay if you can get a good run and get alongside them. But there's after that there's a kink, and unless you are actually in front, alongside and in front of the MP4, or they know that you're coming, I wouldn't even chance it. It's best just to let off and let it run and just wait for that banking.
And I tell you what, I was in one of the races yesterday, and that is possibly the most difficult part for McLaren also to let a Riley pass, mainly because of the way they got to take that corner. They go into the right-hand side of the racetrack, and the turning point as well, it's so easy to get onto the grass, and the rumble strips there as well, really do slide the car about. Big shout out to iRacing Mames. They come up with some great stuff for today. 2.4 postponed by 1 hour. Wait, so it's a 3.4? God. Highly entertaining stuff. So very big hello to everyone who is having amusement as we wait for the 2.4 hours of Daytona. Don't forget, we are hoping to go racing in under 1 hour's time. We will let you know if there's any further development. iRacing are currently working on restoring the service, so that will be with you hopefully as soon as possible. We still got 19 minutes, of course, until you need to be signed up for the race. So in the meantime, I believe that we've got Marius Gollenbeck who's going to have a chat with Jesper Pedersen.
Yeah, Jesper Pedersen is with us right now. And Jesper, we've just seen you a week ago in the last Pro Series race here, and you've gotten your DWC license for next year. And now you're going to race in this, which is a completely different field and a completely different car. So how are you exactly going towards this?
Yeah, the car is a lot different from the Formula 1 car I normally race.
So yeah, it's gonna be tough, and yeah, my preparation have not been so well because yeah, I hope for a little holiday, but I decided to race anyway. And
So yeah, go on.
I'll just say my qualification is very poor because I ran high downforce instead of low. It was a wrong setup I used, so it was a little bit stupid.
So a little bit of an issue for you there. However, you of course are not excluded from the waiting time. We've got here about an hour delay here. We're going to get the race underway in just about 30 minutes here, 18 minutes until the sessions should go up and you'll be able to join. And Jesper, as a driver, you're waiting about 40 minutes now, and how does this feel? I mean, you basically had 30 minutes not knowing what's going on, and you've prepared for this. You're pretty much ready to race, and what's going on in your head?
Yeah, it's really frustrating because you're getting your mindset ready for the race and really focusing, and then something like this happen, and you have to yeah, you get a little bit out of the rhythm, and when you suddenly can join again, it's pretty hard to get the focus back, and yeah, that can lead into mistakes in the first part of the race, and that's really bad when so many people are around.
So we've already heard from David Ward that the first race we had, of course, is been about 18 hours since it started, and that's been quite a mayhem in the first turn already. And it will be just nice to hear from you what your expectations are. I mean, we've heard the first turn is already a critical point, and the race is still just over 2 hours long. So, what's going on in your point of view when the race starts?
Yeah, I just yeah, take the first couple of turns pretty slow, and yeah, just to watch out for others' mistakes, and try to yeah, just the first couple of laps do them slow and safe, and then from there progress on, and hopefully make up some position after the mayhem at the start.
Jesper Pedersen, ladies and gentlemen, qualified for the DWC, the World Championship Series of iRacing 2013. Starting in about 2 months here, we of course bring you 14 out of the 16 rounds, starting with the third round. And good luck in that, Jesper, and of course good luck in the 2.4 as well. And hopefully we will see the green flag in just a couple of minutes. Service is about to be restored, and the race has been rescheduled to about 15 minutes now. 21 GMT plus 120 GMT, that is for the Europeans, and we're hoping to get the green flag in, Will, what is that, 20 minutes warm-up, so just about 35 minutes.
Yeah, indeed. We've had a couple of questions about the way this is likely to work. Now, for anyone who registered for the race, the chances are you're going to need to re-register again. The previous sessions would have been cancelled, so don't worry, you're not going to lose iRacing. Your qualifying times are still valid. You'll just re-register for the session as normal. Of course, we'll bring you here on Glacier Radio, TV, whatever you want to call it. Any further developments that come your way, as I say, we'll be bringing you coverage throughout the 2.4 hours of Daytona. We're just going to make sure that we give you guys all the information you need as you get set to go racing here for the 2.4 hours of Daytona on GlacierTV. We've been having a chat with a number of drivers, and I'm going to bring in a team owner at this point, Mr. Andy Kay. You're in charge, of course, of the Radicals, and I want to take it from a team owner's perspective. How do you carry on motivating your drivers when you have a 1 hour delay like this?
That's a good question, really. I think they're all getting a cup of tea, especially Pablo.
And of course, don't forget, you can check out Pablo's streams on YouTube. Just search in Pablo Lopez, and incredibly good fun to watch. We saw that, of course, on ProTourWise. We shared a couple of videos with you there. But your guys are out in force. We talked to Blake Townend earlier, who'll be racing in the 2.4 out of Daytona. Pablo Lopez is racing as well. What are you expecting from your boys in this race?
Well, in the DP series, AJ Roselli did really well last night in the first race and managed to come with a win. This race is going to be, I think, even tighter. A lot of the people that were sort of in the top 25 qualifying didn't race, so I think we had about 5 or 6 of the top 25. This race, when it goes forward, we'll probably have about 20 or 25 of the top 25 times, so it's going to be very tight. in both series. I think we've got at least one driver in the top 3 of both the McLaren and the DP. So hopefully, if we can, we'll come back with a win in both. But that's the challenge. But as long as everyone has a good race, then that's going to be good fun.
Very quickly, to all the people who are waiting, the iRacing site is now back up and running. Don't all rush there at once, because otherwise it might crash again. However, the green flag is scheduled, as they say. Practice will start at 2000 hours GMT, so it's 13 minutes away. You still got yourself plenty of time to register, so make sure you just get in there, get yourself ready. You can choose, of course, the Riley Daytona prototype or the McLaren MP4 12C GT3 car. We're bringing you live coverage here on Glacier TV throughout the race. And Andy, I'm going to come back to you. You've had a very successful season in 2012 for the Radicals team. You had great successes on the Grand Am Premier Series and the iRacing.com Pro Series of Road Racing and the Drivers' World Championship. As we look forward to 2013, we've got ourselves a great World Tour package again, some great endurance racing coming, and also the 2013 Grand Prix World Championship Series. 14 of the 16 races, of course, will be here on Glacier TV. As a team manager, what are you expecting for this year?
Oh, looking forward to the new, whatever it's going to be called this season, DWC, and get that going. Glad that you guys are going to be doing some commentary on that, which is pretty damn good. I'm looking forward to people like Mogar that's come up from the Pro Series and Paul Ilbring that's come up from the Pro Series as well. It's just going to be a really tight season. I wonder whether Hugo can come back and pip Gregor this year. I'm looking forward to that. And personally, I wish it was driving the McLaren like your Proto Ice, because that was absolutely fantastic watching that.
Of course, and yourself, you doing much racing this year?
Yeah, I'll be doing loads of racing, or as much as I can. I'm still undecided which car to do in the 2.4. Now, I did the McLaren earlier in the first race, but I just can't choose. Do you want to decide for me? Will, DP or McLaren? Which should I go?
McLaren.
You choose.
McLaren,
okay, I'll go
all
McLaren
the way.
You've got a very good quality time in the McLaren, Andy, so I think it'll be good for you. Be up in higher splits, probably less carnage, hopefully.
Right, well, that's it then. McLaren it is.
Well, good luck in the McLaren as well. It's going to be great to see you racing in that. And you alluded to a good point as well. We had Pro Twice $1,000 Cup last year. This year, we're bringing you Polar GT presented by Glacier TV. Marius, we brought you, you and I, we did the commentary for most of the, in fact, we did it all for the Pro Twice $1,000 Cup. This time, we've got the McLaren MP412 GT3 car. We've got ourselves some amazing racetracks, a $900 prize pool once again, 10 weeks, 20 sprint races. We've retweaked the series, and if the anniversary race is anything to go by, we're going to need to hire some new lungs by the end of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got the anniversary race, the one-off event before the Polar GT, of course, out on YouTube. So you just got to get that in your head again, because that's just been one amazing race. And we've also got a couple of sign-ups already. We've got Jesse Nieminen in there, a couple of other good drivers who just would like to see the list, but the iRacing forum doesn't really like me at the moment. However, we've got a definite good bunch of drivers in there. Also a couple of drivers from Radicals, of course. So Andy will be happy about that. But it's just going to be nothing short of the Proto Ice, really.
Yeah, indeed. I'm having a look through the list myself. You've got Anthony Rosselli, Isvan Balau, Dom Duhan, Nick Thiessen, Carsten Borchers, Jacob Nielsen, Wolfgang Wildenhaar, Paul Ilbrink, Kevin Malliard. Some guy called Marius Gollenbeck's involved in it. Jana Matikayan, I don't know who he is. Yoni Hagner, Petru Kotovara, Nick Vestigi, Tapano Leniotto, Alexia Loma. And chances are, apparently, we're getting Gregor Hutu back as well. He, of course, won the Pro Tour $1,000 Cup. The big question is going to be, can he also win the $900 prize pool, the main part of that anyway, which will be presented to the winner of the Polar GT presented by Glacier TV. We're going to hopefully go racing in just over half an hour time. We'll be bringing you live footage from Daytona International Speedway, hopefully within the next 10 to 15 minutes. For all of you who are wondering, we are back up on iRacing.com. iRacing.com is back up and working. You can now register for the 2.4 hours at Daytona. Of course, you've got the two cars to choose from, the McLaren MP412 GT3 car or the Riley Daytona prototype. Apparently, some guy called Andy Kay said that he would have preferred the DP, but we're making him race in the McLaren here today. And of course, we've got so many different people racing in the races here today. So many different people, so many different drivers, so many different splits. So much going on. And we're going to have ourselves two different commentary teams. The way it's going to work is Marius will call the first hour with Dan, Blake, and someone else. And then I'll be calling the second part of the race as well. And we're also interested in your thoughts on how we do things here today, because we're trying out a number of different things with the dual commentary teams. As of course, we're bringing you a great years of racing here on Glacier TV. We'll be bringing you the World Championship Series, 14 of the 16 races. We're bringing you all but one of the World Tour events for 2012. We've got ourselves some great endurance series lining up as well. In the meanwhile, however, we're just going to pop aside for a minute and we'll be right back after this little short video.
Race fans, it's time for those most famous words in motorsports. Drivers, start your engines!
Michael Conti comes up at a corner number 4 in the checkered flag. He wins his first NASCAR iRacing
So, well back to Glacier TV. We just did prove that with Glacier TV. We do have some video. We are waiting. We're hopefully going to get some live footage from Daytona International Speedway in about 8 minutes time. Sign-outs are open for the 2.4 hours at Daytona. Let's say a very big thank you to everyone who stuck with us for the last hour. We've tried to bring you as much information as we can. We talked to some great drivers. We've still got Ryan Murray and David Ward in the booth. We've got Andy Kay as well. But Marius, we're going to have ourselves 2.4 hours of racing. The one thing we haven't talked about is how much that takes out our drivers. Most of these drivers can do races for 60 up to 90 minutes. That extra hour and 10 minutes really does take it out of people.
Yeah, absolutely. And iRacing isn't so far tuned on the endurance side yet. I mean, we had the Grand Am Premier Series, which was mostly 90 minutes to 2 hours and 30. So a couple of drivers from there. I remember also Andy got a couple of Radicals drivers in there. I remember Dave Geeling, Evan Maillard. Yeah, a couple of guys in the Riley as well, Anthony Roselli, for example. And they've got this all sorted out. So they know how long the race is. They know how to act in such a race, and they know how to be relatively careful at the start. So that's going to be no big deal for them. However, you said it, it's still a big difference from the 90-minute races max, which we have regularly in the service. So this is a nice exception, and it's something special, really. And I think it's one of the most amazing events, both to drive and both to commentate.
And I'll bring Ryan Murray back into this at this time, of course. Thank you very much, Ryan, for sticking with us for this last hour. But that 2 hours and 40 minutes, it's a tough, long race. And as we've alluded to earlier, you know, every single downshift, every single apex of the corner really is critical. How do you get yourself physically, mentally prepared for a race of this length?
Take a long nap ahead of time.
Is it just as simple as that?
No, for me, it's a lot of doing race stints. Like if you break the race down into its parts, it's 3 full race stints. So if you can do 1 race stint, go do that in practice session, and then do your pit stop and head back out and see how long you can go again. And like I think Blake said earlier, he did a full race stint, which is 2 hours and 40 minutes. Something that you have to really. That's why I like this event, is because nothing else like it. You have to prepare for it. There's no cautions, so racing on a road course, like you said, you have to hit every apex, you have to do everything right, or else the people ahead of you are going to pull away and the people behind you are going to catch up.
And I mean, it's a long race. We keep on alluding to how long a race it is, but I mean, is it? Can you make allowances in the setup of your car, perhaps for that last hour or so, when you are going to naturally start getting tired, or is it just the case that you have to bite through the pain in your legs and your arms and just deal with it?
I'm one of those guys that I keep my left foot hovering over the brake pedal, and after about 2 hours, the muscles on the top of my ankle really start to hurt, so I end up having to move my foot around to keep it, keep it able to work. And, yeah, it's something that you have to work through, and it's something you have to think about. I don't think the car really changes much because 1 race stint, after the fuel burns off and the ride height changes, but physically, it's something else, and got to prepare and got to live through it, grit through it.
And thank you very much, Ryan. We'll bring David Ward back into this. He did this all yesterday. First question is, how painful was it for you?
The first stint wasn't too bad. After pitting, it was a bit hard to get back up to speed. But yeah, you get a little. I do what Ryan does. I have on my foot over the brake pedal, and legs just start cramping up a little bit. So might just want to start maybe next year working on seating position. So it's a little bit different setup to what I'm used to, but yeah, we'll get through it.
We'll get through it indeed. Both you and Ryan are about to go racing, so thank you very much for sticking with us the past hour, and the very best of luck to both of you.
Thanks.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
No worries. And turning our attention back to the race itself, Marius, what do these drivers need to, do on that first half an hour? Let's assume they all get through turn number 1. That first half an hour, what do these drivers need to do in order to set themselves up if they're going to get themselves at least a podium finish?
Well, I think that the biggest step towards that is a good qualifying position already. So if you find yourself on the rolling start, of course, so we're doing a lap after the pace car, and then go for a rolling start, of course. If you find yourself in the first couple of rows and don't lose the connection to the leaders, I think that's the biggest step, really. I mean, a couple of drivers will probably run a little bit of a different strategy, but there's not so much variance, so you can't really run in the mid pack and attack for the last third of the race or something. So you have to be at the top right from the beginning, and you have to be battling for the lead. And Will, you probably remember the Raw from just a week ago. And of course, they ran slower cars. So the fastest was, of course, the Mustang, the former Grand Am car. And we've had a similar situation there. If you had yourself prepared for a lead battle, you've already been in that lead pack for about half the race at least, because yeah, there were no pit stops, of course, but if you were outside of the first, let's say, 3 or 4 cars which were close together, you basically had no chance of getting back at them.
Yeah, and I think also, from my eyes, and as I saw yesterday, is you have to get that positioning done early, because as soon as, especially if you're in McLaren, as soon as the Riley's start swarming past, you've got to start, having to adjust your line, let them pass, whatever. The same for the Riley's as well. You've got to get yourself into a position early, because otherwise, when you start overtaking the McLarens, you've also got that issue of things become more disjointed. You lose that rhythm, so you've got to be there ready to go. And I think that is going to be interesting to watch. We are going to get you pictures from Daytona International Speedway in about 3 minutes' time. We've got ourselves, myself, Will Vincent, Marius Connenbeck, Ben Rothberg, Justin Petri, and Paul Jenkins for this race. The way we're going to do it is Marius, Ben, and Justin will be bringing you the first hour of the race, and myself, Paul, and Ben will be bringing you to the checkered flag here at Daytona. Don't forget, you can keep in contact with us all race long. Use the hashtag GlacierTV, alternatively iRacing World Tour. That is iRacing World Tour. We'll be reading out some of the best tweets throughout the course of this event. And then we're finally ready to go racing.
Yeah, exactly right. After a couple of technical issues on iRacing's behalf, which we can't do anything about, it is the internet. We are going to get some racing, and thank God for that. It is pretty early here in Australia, but it's what you do for racing. If you love it, you get up early and you watch it.
Indeed. And Marius, we have had some last minute hiccups, shall we say, which will make things interesting, we could say. But, you know, this is GT racing. We have to adjust to it.
Yeah, and the issues are, if we want to name them, it looks like we are running the daytime configuration. Of course, the race was intended to be in the night. However, the server restart has apparently caused some issues on that. Daytime configuration it is, and we still haven't really figured out what to do with the qualifying, because the qualifying, of course, was done over the last couple of days on the night configuration. So it could very well be that the race will not start as intended, but we will, of course, get you an update on that as soon as we've got the sessions updated, and we should give you live footage from Daytona in the next couple of seconds. In fact, our camera crew's just moving onto the servers, and yeah, just about 1 to 2 minutes, and we finally get some views on the beautiful track.
Indeed, yes, and this is a beautiful Daytona International Raceway. The road configuration, of course, anyone who's watched the 24 hours of Daytona, the Rolex 24 hours of Daytona, will know just how demanding this track is. You've got turn number 1, that very fast entry. You've got to slow it all the way down to second gear if you're in the McLarens, probably first gear if you're in the Riley. Then it's very, very tippy-toey through the chicane section before you come down to the International Horseshoe. You pick up the speed then as you work your way through the kink into turn number 4. Then turn 5 is a 90-degree right-hander, but very difficult on the brakes. You brake as late as possible, but a very small runoff area after that. Then turn 6, you come onto the banking, 31 degrees of banking from there on. You're flat out as you come down into the bus stop, then flat out all the way afterwards to complete the lap. And Ben, we've seen in the races yesterday that in some ways the Rileys are definitely faster, but still the McLarens can hold their own. And in fact, we saw yesterday that some of the McLarens are able to use the draft of the Rileys to get themselves a couple of extra miles an hour.
Well, that's exactly right. As you've got the adjustable rear wing on the back of the McLaren, you're able to adjust that wing setting to what you think is a good, stable setup. I know a lot of people over here in Australia. Dylan Sharman is one of the best Cadillac drivers and McLaren drivers in Australia, and he runs a very, very low rear wing and runs a very high rake for straight line speed. And that really, really benefits him at the high-speed tracks, Suzuka, Spa, Daytona, where there's long straights, and he can keep up with the other McLarens, and even in the GT multi-class series, he can keep up with the Corvettes and the Ford GTs. So it's a very strategic game in what sort of wing setting you want to use. Do you want to lose speed in that mid-section where it's very tight, you need rear downforce, or do you want to have a lot of fast, high-speed sort of stuff on the oval?
And we saw yesterday as well that, you know, some drivers were able to pull out maybe 4 or 5 times per second gap on the infield. If you've got yourself a lower downforce setting, that just disappears. Not necessarily in the first part because of the way that you've got to accelerate through the gearbox, and you know you've not got that long a straight before you come down to the bus stop. But the second part, especially, you can gain yourself, you know, at least half a second, if not more, if you've got the right setup compared to your competitors.
Yeah, you're right there again. And you raced yesterday. You had one of the best experience of that as you ran a low downforce setup. And it's exactly the same in any car which you run here. Because there's that oval banking, you need to design a setup here which is stable through the midsection, International Horseshoe, and that infield section, but also has a lot of straight line speed, because into turn 1 there are going to be a lot of passing moves made. I know it's 2.4 hours. It's a really long time for a race, but you will see a lot of passing into turn 1 during the whole race.
And we saw yesterday as well, some people were playing it easy, we'll say, that first, you know, stint and a half. but especially in this top split, at some point people are going to get going, and I think that every move counts a lot more, especially when you're working your way through traffic, which will come as early as about 20-25 minutes into the session.
Yeah, it's a really tough one. If the Mustang was running here, it would have been probably about 10 to 12 to 15 sort of minutes. But now with the McLaren, it's only about an 8-second gap in time difference between the fast McLarens and the fast Daytonas. So it's going to be a real interesting battle in how front runners in the DP class, especially if they're running in a pack, how they're going to go about running with the top McLarens.
And we'll bring John Metro into this as well. And of course, yesterday we had you were in the racing as well. You saw racing as well. As we are finally, look at this, everyone. We are GlacierTV. I do promise we're GlacierTV. Look at that live footage here from Daytona International Speedway. But Justin, yesterday we saw the way the Rileys and McLarens worked and everything. And in my eyes, it all comes down to this one word, and that is rhythm. Despite the fact that you're having to either negotiate traffic or, you know, work with being lapped by traffic, you've still got to maintain as good a rhythm as possible wherever you can.
Yeah, and that's the key here at the International Speedway. On the road courses, you have to hit every single mark that you can in this 2.4-hour race. The race that I was in last night was split 13 to 24, and the thing that I saw was some of the DPs were actually downshifting a little too quick to the point that they would blow their engines. As an example, that's what happened in front of me when 9th place overall in the Daytona prototypes, as well as overall in the race, downshifted a little too quick before he came back onto where NASCAR 1 is and blew that engine. So that's the key here. Do you want to overdrive that car and downshift too quickly, or do you want to play a conservative role? That's what we're going to have to see here, especially for how long this race is, the 2.4 hours of Daytona. Will?
Yeah, and Marius, we talk about this quite often. We talked about it in the iRacing.com Pro Series of Road Racing, of course. We'll talk a lot about it in our coverage of the World Championship Series. These drivers generally drive at about 95% of their ability. For the last 20 minutes here today, chances are, especially out front, they'll be going 98, 99, perhaps 100%, putting everything on the ragged edge.
Yeah, and I'd like to relate a quote which often drops in real life. It's pretty much the endurance sprint race. Yeah, I mean it's 2 hours and 40 minutes, so it's a relatively long race in iRacing standards, pretty much as long as we've had it. And it's not like you're taking it easy for the first hour and then just see how the race develops. You have to be fully attacking from the race start on, and then even get out 3-5-4% more in the end. So you're running at 95%, like you said, and for the end, you need to put 5% more on top of that, and that's going to be, the race decision, really. I mean, these are going to be the drivers. They are either going to put up with it and just stick where they are, or they're going to put up the 5% extra and then see where it takes them.
So don't forget, you keep in contact with us all race long. Thank you very much to everyone who's got in contact with us beforehand. Big shout out to David Markham, also to Speed 77 Radio, and some Aussie guy called Ben Rothberg as well. I have no idea who he is. But use the hashtag iRacing World Tour. That is iRacing World Tour, all one word. We're going to read out the best of the tweets throughout the course of this broadcast. And the big question is, Chris, who's going to win?
Yeah, that's a good question, really, and probably want to give you an insight on the qualifying here. And there's the first big gap, or the first big thing to pay attention to, is the Rileys, of course, having the fastest sort of car under their bottoms. So they are, of course, gridded ahead of the McLarens. Anthony Muselli, it is 1 minute 35.733, taking an absolutely dominating pole there. First position for the Riley driver in the number 2 machine here. About 4/10 ahead of Jim Shedlick, 136.1 for him. Third, Ryan Murray. We had him earlier here. We've heard his expectations, and he's, of course, looking to get a top 3 finish here. 36.1 as well for him. Marcin Skripczak in 4th, 136.2. Nick Verstegi, 136.3. And in 6th place, Jonathan Hall with a 0.4. And then just as we know it, it's getting closer and closer in the mid-pack.
Indeed, yeah. And that applies to both the Rileys and to the McLarens as well. And before we go any further, I tell you what, it is so satisfying to see a field split literally down the middle. We've got ourselves 21 Rileys, we've got ourselves 22 McLarens, perfectly split. This is what the drivers, what all the fans wanted. This is what we're seeing here today. To run through the rest of the Riley field, in row number 4, we're going to have Nuna Maria and Bruno De Carmo. In row 5, Marcus Lindsay and Jacob Desmaris. In row number 6, Eugene Dosnoff and Doug Lero. In row number 7, David Ward and Ken Leach. Row number 8, Kevin Viekemans and Hal Pino. Row number 9 is going to be Mads Burr and Matthew Barron. And then Flip Verbont and Trey Gerald. They round out your Riley Daytona prototype field. Turning our attentions to the McLaren, however, Ben. And Brent Brokeman, we've seen so much good by him, but he's going to have an epic battle today with Paul Ilbrink.
Yeah, well, the quality time is split by like 2/100ths of a second. Brent is a very fast guy in these touring cars. He loves the V8 supercar. Paul Ilbrink just qualified for DWC through the Pro Series and also very quick in these downforce cars.
And to run through your McLaren field, Marius, so you've got row number 1, we've got Brent Brokeman and Paul Ilbrink. Row 2, Norby Kiss and Max DeLorco. Row 3, we've got Attila Supos and Tommy Nilsson, but the rest of that field, it is very, very close. I mean, I'm having a look down. Some drivers separated by just 1/1000th of a second on the racetrack.
Yeah, I'm relieved. This is one of the closest fields we ever had. So basically, we've got 20 of the McLarens, 21 of the McLarens, in fact, in here. And from Rens Bergman, he's got the pole with a 42.8, all the way down to Joel Guez, 43.3. It's just half a second. And I've done a qualifying session myself and did a 43.0 in that. And that would put me into the 7th row, in fact, no, 6th row, in fact. And that just shows, I mean, I'm less than 2/10 off the pole position here.
Yeah, and all the way through this field, Ben, really is very close. And that is going to make things for the Riley drivers very difficult, because you could have yourself 5, 6 McLarens all bunched up together. And if you don't get them on the banking, your life could be made very, very difficult.
That's right. I'm absolutely actually amazed when I look at the qualifying times at how close they actually are. It's 1.1 seconds in the Daytona prototype field and less than half a second in the McLarens. It's just amazing. We're going to have such big battle packs here that the DPs are going to have to work through, and it's going to be very hard for them to weave their way through. We could see some accidents. Hopefully we don't. We just want close racing. But we can confirm that it is the night configuration of Daytona, and the qualifying standings have stayed. So iRacing, everyone who was worrying about that, doesn't have to worry about that anymore. And we're going to get a race underway in less than 8 minutes.
Yeah, and big kudos to for sorting these things out. You know, everything. There are times when things happen. I think the most important thing I always say in life, it's not what happens, it's how you react. And a big shout out to everyone at iRacing. I know those tech guys have been working non-stop the last hour to get this race ready and on the road. That's an important thing. We're going to bring you 2 hours and 40 minutes worth of intense racing here from Daytona International Speedway. Don't forget, live time for this race as well. Go to isowc.org/live, presented to us by our friends at the ISOWC. If you can't remember that address, just go to GlacierTV.com and click on the live timing link. And Marius, we've got to look out for turn number 1. We talked yesterday about how there was a huge wreck, which started all the way in the 3rd row of the Daytona prototype field, which fell back all the way down to the first couple of rows in the McLaren field. These drivers today do not want a repeat performance.
Absolutely not. We've got a big bunch of these drivers who've been there this morning, or at least around midnight, driving. They are also here, so they're doing double duty here today, trying to make another set of points. Maybe not even satisfied with their first result, but also a couple of drivers who, of course, only attend this race due to the time zone. So we've still got the closest grids. I don't want to say ever, because that's a bit extreme, but one of the closest grids, that's quite sure, at least in the McLaren class. And even the Rileys are separated by less than a second, excluding the pole sitter Anthony Rizzelli. and it's just going to be one hell of a close race, I can tell you that. And we're of course giving you the full qualifying grid in just a couple of moments, as we've got about 5 minutes to go, 5 minutes of warm-up, and then it is 20.20 on your clocks, 20:20 GMT, as the pace car will position itself in front of the field on the grid, take the cars down into turn 1, so the last chance before the green flag flies to take a very careful look at the first turn. Try to remember your braking points and try to just get the track mesmerized a whole last time, and then the green flag flies about 4 minutes after that. And of course during the grid we will be able to show you the qualifying standings again, and you will see where your favorite drivers are, as we've got 43 drivers, 43 GT cars, 21 Rileys and 22 McLarens in fact on the track. 43 cars. Daytona is 5.63 kilometers long, so a track full with cars, a track packed with cars literally, and we're looking towards a very, very interesting race.
We are indeed, and very much to everyone who is tuning in to watch the 2.4 hours of Daytona. We apologise for the 1 hour delay, unfortunately with circumstances beyond anyone's control. The important thing is, we've got ourselves a field, 43 drivers, 21 Rileys, 22 McLarens. We're going to have ourselves perhaps one of the best races in the history of Racing TV. For those of you who saw the Raw before the 2.4 1 week ago, we haven't seen anything yet. This race is going to be truly mesmerising, and I tell you what, it will come down to the last lap, I guarantee, in both classes. Of course, everyone's got their own people who they're cheering for. I've got to cheer for 41 car David Ward, because not only is a teammate, he's a good friend of mine as well. Ben, who are you cheering for today?
Well, there is one Aussie in the field, and yes, over here in Australia we do have our own teams, but Matthew Barron raced him in Factor, and he's got the whole of Australia on his head.
Indeed, and a very big happy Australia Day. Well, it was yesterday technically to both you and Matthew. Marius?
I think in the deep Ryan Murray, it's just good to see him back here after a bit of an on-off showing in the service, so third position for him on the grid. Definitely looking to get a good finish here, so supporting him in the DPs. And I think Maximilian Wiedmeyer in the McLarens, starting from 7th position, still beating my qualifying time, I can't believe that. However, he's been also trying to defend the crown of the World Cup for D-Edge, so a bit of a country connection there. I'm supporting him for the McLaren.
And very big try, Mario. Big shout out to everyone at the Panther National Guard Sim Racing team. Joe Branch, Nefriarg, Jim McClure, I'm going to name them all, I promise. Chris Cahill, Niles Anders, everyone else in that team. Very big hello to you, and also to the P1 guys as well, who I know are watching the stream. Justin, who are you cheering for?
Well, for the DPs, I got to go with Ryan Murray, as it's glad to see him back on the iRacing after almost a year's layoff. Very strong showing with him starting 3rd overalls as far as the race goes, 3rd in DP class. And as far as the McLarens go, I'm going to have to go with one of the drivers who was actually in the top split in the Roar before the 2.4 last week, and that is Attila Sipos.
And I know that you're busy right now trying to control kids, but who are you thinking of?
Let's see here. For the Rileys, I'd really like to see Ryan Murray do really well. Another nod over to David Ward, obviously a good friend, and Doug Learley is in this also. It'd be nice to see him do a good job. But it'd be nice to see Ryan Murray have a good finish here to follow up that great qualifier. In terms of the MP4s, tough to call. I'd say I think Paul Obling's going to do really well. It'll be good to watch him.
Indeed, I'll tell you what, it's great racing up and down the field as well. This now concludes the GlacierTV pre-race show. It's been the longest pre-race show I think we've ever done in our lives, but thank you very much to everyone who's tuned in to watch it. Now going to hand over to the commentary team for the first part of this race. You've heard them all already. Marius Gundenbeck, Ben Rosberg and Justin Petri. Marius, take it away.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Will. Of course, getting a little bit of a timeout here. I still haven't figured out if you want to watch the real race, which of course is starting in about 10 minutes, so good luck at taking a look at that. But I can't really tell which is going to be more interesting than that. Ben, Justin, I think we've just got one interesting race ahead of us.
That's exactly right, and I'm just reading a little bit of the spec chat. It sounds like some of the people have actually gone into the old races, which have been up for 40 minutes, So hopefully they jump out of those sessions and quickly get into their own races where iRacing's rebooted the service so they get some iRating and have a good race. But we have everyone in our split, and it's looking to be a very close and tight race. It's all going to be about who gets the fuel right, who gets the pit stops right. I know the McLaren can make it on just about 2 pit stops. So it'll be close to see how many pit stops and who can save fuel and whatnot.
So it's gonna be an infinite interesting race. The warm-up just ending right now. Last couple of seconds, a couple of drivers going down pit road. Of course, difficult pit road here as you come right off the oval, pretty much straight towards it, and everything you see literally are 2 cones indicating the start of the pit limit speed of 9 kilometers an hour. So that's going to be a difficult thing to practice. However, the pace car positions itself ahead of the drivers on the grid, and we're going to get you a showing for the whole grid there, and just taking you through it once again. It is, however, Anthony Roselli who takes the car behind the pace car, who's just the first car after the pace car here on the pace lap with a 1:35.733. 4/10, full 4/10 ahead of Jim Shedlick, and it's just going to be a question, is he going to convert that into the race pace? But I mean, the qualifying time is just staggering.
Yeah, with how the qualifying attempts have been here, Marius, it's astounding to see how close the field is in terms of the DPs and the McLarens. So let's go ahead and start with the grid. Marius, take it away.
First row, Anthony Roselli and Jim Shedlick. Second row, Ryan Murray. We've talked about him a couple of times. Marcin Skripczak in the second row with him as well. Nick Verstegi and Jonathan Hall completing the third row. Then we've got another iRacing routinier, George Sandman, Nuno Moreira in the fourth row. Bruno Docamo and Marcus Lindsay in fifth. Jakob Desmarais, Evgeny Dontsov, 6th row. Doug Leary and David Ward, we've also been talking with him early on, 7th row. Ken Leach, Kevin Wickermans, 8th row. Joao Pinho, another driver from the iRacing Pro Series of road racing, and Mats Boer in the 8th row. And it is Matthew Barron, Philip Verbert and Trey Jarrell completing the 21 car field. Overall, a field which is merely separated by 1 second in qualifying, and that's about almost a 6 kilometers track here. So we're going to go right through the McLaren grid.
Yeah, and the first one to start off on pole for the McLaren grid is Rens Bruckmann, followed by Paul Ilbrink, I hope I didn't butcher that name, Nibral Kiss, Max Del Orco, Attila Sipos, who was, you may have noticed from the War Before the 2.4 top split, that was last week. We also have Tommy Nilsson, Maximilian Wiedmeyer, Blake Townsend, Paul Williams 3, and another, I believe, if he still has his pro license, I don't know yet, Pablo Lopez, Philippe Bachmann, Daniel Sinka, Jorn Jens, Patrick Baldwin, Alice Papler, Joe Jr., Tapani Lenaluto, Benjamin Burmeister, Sabo Volka Jr., Alexandru Railnu, also from the before the 2.4 race last week. And to finish out the grid of 43 cars total, we have Daniel Poza and I think that's Joel Goose. Like I said, I hope I didn't butcher the names.
All right.
Just have
once again. Yeah, go ahead.
Quick report of pit lane. Pole sitter Rens Bruckmann is actually starting from pit lane. Not sure if this is a strategic move from yesterday where he got caught up in a start line on the first lap incident, but he was starting on the outside on the Rileys on the outside line, so it is a pretty good choice for him to start from pit lane.
So we're gonna get green flag in just about 30 seconds of time. The car's approaching the oval chicane right now, basically flat out until here. Then you've got the little yellow line on the right side, basically your braking marker in both of the cars, braking the car down 3rd or 4th gear depending on which car you're in, and Anthony Roselli will take the car behind the pace car as the pace car is about to go down pit road, and then it's his choice when to put the hammer down and when to start the iRacing 2.0 2.4 of Daytona. However, Rens Bergman, your pole sitter in the McLaren, starting from pit, so it will be Paul Ilbrink taking your car down into the first turn as first position with him in the first row, Norby Kiss, and they will of course start a couple of car length, in fact about 10 seconds behind the last Riley, and they are just in the middle of turn 3 and 4 on the oval here, and it's just about 15 seconds until we can go live.
Yeah, and that'll be the interesting thing to see here is who wants to be the lap 1 turn 1 hero, as they affectionately call it here at iRacing, or play the conservative role and just let the race progress on.
So, Roselli, Chedlik, Murray, Skripchak. It will all come down to turn 1. Will it be Roselli taking the lead all the way down to turn 1? Roselli, it is leading the field right now, waiting for the green light, and he's putting the hammer down. Good start from Roselli there. Chedlik also not really missing. A good start from Murray as well. And Marcin Skripchak right down to the inside, but Murray also looking to the inside, a bit aggressive there, trying to make the pass already, but then sticking back, not risking too much. And so far, it is all looking very clean there in the Riley field, so no contact anywhere. The McLaren's of course also underway, and it is Norby Kiss trying to work his way around the outside. Is being attacked on the inside by Max Del Orco. Brilliant start. He came from 4th position already past the Hungarian here. Norby Kiss trying to defend now into the second turn, losing his position against Max Del Orco.
And we have a crash already going into turn 1. Alice Papler got into Tapani Linaludo going into turn 1, so already contact on the start of the race in the McLaren field.
A really great start by the McLaren and the DP field to get away cleanly, unlike yesterday. We have to remember that all the drivers have one fast toe, which gives them a brand new car, fixes all damage during the race. So any damage sustained at the start of the race, as we see the McLaren just bunching up as they come onto the oval for the first time, they all get one reset. So if you want to use that early or later, it's probably better if you save it if you have a big incident, but it's good to see we all got cleanly away.
Focus on your race leader. It is Anthony Roselli still leading the 43 car field. However, Jim Chadwick close behind him, getting the draft now as they come towards start finish. The first time by the 2 hours 40 minutes race here has been open, and Jim Chadwick gets a good run here, and it might even be enough to attack Roselli here down into turn 1. No, not enough, not close enough. He's just getting the run towards turn 1, trying to push Roselli, of course, and Murray and Marcin Skripchak with a big mistake there and putting the car very much sideways and almost spinning it.
Yeah, he did a good job to save car there from possibly causing any further damage, especially to the rest of the DP field here as they come through the International Horseshoes side by side. Martin Skripchak is definitely trying to gain that lost ground that he had when he made that mistake going into turn 1.
Big battle as well in the McLaren field, as we've got Paul Ilbrink still leading the pack ahead of Max Dello Okonorbi. Kiss all the way tossed down into 4th position as Tommy Nielsen also went past him in the first lap already. A little bit of a gap then to Attila Sipos, but still it is Paul Ilbrink leading the way. Now it's the attack from Tommy Nielsen. Dive bomb down the inside of Max Del Orco. Del Orco nothing to do against him defending, and also Norby Kiss slips through there.
Yeah, Max Del Orco lost 2 positions on that after getting a little spooked there as they went through the East Horseshoe. So definitely some good action so far, even though it's early on in the race. Usually you figure some of these guys, with it being a 2.4-hour race, they would just play the conservative role and go for it until the end of the race. But it seems like it's definitely picking up, especially in the McLarens, as well as Ben. You have your eye on the DPs, correct?
Yeah, I've got my eye up on the field. We have Jim Chedlik again, really close to Anthony Roselli going into turn 1. That draft is just pulling him up so close around the tri-oval at Daytona here. But they're all very single file, and it's very smart racing at this early stage of the 2.4.
Tommy Nielsen trying to make the pass here against Paul Ilbrink. Norby Kiss behind them, making it almost 3 wide there, but backing out of it. And Max Del Orco not really far off them either. So it is Ilbrink versus Nielsen. Nielsen going around the outside. And smart move from Ilbrink to trying to get out of that there as Nielsen comes across and hits Norby Kiss almost there. Kiss trying to be side by side, and there's contact!
That was a bit of a... I must say that was a bit of a stupid mistake because I don't know what he was thinking there.
Nielsen side with Norby Kiss. That is being contact and heavily damaged car for Tommy Nielsen as well. Some damage for Norby Kiss. Nielsen dropping all the way back into 8th, 9th position here. So that gives Paul Ilbrink a bit of a breathing space as Norby Kiss and Del Orco are completing the top 3.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know what happened there, but that had to be a very stupid mistake because it's still a long way to go, especially with it being a 2 hours and 40-minute race. You definitely don't want to do something like that, as we see side-by-side action going up through NASCAR 1 and 2. I believe that is, Attila Sipos and Blake Townsend. Blake Townsend gets the pass on Attila Sipos as they head down towards the bus stop chicane.
Jim's very close time to Anthony Roselli into turn 1, but then again just lifts off the throttle in the DP class. Ryan Murray still running in a solid 3rd. He's just had a little bit of a moment into turn 1, but still very clean and single file in the DP field up here.
And there's been one Riley, the apron there, trying to make his first pit stop already, and that is Joao Pinho, who's apparently had a spin there coming out of the chicane. No, he's not taking the car down pit road, but he's lost the attachment to the whole field, basically.
Yeah, Bruno DeCarmo has just blown his engine here on lap 4 at Daytona. He was currently running in P7. It's a bit of a shame for him.
Yeah, that's definitely one thing I was saying about earlier on in the pre-race, though. These guys have to take it easy, especially in the DP class, where you don't want to have any issues by blowing your engine up by downshifting too quick, as we see at least 3 rows deep out of the exit of the International Horseshoe just go too wide, and now they're back down to single file. that was a bit of an interesting situation there, Marius.
Yeah, a couple of cars really inched up there. It is, of course, Attila Sipos at the front of them. Maximilian Biedmeier involved, Blake Townend involved, and also Daniel Sinker completing that. And now, meanwhile, caught up to that back is Tommy Nielsen already, and Pablo Lopez not far off them either. So it is pretty much a 6-7 car pack, and the top 3 have already gained themselves a bit of a space there in front.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to play, and that's the one thing that they've been trying to address here at Daytona is the bit of the drafting feature with this McLaren and how big a hole you can punch in the air when you're behind someone.
Biedmeier very late there on the brakes and clipping Attila Sipos and Nielsen once again involved in the incident there.
Wow. 3 cars involved in the bus stop chicane. Attila Sipos, one of them hopefully doesn't have that much damage. But with it being a long race, you know, last I knew is you get 1 reset for this race, so he might have to use it here as we see him go through the grass. Definitely some type of, looks like suspension issue on Attila Sipos' car.
Sipos involved, Jimin Burmeister involved, Pablo Lopez involved, Daniel Persueta involved, and once again Tommy Nielsen also unable to try to avoid the contact there, so he's also been involved there. However, he is still going somehow.
Yeah, it's surprising to see how he's still going, but it's he's probably has just a slight bit of contact, unlike Attila Sipos, who is definitely, as the affectional term, crab walking goes. But now Attila Sipos is going into the pits to get that 1 reset that he can use, and hopefully try and get back up and get that victory in the McLaren class here in the 2.4 hours of Daytona, Marius.
It is still Rens Bergman, of course, starting from the back of the grid, trying to follow him around a bit, and he's already worked himself up into the 8th position here, having a bit of a clean air ahead of him, followed by Paul Williams and Joe Jr. So a brilliant start from Bergman, and surprisingly he's not been involved in any of these incidents.
We still have a very file race up here in the DP field where Jim Shedlick, I believe, just got a little bit of loose on the exit of turn 1, but Anthony Roselli still leads this race here in the DP field, where Jim Shedlick actually is lifting off during the end of the straights because he knows this is a long race, and if he can save that little bit of fuel into the braking zones by lifting off just a little bit early, he may have the upper hand in taking less fuel in the last pit stop.
It is Daniel Sinka and Blake Townend there, approaching the first turn for the 6th time this race, and it will be Sinka trying to make the passes. It's almost bump drafting Blake Townend. Maximilian Wiedmeier also right at the back of them, being chased as well from Tommy Nielsen. No position changes there in the first turn. However, the second turn is also a brilliant overtaking spot, or opportunity rather. Daniel Sinka, however, not close enough, and also Tommy Nielsen just trying to observe the situation from behind, as we've once again got a 4-car battle here, very close at the front of the pack as well. Paul Ilbrink still leading Norby Kiss there, not really a big gap there, but we've got so much fighting going on here at all ends of the track.
Yeah, simply. Go ahead, man.
Sorry, we've got first of the McLarens who got caught up in that incident, that crash at bus stop, being lapped now by the DPs. It's good to see that they're all getting through pretty finely at the moment.
And I believe Kiss is trying to draft against Paul Ilbrink. Yep, and there we go, side by side down into the bus stop. It is Normal Kiss that gets the lead away. Wow. He definitely...
When Paul Ilbrink almost in there.
Yeah, basically, Normal Kiss basically hot cooked the brakes, as I would say, going into the bus stop. Timed it perfect, going past Paul Ilbrink. Wow, it's definitely one great pass.
Once again, it is the car battle around the 4th position here on the racetrack. Blake Townend against Daniel Sinka, and this time by Daniel Sinka will have enough of overtaking opportunity to get down into turn 1, trying it around the outside. They're very close to the wall, the Hungarian against the Brit, and they are trying to go side by side. A little bit of contact there, and it's been very close, as behind them Tommy Nielsen makes the pass against Wiedmeier.
Yeah, definitely a great pass to go down to the International Horseshoe. Let's see if Sinka can try and make a pass before they get to NASCAR 1 on Blake Townsend. But of course, it's definitely going to be, it's going to be the it factor to see if it happens or not. Marius?
Yeah, still a lot of battles going on here. However, we've seen Paul Ilbrink doing the little mistake there in the chicane. That's finally got Norby Kiss some breathing space now as he's taken the race lead here. Max Del Orco dropped a bit back, still in 3rd position. Then we've got the 4-car battle. Daniel Sinka still behind Blake Townend, and then Tommy Nielsen just got past Maximilian Wiedmeier. And we will get the same situation down into turn 1 this time by.
Still have a very straightforward race up here in the DP field. Still single file with Anthony Roselli leading, Jim Sheldrick in 2nd, Ryan Murray 3 seconds behind this lead pack as they come up to lap some more McLarens now. As they're starting to catch just the end of the McLaren field with Pablo Lopez, who's already made his pit stop and used his fast tube after being caught up in that incident early. To see that the DPs are making their way through these lap cars.
Yeah, from 9th on back, of a bit of a caterpillar going on, but as we see Saba Volka Jr. trying to make a run, going side by side, right past the start finish line. I believe they touched. I think that was Philip Bachman, if I'm not mistaken there, Marius. They're still side by side going through turn 1.
Yeah, Batman trying to defend against Volker here, and now Patrick Baldwin, the Oval DWC driver here, is right at that tail as well, showing that he cannot only go left here, as this is one of the most popular Roval tracks, of course, involving a big part in the Daytona Oval. But still, this is exactly what's been going on, guys. We've got battles at the front, we've got battles in the mid, and we've still got battles all the way around the track.
Sorry, Marius, it looks like Jim Sheldrick is ready to make this move on Anthony Roselli. Pulled up last time side by side going into turn 1. He does look like the faster car at the moment, but it could just be the draft on that oval.
Yeah, the draft will definitely does play a factor here in both the DPs and the McLarens because of how big of a run you can get, especially on NASCAR 1, 2, the Daytona Super Stretch, as well as NASCAR 3 and 4. It's one thing that you definitely have to play it safer, because if you get too much of a run, you're going to possibly ruin your race as well as the person's race in front of you.
Yes, as we just have some more McLarens being passed now in Daytona Oval 1 and 2. Very close battle now. May have a look into the bus stop on the backstretch, but they do have a McLaren in front of them.
And that's exactly the opportunities they will get. I mean, they are waiting for the lap cars, and always the car which comes up first has to, sometimes just lift. And Jim Shadlick being in the position of just following here, he can take a look at Anthony Roselli, he can see what he's doing, and then he can just try to get, a bit more speed out of the turn, a bit more speed out of the chicane, and then try to get the run down into turn 1 and trying to make the pass right now.
Yeah, as he pulls up on the side again as they come over start finish down into turn 1. He's actually outbroken Anthony Roselli this time, but Roselli still has the inside line and holds position on the exit of 1 as they head down into International Horseshoe.
Yeah, it just shows how difficult it really is to pass someone in turn 1. It's probably a little easier in the McLaren field. However, in the DPs, you are trying to get around the outside and you are trying to get outside of the turn. And once it goes to the apex, the car on the inside just finds more grip, and getting out of the turn, you just won't have the overlap.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if actually Jim is quicker overall through the lap, where it actually looks like Anthony pulls away through this mid part of the section. It looks like maybe Jim is running a low downforce setup and Anthony's gone for the high downforce or the medium downforce for the speed through the infield section here at Daytona.
Yeah, it's definitely starting to pick up a little bit in the McLarens here as we see a bit of a battle going on between Joel Goose, Saba Volka Jr., and Patrick Baldwin. And going through turn 1 about at least 1 or 2 laps ago, Saba Volka Jr. tried to make a run on Patrick Baldwin. Baldwin did not allow it to happen. Marius, so far so as far as action goes here in the early stages.
Yeah, definitely. The guys are absolutely trying to push it to the max already. So this is once again a 2-hour 40-minute sprint race. However, quite clean so far. We've seen a couple of incidents already, a couple of cars already down pit road repairing. A bit of bodywork damage, of course, costing a lot of time on the oval. But we've still got a good battle in both classes. Norbik is still leading the McLarens, and Anthony Roselli still leading the DP class. And it is Max Del Orco slowly catching up towards Paul Ilbring, as Paul Ilbring is not able to exactly hold the speed of Norbik at the top, and is currently the slowest out of the top 3.
Yeah, with Max Del Orco, he gets the run when he gets that chance, but almost it seems like he's having a little bit of problem getting that straightaway speed. With the new build that they said, some drivers are saying that they can't get that big speed that they used to when the McLaren was first released. So it's interesting to see how the McLarens are doing on the straightaway runs, but when they go to the turns, they still have that horsepower that they didn't lose when they released the McLaren.
There's a lot of titles happening here in the DP field. 4th and 5th, Nick and Jonathan Hill. And I believe Sandman has actually just dropped off a little bit. Very close as they come into bus stop. Still single file though from these guys. And also up front, Anthony Roselli's just pulled a 3/10 gap on Jim Shadlick, but still not enough to get Jim out of the draft.
Yes, we just got a report in our booth, a bit of a 3-car battle going on between Blake Townend, Tommy Nielsen, and Daniel Sinka as they go through the International Horseshoe. Definitely, they're trying to spook Blake Townend to make a mistake. That way, those two can gain the position that Blake Townend has. But Blake is certainly holding up his end and not giving in to the pressure that he's currently under right now as they go through the next horseshoe.
Yeah, Nielsen looking very, see, they're almost trying to dive bomb Townend once again. Townend not really so happy about that. And that's exactly what Nielsen tried earlier on against Del Orco. And it's just, he's going a little bit over aggressive. A couple of drivers already complaining in the spec chat there. And we may not forget that Tommy Nielsen has already been involved in one incident here out of turn 1. And that has not been going so lucky for him.
We now have the lead in the DP field. Jim and Anthony Roselli coming through the top runners, some of the mid runners in the McLaren field. This is where it's going to make break for the top runners in the DP field. This can break up groups in this DP field, as if they get stuck behind them in the bus stop or into International Horseshoe.
Yeah, Sinka had a little bit of a run going into the bus stop, but he thought better of it not to basically affect his race as well as Tommy Nilsson. As we see Sinka going side by side with Tommy Nilsson, and he's got a huge run. Sinka's ahead is a huge run, and it looks like he's going to make the pass on Tommy Nilsson as they go into turn one, Marius.
Yeah, Nielsen looks like he's a little bit slower, and he just comes out of nowhere. There's no room basically on the inside, and he's making the pass once again against Daniel Sinka. And Wiedmeier as well with a good run out of turn one, now looking down the inside. No, not enough for Wiedmeier there, but Nielsen once again from nowhere defending against Sinka there, and Sinka almost losing the car. Then into turn number 2, and once again a very aggressive move by Tommy Nielsen.
Tommy Nilsson, he's playing both the conservative but the aggressive driver role. But he's definitely wanting to take it easy, but still try and gain that momentum to just start making passes to get up towards P1 in the McLaren class.
Jonathan Hill has actually just off the road. I think he ran a little bit wide at turn 1, and he's actually got a little bit of damage there. He's running very slowly on the side of the track.
Apparently Nick Wessel was involved in that as well, as his car went loose out of turn 1, and he's had an incident with Jonathan Hall, and Hall enough to do right there, just trying to go over the grass there, trying to make way for the other drivers, and then carrying the car all the way down to pit road, trying to fix the damage, as also David Wild now goes past him, and race pretty much over for both of them.
That's such a shame. Guys were having a great battle for 3rd and 4th in this race. Now, Jonathan Hill is still limping around the circuit trying to get that past toe, but all these guys have just gone straight on past.
So, a little of an update there. Lap 14, Anthony Roselli still your race leader, as they are slowly catching up towards the lead of the MP4s. Anthony Roselli now trying to work his way around Tommy Nielsen, and it is getting very close. Nielsen not really sure where to go there, and that could maybe be the chance for Shedlick, but no, he's just too far away. Himself being caught up in the big battle there around the 3rd and around the 4th position. It is in fact for the McLaren field, and Roselli now going past his teammate from Team Radicals, Blake Townend, and Shedlick not really in the position of capitalizing on that.
Yeah, it seems like he's having a bit of a radio issue, trying to hear what his team is trying to say to him, basically saying, hey, it's still too early in the race, take it easy, go for those positions, but take it easy, because it's definitely getting a little too crazy out there. Marius, I think we lost our DP spotter.
Yeah, maybe not just so much to say really. I mean, Anthony Roselli still leading the pack, and currently Jim Shedlick no chance of doing anything about that. Ryan Murray, however, still in 3rd position, already 6 seconds down, and another 6 seconds behind him is Nuno Moreira, Jacob Desmaris, and Csaba Wojka, no sorry, not Csaba Wojka, has a McLaren. Marcus Lindsay, in fact, and Lindsay has been overtaking 2 cars in the last lap, so he should be in 4th position right now, as it is Moreira against Desmaris as they are approaching McLarens here on the oval. 4 wide, 2 McLarens in the middle, as it's Csaba Wojka Jr. and Philip Bachmann as well fighting for position, as the riders just fly past them.
Yeah, a bit of a crazy situation there going on. You definitely wouldn't want to see that happen, especially on the road race.
And out of turn 1, Nuno Moreira heavily over the grass there. Marcus Lindsay just coming out of nowhere again, overtaking him, and now it's once again Moreira against Lindsay, and they've still got Jan Jens ahead of them. The McLaren not trying to get out of the way there, of course, but Lindsay against Moreira still in front.
Yeah, it's definitely starting to compare as they go past the slower McLaren. Oh, a bit of a huge gaggle of cars, more like it. as they go through there. It's woohoo, man. I think I'm gonna need a air machine just to get some air, like last week at the War Before the 2.4, Marius.
Yeah, this is absolutely, I mean, the guys are just going at it like absolute front to back here, all the way across the field. A lot of battles going on here, and yeah, it's just a matter of time, really. If you're fighting remotely against someone over the traffic, it is just a matter of time until you get the upper hand on them. However, it is Anthony Roselli still leading the field now with 2 seconds ahead of Jim Shedlick, so it looks like Roselli had the upper hand on this time.
Yeah, that he definitely did. And I'm taking a look here at Doug Leary. He definitely he had a bit of a situation, a bottleneck, if you will, going through the bus stop chicane. He tried to make it past one of the slower McLarens, but decided against it. He definitely doesn't want to ruin his race.
Battles going on between the top 3, respectively 3rd and 2nd in the McLarens, and also behind them Blake Townend, Tommy Nielsen and Daniel Sinker. Nielsen once again getting past Sinker there, so they are pretty much just going forth and back right there, and Paul Ilbrink still maintaining his 2nd position as Ryan Murray is in between these battling groups, and it's just a matter of time until Del Orco will try to make a move there. As taking a look at the lap times, Del Orco is currently one of the quickest guys here in the field, as Norby Kiss is still leading the McLaren field all the way with about 3 seconds ahead of these guys.
Yeah, it's definitely some pickup now that these guys are starting to say, okay, we need to get into the conservative role now, as we see Ryan Murray going past, I believe that's Paul Ilbrink and Max Del Orco. He's basically saying, okay guys, you guys have your fun. I'm trying to catch back up to the leaders in the Daytona prototype. I definitely want this win after being away for almost a year or so.
Not even 30 minutes underway. The real race at the Rolex 24 Daytona event, of course, running similar cars as we are here, underway as well. And guys, I can't believe that this is anyhow more interesting than what we are just commentating on.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see what is going on as both of us here in the booth have split screens between the real Rolex race and the 2.4 here.
Tommy Nielsen, Daniel Sa and Blake Townend still going at it into turn 1, and Nielsen currently has no chance of making an overtake, as I'm just saying that, and Nielsen completely loses his braking point there, and Daniel Sinker goes straight past. I was actually going to say that he's got no chance of overtaking with that much damage. He's just not getting enough draft, as just out of nowhere he's trying to make a move once again, and this time he's ruining it. And guys, it also looks like Max Del Orco had a severe mistake.
Yeah, he done the binders a little bit going into turn 1 and basically overcooked his braking zone and spun it around. But luckily there was no Daytona prototypes or other McLarens around him, so he basically just did a 360 and put it back into gear and went on. As we see now, it's like, I believe that is, yeah, Tommy Nielsen is definitely trying to gain on Daniel Sinker, but with some of the Daytona prototypes that can catch him and pass him, the traffic situation is definitely starting to be becoming the factor early on in the race, even though it's only, 30 or so minutes into this 2.4-hour race?
Yeah, and it's showing how quick it can go, really. Max Del Orco came from the fight around the 2nd position together with Paul Ilbrink, and now he's all the way back, basically being drafted now by Blake Towner and Tommy Nielsen and the likes, and he's now finding himself in a whole different situation. And I just can't believe Norby Kiss will say, thank you guys, thank you for keeping up the battle behind me, because that's the only guy really running without a mistake at the moment, and he's just running at the front of the pack, no remorse, no look back, and I believe that's just the thing you want, really. I mean, he's not looking back, and he just has to do his race right now, as he's pretty much on his own at the top.
Yeah, with the traffic situation becoming a factor, you definitely want to, every now and then, look into your mirror just to see who's behind you. You don't want to keep bouncing up and down like you would in the Daytona 500, seeing who's behind you and where you're going to go. With the 2.4-hour race, you need to just keep focused on your race and keep focused on the track. That way you don't make any mistakes that will either affect your race or the possibility of many others. As we see two going in through the east horseshoe.
Mistake from Jasinka there. Tommy Nielsen almost able to capitalize on that, but for once he sticks back, just trying to get a safe run out of that turn, allowing Maximilian Wiedmeier to close up once again, and it is just lucky Max Del Orco at top of the field, because Townend has also been held up by these guys, and yeah, it might even be that Del Orco is running away from these guys again, but it's just going to be so hard, because behind them, them guys they have got so much draft.
Yeah, it's like they have to keep an eye on where the overall leaders in the Daytona prototypes are going to be at, because the Daytona prototypes against the McLarens, they catch up so quick that you get caught off guard, because it's like, okay, where are they at, where are they at, where are they at? Oh, there he is. Where'd he come from? You just get caught off guard, even though you're trying to focus on your race and try and not make any mistakes.
Still very clean and single file up front here in the DP class. Jim Shelton.
Oh, we just had a DP block going into turn 1.
Matt Moore.
Yeah, it just exploded. I believe he might have done what I was talking about in the pre-race. Downshifted a little too quick and basically exploded the engine going into turn 1. So I believe, Marius, that's our first engine failure of the race.
We have one earlier in the race of Bruno De Carmo. But
So
it's a
this
real
is a
shame.
fact trouble.
Yeah, it really is. I had the issue in the ISR, sorry, 120 minutes at Watkins Glen. I was actually leading the race and blew my engine down into turn 1. It is a common issue with machine gunning down, as they call it in iRacing, through the gears, back from 5th gear all the way back to 2nd gear for the turn 1. It is a big issue that they've been talking about, and a lot of people actually it's been happening in the races quite often.
So, including Madwell, we have got about 6 retirees here. Well, not exactly retirees, but Attila Siepas, of course, also involved in a start crash there with Tommy Nielsen, 2 laps down. Alice Papla involved in the same crash, 2 laps down. Daniel Pozuenta involved in the crash in the chicane, 2 laps down. And Benjamin Burmeister and Pablo Lopez involved in that same crash, completely out of the race, together with Bruno Docamo, who we've just been talking about, and Jonathan Hall, who's also been off with a severe crash in the first turn, but he's at least still going. So it looks like, even though you've got a little bit of damage on the car, we see with Nielsen, we see with a couple of other cars on the track, you still need to keep going, because you just don't know what's going to happen. And guys, most importantly, we've only got about 33 minutes done out of a 2-hour 30 race.
Yeah, it's still very, very, very respectful racing here in DP class. There hasn't been any major incidents or anyone caught up in an incident in the DP field, and it does look like they've spaced out a lot. Anthony Roselli's lead is now 3 seconds last time they crossed the line as he comes through into bus stop, sorry. Ryan Murray in another 10 seconds back, but everyone is really spaced out. There are only a couple of battles, like 9th and 10th, Felipe Verbert and George Sandman, who are very close together, but they do have a McLaren in between them. So the McLaren coming into play here at Daytona with lap traffic.
Yeah, just to go about going into turn 1, Saba Volko Jr. got into the back of Philip Bachman going into turn 1, overcooked his brakes a little bit, just give him a bit of a love tap saying, oh, sorry, you know, didn't expect you to brake that early, but no harm, no foul. They continue on as we see Matthew Barron basically starting to pass the rest of the field, so it's definitely business is starting to pick up here, Marius.
Tommy Nielsen, one again behind Daniel Sinker. We've seen this going on for a couple of laps. They will start lap 20 this time by, and you just see Tommy Nielsen he's just not getting that much closer, so no real chance for him to make it into turn 1. And we'll see once again what he does as Marcin Skripczak in the Riley just passes these guys on the outside. Nielsen once again very late on the brakes, but Cinco just closing the inside line, and he's doing that very smart. He's basically leaving Nielsen nowhere to go. He's got nowhere to go on the inside. He has to take the wide line, and with that line, he's just not getting past.
We've got had three wide in the DPs down into turn 1. This is positions 10. Positions 9, 10 and 11 between David Ward, George Sandman and Felipe Verber. A great battle on here as they enter the oval. These guys are now going to have draft. It depends who's going to make a move into bus stop or they're going to save it into turn 1.
And that is, of course, Philip, David Ward, who's been with us a couple of minutes ago, and George Sandman. All of them very experienced drivers, been with iRacing for a couple of years already, and they've just been overtaking Norby Kiss, your leader in the McLaren field. And the most interesting point, or the biggest point of interest really on the track, turn 1, guys, and by the looks of it, no one will be able to be close enough there.
No, George Sand got a very shocking run through bus stop, and it looks like he may got a 1x off track on the exit of bus stop and had to take a slower line.
Yeah, he might have, as the old saying goes, decided to cut the grass and got a bit of a cut the course penalty.
Max Del Orco and Nick Townend, knowing each other from the iRacing World Championship Series of road racing, taking it down into turn 1 this time. Del Orco not able to get away from the top 4 pack, so he's now against Blake Townend, and Townend just can't do anything. Too much going on around him. Trey Gerald, position 14, Riley just trying to get past these guys as well. And guys, I mean, you've basically got a faster car alongside you. You can't concentrate on your own move, and you just have to back out of it and try to work for a better position.
Yeah, it's something we got to do in these endurance races. You see some of them do it in real life, as the Rolex 24 Hour Daytona is currently on right now. They do let the faster car go. This is only 2.4 hours, but it is a single driver race until Enduros get Enduros and driver swaps get brought into iRacing.com, which hopefully will be soon. But these guys do understand and they respect their other drivers, especially in the top split. These guys have raced against each other in the multi-class series before. They know who they're racing, so they have a lot of respect for each other, and that's what I love about this racing.
And you're exactly pointing at the right issue there. I mean, the respect is just getting bigger and bigger. These guys are currently in the race for about 35, 36 minutes, and slowly they are getting used to each other. I mean, they've basically had one big overtaking phase, the next one probably coming up in about 4 or 5 laps, and yeah, slowly they begin to know each other. I mean, we've got a couple of cars out, so about 38, 39 cars still on the track, and the more often you overtake each other, the more you will just get used to each other, and that's really the thing required to make a safe pass.
Nilsson getting a run on Maximilian Fietmeyer as they go off into turn 1. He thought he had the run, but didn't have enough juice to get past his. You see, oh, whoa, wow, almost into the back of Maximilian Fietmeyer. Tommy Nilsson had to really jump on the brakes there. That was a bit of a close situation for Maximilian Fietmeyer, Tommy Nilsson, and Matthew Barron.
Yeah, and I just can't tell what Nielsen is really going for. He's got the damaged car, so he's got no chance of making a pass other than that, and that is just full on risk there, and not even remotely half of the race done here. So he's just being over aggressive there, literally risking an incident on every overtake. And he's just been lucky that Wiedmeyer saw him coming in the mirrors, and Nielsen was able to avoid him right there, because otherwise this surely would have been an incident. And surprise, surprise, behind them is Rens Breukman.
Yeah, no, I would say Nielsen must have thought he was trying to channel his inner Ayrton Senna going into turn 1 with how close he got, almost to the back of Maximilian Wiedmeyer. But with that little bit of a situation that just happened, Rens Breukman is starting to slowly pull him in. So it's starting.
Here we go. We head down turn 1 across the start-finish line, nearly 3 wide in the DP class with David Ward and Felipe Verber. 2 wide still. And and they come back to single file with David Ward in front. These guys are having a great battle here, these three cars, a great tussle.
Yeah, in the McLaren class, we're starting. The fields start to slowly start to spread out, so they're definitely starting to play the conservative role there, Marius. So it's with the pit stops should be coming up soon. I believe it's the first pit stop for many, probably second pit stop for those who were involved in previous incidences. This should be interesting as we see Joe Jr. trying to get hold off Jorn Jens as they go through turn 1. Jorn Jens definitely gets the run through the turns, but when it comes to the straightaway speed, Joe Jr. definitely gets the better edge on that one.
Yeah, it just shows how it goes. I mean, as soon as you start fighting like that, you're just losing time and time and time. And yeah, you said it, the field starts to stretch out. Norby Kiss in your McLaren field, still the leader, 20th position overall, position 1, of course, in the McLaren field. Paul Ilbring in second, pretty much in between him and Norby Kiss is, Max Del Orco and Norby Kiss is Paul Ilbring. So Del Orco still in third, being chased by Blake Townend and Daniel Sinker. Then we've got another big gap because the mistakes Tommy Nielsen and Maximilian Wiedmeier had, of course, including the fights. That is, of course, 6th and 7th in the McLaren field, and they are being chased slowly but steady by Rens Breukman, who was supposed to start on pole position, as we see Wiedmeier against Nielsen once again, and Nielsen just so late into the turn once again, and that's not going to benefit him anyhow, because out of the turn, Wiedmeier now gets the better run, and Rens Breukman behind them is just taking a look at this, and he knows that the guy's ahead of him. He's probably heard of that. Nielsen is just trying a bit over-aggressive there, and Wiedmeier just tries to get his position back, so he knows that this is his chance, and you just see how much draft Rens Breukman gets off the damaged car of Nielsen, and he might even make the move into turn 1 this time by.
As we see Maximilian Vermeer make that pass on Tommy Nielsen as well as Rens Breukman going into turn 1. Let's see what happens here with Tommy Nielsen, who, as you said, does have that damaged car. They all get through clean, so definitely change. All three positions right there just changed within a span of, say, half a lap. Oh, as with Tommy Nielsen, definitely get a little hot foot going into the International Horseshoe and get that position back for Maximilian Wiedmeier. But Maximilian Wiedmeier wants to say, okay, you know what, I'm going to take it easy, but I'll get past you if you start making mistakes again.
And I just wonder, I mean, started from Paul, and these guys have been too nice to him, really. They've just let him pass right away, and I got the thought that Wiedmeier might even get the shot now, just following Breukman, trying to get back at Townend, Sinker and Del Orco ahead of him. But no, Tommy Nielsen just comes straight back from it and overtakes Wiedmeier again, as Breukman is just completely unimpressed by that, running away from these guys.
Yeah, I think Rensman was like, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna go past you guys and let you guys have fun with each other, because I don't want my race affected. Because especially after starting, where he initially started from the pole position, he elected to start in pit road, and he's definitely working his way up through the field with the amount of insane battles that are going on right now, especially as the ones that like we're focusing on right now, Tommy Nielsen and Maximilian Wiedmeier. Marius?
Another battle going on. No, the same guys in that. Max Del Orco, Daniel Sinker, and Blake Townend. Almost making it 3 wide now. Townend looking for the inside. Sinker on the very outside there. And Del Orco just trying to hold his line. There's contact!
Oh! How they did not wreck, I will not know. Woohoo! Wow!
And that's a definite more times for both Daniel Sinker and Blake Townend. So that's just going to affect the handling more and more.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how it plays out over the rest of the course of the race here between Daniel Sinker, Max Del Orco, and I believe, Blake Townend. So it'll definitely be interesting to see how that 3 wide situation going into turn 1, where they somehow managed to not wreck at all, play out.
And Rens Breukman is that far behind them, so you have to remember Breukman's supposed to start from pole position, starting however out of the pits all the way up from the very last position on the grid. basically being a couple of seconds behind, and now all the way up into 6th position, 7th position already. And if Townend, Sinker and Del Orco just keep fighting like that, it's just going to be a matter of like 4 or 5 laps, I don't know, Dustin, but then Renz will be right at the tail of these guys.
As far as that would go, I'd probably say about maybe 2.5, 3 laps if these two, if Sinka, pardon me, Sinka, Del Orco, and Townend keep battling like they are.
However, Bregman's still being chased by Nielsen and Wiedmeyer.
Sorry there, Grace. The problem we've got now for that amazing battle in the McLarens is the leaders of the DP field are now coming to lap them for the 2nd time. And this may have counter on Renz Broekman.
Yeah, as we see, it's a bit of a battle now going on between Daniel Sinka and Max Del Orco. Sinka definitely got the run going into turn 1, but Max Del Orco is not giving up without a fight as they go out of the International Horseshoe.
So still with just under 45 minutes done here at the Daytona 2.4, the 2nd split you are watching here. It just started in under an hour ago, and yeah, we've had a little delay early on, so we started 1 hour later than we intended. However, everything went as planned from there on. We've got Anthony Roselli starting from the pole position in the relays, leading the field. We've got Jim Shedlick starting in the 1st row together with Roselli, 2nd in the field, and we've still got Ryan Murray, who started in 3rd position on the grid. However, the gap between those 2 guys at the top is just 1.2 seconds, while Murray is still down about 15-17 seconds, so a big gap for Murray already. In the McLaren field, Norby Kiss started from 3rd position, all the way up into the lead right now. Paul Ilbing with a respectable gap of about 10 seconds behind them. Blake Townend, Max Del Orco, Daniel Sinka all the way in 3rd, 4th and 5th. And then it is already our race leader, or well, our preliminary race leader, started from pole position, however went out of the pits, so starting from the very last position. Renz Broekman, 6th position for him, Maximilian Wiedmeyer and Tommy Nielsen right behind him, and that's as we are just about to cross the lap 28 into 29, 45 minutes, 38 seconds done, and one interesting race we got on our hands.
Yeah, great battlefront here for Roselli and Jim. Roselli's been very loose lately through that infield section and coming onto the oval and been losing time. Jim has now caught Roselli last lap by 8/10, a full 8/10 in 1 lap. I'm sure Roselli, he did hit the wall on the entrance to 1 2 laps ago, but that couldn't have had that much damage to his car.
So a couple of guys really struggling here, and we've seen a couple of car contacts already, and I'm gonna get Will Vincent right in here as well. Will, you've been relaxing for the first first 4th of the race, and you've been following it. I think you've had a bit of a shocking moment there a couple of times.
Yeah, indeed, it's a very interesting battle on the racetrack, and we'll be bringing you towards the end of this race. 2 hours just under left to go in the 2.4 hours of Daytona here on GlacierTV. That battle for the race lead, Anthony Roselli, Jim Shedlick, they've been battling since the drop of the green flag here. There's been nothing between these 2 drivers, despite the traffic, despite everything that's been going on this racetrack. As you see, they're once again looking to the high side as they come round the McLaren. You see Shedlick, they're actually using as much of that draft as possible to try and close up to Anthony Roselli. Roselli very wisely ducks down to the inside there and then back out to try and maintain that gap between himself and the number 9 car of Jim Shedlick. They put another lap in the book once again, but look how close Shedlick gets as they come down into turn number 1. The 2 car of Anthony Roselli and Shedlick in the 9 car working away back down into turn number 2 and 3. And Ben, these 2 drivers have been, the class of the field today. The gap is 16, 17 seconds now over Ryan Murray in 3rd.
Yeah, I haven't been tuning into the DP class of late in iRacing, but I know that Anthony Roselli did awesomely well in the Premier Series. But I believe there's a battle going on with Sinker and Townend again. Very close as they're through the infield section.
Yeah, they're working their way down to turn number 5 once again on the racetrack. And I tell you what, Blake Townend, we talked to him in our pre-race show, and he was really looking forward to this race here today. As they come onto the banking once again, it was a good run there by Daniel Sinker. As they come onto the banking, but loses a little bit there, and you see just how many different lines there are through turn number 6. You've got to make sure that you get onto the power nicely. Sinker lost the chance to make a move down to the bus stop there due to the fact he was a little bit later onto the gas. Now you'll see he'll look down to the outside line, will be the last late breakers as they come. Past 3, past 2, now that break as late as possible. The Townend's going to have the inside line as they work their way down into the chicane, but coming out, Sinker's going to be very close there. You see the car right behind as well. That was very close and with 3-car battle, and this is for in Clark's 3rd, 4th and 5th position. All over the rear now is Daniel Sinker to work the way through the banking. It'll drop down now to come out of turn number 4. Will Sinker look to the high side? He's going to have to go the long way because Townend's defending that inside line. They'll have the best run in turn number 1. And they touch a little bit there, does Sinker and Dell'Orco. And Dell'Orco looks like he might actually get the pass complete there on Sinker. It's going to be very close and almost 3 wide there.
Max Dell'Orco was very deep in the braking zone. It still has not been clear. He's coming across and there's contact.
And Dell'Orco spins it around. He goes right back in the right direction. Sinker, however, looks like he's going to have the majority of the damage there. And that was a battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th positions on the racetrack. And Sinker definitely got some damage there. You see then, that car is right now, it's crabbing.
Yeah, Sinker's car will have a lot of left front damage, probably steering damage as well. I'm not sure how much damage Max Dell'Orco has, but I'm sure it was only the rear of the car, so he should be okay.
And Justin, you know, battling for positions right there. They went down almost 3 wides, came into turn number 2. They got themselves sorted out, but through that tricky little right-left flick through turns number essentially 2 and 3, it looks like just all went wrong. Dell'Orco has some damage as well.
Yeah, it definitely is interesting to see. Go ahead, Ben.
Sorry, I believe he should have forfeited the place to Max Dell'Orco there, as he did have the inside line. But it's racing, I guess. These things happen.
Yeah, within the span of a 2-hour race, anything can happen, especially in the McLarens as well as DPs, as we saw, like what just happened with Daniel Sinker. That wall with that little, after turn 1, that little quick left-right left-hander, that wall can if you're not paying attention, that wall will come out and basically spook you to the point that you run into someone, whether it's the left side of you or the right side of you, Will.
And Dell'Orco comes towards pit road. This won't hurt him too much. You're kind of on the outer limits of what he could use for pit strategy, and Ben, that is important because although his car is damaged, although he's got everything, he can get some repairs to his race car right now as he comes down into his pit box, and he's in that window. Thankfully, he won't lose too much.
Yeah, he's kind of lucky that he can now get one of the fuel stops out of the way just about, as Daniel Sinker also pits after that incident. They can both get their fast toe, jump out on the racetrack and have a fresh car.
So you see that Dell'Orco, he's going to top up with Sunoco Race Gas. He's going to get himself 4 fresh tyres as well, as he is down on pit road in that 27 car. It was himself, and you had Sinker, and you also had Blake Townend. They were battling for position on the racetrack, and it all went wrong as they worked their way through the S section. However, Dell'Orco will keep an eye on him when he comes back out onto the racetrack to see just how much time he loses as all these cars. And once again, the DPs can work themselves around the McLaren. Going to check in on the battle for 8th and 9th position on the racetrack. This is between a 42 car of Fleet V-Birds and the 41 car of David Ward. And these two have been battling very consistent lap times. Last time David Ward lost himself 3/10 of a second in that battle to Fleet V-Bird. But, Ben, it always is the case on this track. When you work yourself around traffic, you might lose half a second here or there. But if you can negotiate the traffic at the right place and get lucky, you can get that back immediately. And they've got a huge logjam of cars ahead of them.
Yeah, especially if you find the straight line speed that these DPs have over the top of the McLarens. If they can use the draft to get all the passing done on the banking and on the straights, that's the way to go, because you do not want to lose time in that international horseshoe and infield section.
And they're working them down the back straight once again. You see as they come out turn number 3 and 4, David Ward is going to, as the cars come down onto pit road, and it looks as though in that battle for the 8th and 9th position, one of the cars, Philippe Bieber, has come down onto pit road, so he is making his first pit stop of the day in that 42 car. He's going to get himself 4 fresh tyres and will top up on race gas as well. And into this pit window now, it's going to be crucial to get every single pit stop nailed out, Justin.
Yeah, that's the thing that most people don't get about the 2.4 hours of Daytona, as well as the endurance races like the 24 hours of Le Mans and the 24 hours of Daytona, is that pit stops are the key to this race, or any race for that matter, because you don't want to slide through the pits and basically, quote-unquote, effectively end your race, because you want to keep nailing those pit stops each time that you go into the pit. And also the person that joined Philippe Philippe Verba into the pit was Paul Williams 3, as we see hopefully we can see Paul Williams 3, yeah, now we can, into the pit, as well as Philippe Bachmann and Matthew Barron.
Yeah, and I tell you what, not only is pit in crucial, you've got to get your car down to 55 miles an hour, but pit exit as well. And Ben, we saw this last year, it was a huge challenge for these Rileys, especially if they had Mustangs coming up in front of them. It's not as bad this year, but still, you could get yourself into a bit of bother if you're coming out just 0.2 of a second behind the McLaren, having to work yourself on that inside of turn number 1 and 2.
I'm not sure it's going to be an issue with the McLaren, as the McLaren does have a lot of turn with the rear wing and the updates they've done now. But hopefully they should be able to negotiate that pit exit, which is very tight here.
And also I'd like to welcome in GlacierTV booth now, Mr. Paul Jenkins, as we are approaching the 1 hour mark in the 2.4 hours of Daytona. It is still Anthony Rosselli from Jim Shidlick, but it looks like Shidlick has had an incident and he's come in and out of pit road there. I'll take that back. Shidlick has pitted. Meanwhile, Rosselli still working himself on the racetrack. We perhaps expect him to come down towards pit road this time by. This is the 2 car, Anthony Rosselli. He is being a race leader here at Daytona after getting himself pole position for, sorry, he wasn't pole position for this race, and he's working himself now round the banking. Will he make that hard left turn down towards pit road this time by? We'll keep an eye out. In fact, it looks like he might. We'll see what he does. He cuts across, and now he slows down to 55 miles an hour for Anthony Rosselli to make his first pit stop of the day. At 55 miles an hour, you see a lot of cars on pit road as well. Joe Jr. is in, Jorn Jens is in, Trey Jarrett is in, Hal Pino is on pit road, as is Volker and Relenu, and also Aaron Halper coming down on pit road as well. We'll keep an eye out on Anthony Rosselli. He had just a 0.6 of a second gap over Shidlick as they came onto pit road. Let's have a look now to see whether Rosselli will be able to gain or lose an advantage here in the 2 car. Of course, we talked about how good he has been in this race here today. Keeping an eye out on Jim Shidlick. He is currently working himself on the racetrack onto the front straightaway, so it's going to be very close. Rosselli still in his pit stall. Shidlick, is he going to take the race lead here as they come past the straight one more time? Anthony Rosselli is now out and away, and Shidlick is going to be very close. He's going to have to nail this apex. You can see to the left-hand side that is Anthony Rosselli, and Rosselli's got a slower car ahead of him. This is going to make things very difficult, but it looks like Shidlick is just going to take the race lead there, and he's got it, and Ben, that was crucial.
That was the of the race changing moments right there. Even though we still have 1 hour and 40 minutes to go, that right there was one of the moves of the race. He can now hold that lead out, and he, even though Anthony Rosselli stayed out 1 more lap, Jim probably had to take a less fuel in the pit stop.
Yeah, and there was any different strategy options that you can do here. Perhaps he might have done that just to get ahead of Rosselli for the time being. Perhaps he can stretch the gap up now, so that later on in the race, when he might have to take a little bit more fuel, he'll still have that first position. We've seen this so often in the iRacing.com Pro Series of Road Racing. It's going to be incredibly intriguing to see what happens here today. But that gap on the racetrack, Paul, it is only 0.7 of a second between Jim Shidlick in first and Anthony Rosselli in second. Those 2 drivers are just first roles, but the story is still the same. Nothing between those 2 drivers.
Indeed, we saw Jim's trying to go right by a GT3 car. Anthony Rosselli had about a 3-second longer pit stop than Jim, and I think that's what did him in. Not so much the GT3 car in front of him, but here we go for a pass. Looks like Rosselli's going to try him.
Yeah, on the outside line, out of turn number 4 of the oval once again. Rosselli, in fact, is going to almost be clear. He can almost tuck down to the inside line. Now, they're still very close. If Shidlick can just keep this inside line, it might work out for him. But Rosselli on the outside line, as they come through turn number 1 and 2, Shidlick will keep the position there, and it shows how important then that inside line is. Unless you can make the outside line work on late braking, you're gonna have to stay behind. And down to the inside, he looks again, but Rosselli wants that first position back.
Yeah, I think Rosselli is really looking to get back in front of Shidlick. I think he does. He might have the faster car here, but Shidlick needs to try and keep that car as wide as he can, stay out in front as much as he can. It looks like he's pushing a little bit there, he's pushing through the turn.
Checking in on the between Max Delorco and Jorn Jens on the racetrack, and this is the battle right now going on for the McLaren class. Of course, it is a battle for the 7th position at the moment, and Delorco is currently sat, say, way down, and he's got himself. He's working himself on the racetrack coming out of turn 3 and 4 at the time being. Meanwhile, we're also having a look at Maximilian Wiesmer there. He's right behind him as they come now down into turn number 1 once again. And this traffic is where things get really difficult. Delorco goes sideways, keeps it together. That's how Pinot is outside. They avoided hitting each other. Pinot had to take evasive action as they came down into turn number 1. I think he saw Delorco getting sideways there. But what that has done is Tom Nielsen get right up behind it. Delorco goes wide. We had a car who was spun on the inside line as well there. And that was Kevin Beekman. Yeah, Kevin Beekman's there. And he is back onto the racetrack, losing himself a position. But that was a big cluster there as they came down into the International Horseshoe once again.
And that's going to support what those rear tires are really bad also for the next couple of laps. So it's going to be a handful for the next couple of turns here while he's trying to cool those back down. And that's not an easy task when you're trying to fight someone off behind you.
Checking in on the battle between Shidlick and Anthony Rosselli once again. It is still Shidlick with a 0.2 of a second gap over Anthony Rosselli in the 2nd position as they work their way down into turn number 5. Once again, the 9 car of Jim Shidlick took the race lead away on that first round of pit stop, but has had to defend heavily from Anthony Rosselli these previous couple of laps. And I tell you what, we're going to get a very good understanding once again, but I've got a feeling that Rosselli is running slightly lower wing, Ben, because what that means is he's been able to draft right up to the rear and almost complete that pass at least 2 times now.
Yeah, exactly right. Draft around here, around this oval, especially because it's banked and there is such long straights, is so good. These drivers will be loving it. It's the best place to save fuel as well. Like, you could do this nearly on, you could save probably about half a tank of fuel. If you save fuel in the draft, use half throttle, but you can still keep your position.
And that's important as well. Perhaps that could be the reason why Shidlick had to take a little bit less fuel on that pit stop. Of course, he came in earlier, but he might have come in early to perhaps do that undercut on Rosselli, as Rosselli drafting right up to the rear of Shidlick. Once again, as they come past start finish line, once again, he looks to the outside line as they come down into turn number 1. This time he decided that he wasn't going to try and make the move on the outside line. Shidlick getting a little bit wide on corner entry, Rosselli having a little bit of a wiggle of his own as they work their way back down into the International Horseshoe once again. But this is a battle for the race lead of the Riley class. Your top 5 in each class. First of all, in the Rileys, we've got ourselves Jim Shidlick in the 9 car, your race leader, Anthony Rosselli in 2nd, Ryan Bray in 3rd, Nicholas Myers in 4th, and then Juno Maria rounding out your top 5. Then in McLaren, it is Norman Kiss from Paul Ilbring, from Blake Tannen, from Attila Strops, and then Max Delorco rounds out your top 5 in the McLaren field. Keeping an eye for the time being on this battle, however, for the Riley's race lead, as they've got a lap traffic ahead of them. We saw this last time, how critical it was for Shidlick, who's always able to make the move on Rosselli, but this time, Paul, Rosselli's going to try and return the favour and work their way around this lap traffic.
Well, and Ben may have hit on something too, or go ahead, Ben.
Well, if I could add something to that, the last lap, Shidlick basically jumped on the binders going into turn 1 as he nearly stepped out going into turn 1, saved it to the point that Rosselli had a run going on and going to the International Horseshoe, as we see right now with Rosselli using that bit of draft that he can off of the McLaren to try and gain back up to Shidlick. Paul?
And yeah, it's Ben may have touched on something too. Anthony may well want to stay back there just to save the gas, but every time he gets into the straightaway, he's making a move. So maybe he's going to give it a shot here, He's got a better run on him this time than he did last lap. He might be able to get around the front of him and make the pass.
He does. He does. Tell you what, it's the lap car as well now. I think that allowed Sidlick just to be a bit more conservative. But Anthony Rosselli back into the race lead of the riding classes. They've got the McLaren ahead of them as they work their way back down into the International Horseshoe. Sidlick is going to have to try and clear him here. Indeed he does, but that's an important move there. And he had the run as they came onto the front straightaway as they did last time. But this time, that lap traffic was important as it allowed Anthony Rosselli to perhaps just use a little bit more aggressiveness to take that race lead away from Jim Sidlick. And now he's back down in to the second position. Of course, it's a battle for first and second on the racetrack. A little bit further behind them, you've got Nuno Maria and in the 30 car and Marcus Lindsay. They are battling for 5th and 6th position on the racetrack. However, we would like to welcome into the GlacierTV booth one of the most favourite drivers of everyone, Mr. Pablo Lopez, and unfortunately your day hasn't gone the way you wanted it to today.
Yeah, oh dear, it was a shame. My screens froze and just in the bus stop and I crashed on the wall.
But coming into this race, you're really looking forward to it. You had yourself a good car. You also had yourself a pretty good qualifying as well in that number 18 McLaren MP4 12 GT3 car. What was your plan for the race, and how disappointed are you that it's ended as early as it has?
Well, I planned to finish like top 5, but maybe, and I was running in the big pack of the McLarens, and we were doing well, clean. But then I had that problem in the graphics card, just in the bus stop. I think I crashed with someone, and I can't believe it. I have so much, so unlucky. So
disappointing for you, unfortunately, in this race. But I'm guessing that you're looking forward and onwards. What's next for you?
Don't know what's next. Maybe World Championship Series.
And unfortunately, we're going to have to say goodbye to you, Pablo. But we've got for the race leader, it looks like that Kitten has made his pit stop. So he is on pit road, but he's been out of pit road.
I got that wrong. It was Attila Sipos was in a pit road, and has just made his way out now. He's made his second stop of the day. Kiss still keeping the lead, about 11 seconds in front of Hilbert.
And of course, it is Kiss leading the way in the McLaren GT3 battle. He's got himself a nice little gap right now over Paul Ilbrink in the second position as traffic continues on the racetrack. Ahead of them, you see Jay Jarrell and Kevin Rakeman are just battling for position on the racetrack. This should be a pretty easy pass by Jarrell if he can complete in turn and 1. He thinks better of it. However, to check back in though, this battle for 4th, 5th and 6th position on the racetrack of the Daytona Prototype Division. And I tell you what, it really is hotting up now. Nuno Maria is looking down to the inside as they come down into the bus stop. He's going to get one of them. He almost actually gets the tires as well. What a breaking maneuver there by Nuno Maria.
What a great, now he's running into the GT3 traffic, which is boxed him up behind, I think there's Jake in front of him. And now they've made short work of that. But all three of those cars in a tight lock with each other, and with this draft, you're going to see him. He's going to make another run for it, and possibly he's going to try for the inside of him.
Yeah, he forces his way to the inside, and he should complete
and 3
that
wide now.
Yeah, and it's very good, and you don't want to be in the middle. As you come down into turn 1, you see the blue car there on your screen. Marcus Lindsay thought better of it, but just Marcus Lindsay himself 2 positions there in the space of just 1 lap on the racetrack. And then it goes to show how you have to be able to navigate traffic on this racetrack.
Yeah, exactly right. To have most of the World Tour events which have multi-class in them, it's vital to get through that traffic clean and fast at the same time.
I'm going to quickly pop down to road, and Justin, you've got news on a DNF.
Yes, that would be the unfortunate situation of George Sandman. He got a little bit hot going into turn 1, and basically the back end of his Daytona prototype went around and unfortunately hit Dots, I believe, what was it? Evgeny got into it. Unfortunately, it ruined George Sandman's day. So George Sandman, who was initially running 8th in this race, has now unfortunately gotten the DNF. Back to you, Will.
Meanwhile, this battle for 4th and 5th positions on the racetrack in the Riley class continues. This is currently now between Una Maria in the 30 car and Marcus Lindsay in the 6th. But I have to say, it does look as though now Maria's pass is a little bit faster than, and this might be able to give him all he needs to just build up a gap, as he's been in that dirty air now for a good number of laps.
Even though he's been in dirty air though, Will, the draft around the oval side here at Daytona is just massive. Even though he pulls a gap through that infield, he just sucks right back up to him through the oval part of this racetrack.
And we're getting word that we saw a Radical MP4 going off the racetrack. We're going to try and figure out who that was. We've got a feeling that might have been Paul Ilbrink actually, but he's still working himself nicely on the racetrack. I don't see any damage to him, so we'll get you confirmation of who that is. But then to run through your top 5 once again in each class, it is still Anthony Maselli leading the way in the 2 car now with a 1.9 second gap over Jim Shidlick. The biggest this gap has been for pretty much since the drop of the green flag. Brian Murray still in 3rd, a 25 second gap to the race leader, and then Maria in 4th, Marcus Lindsay in 5th, and Paul.
And that GT car that went out, Joe Jr. Something went wrong with his car. I think his steering broke or something. May have hit a wall earlier, but went off the side and just retired. He's in the pits now looking for some work done on the car.
Confirmation of another DNF due to the engine blowing in Doug Lear, going into turn 1 again. So that's really unfortunate for him, running inside the top 8.
And just to you on the situation there, Paul, it was actually Patrick Baldwin that got into Joe Jr. as they went through the International Horseshoe to kick Joe Jr. off into the, as they call, the cutting the grass area.
Still working away on the race and having a look at the timer in the 2.4 hours of Daytona. We're approaching the halfway point in this race. We've had ourselves about 1 hour and 10 minutes of this race now scored complete, so still an hour and a half worth of racing here to go on GlacierTV, the 2.4 hours of Daytona. Don't forget, you can keep in contact with us all race long. Use the hashtag iRacingWorldTour, alternatively also iRacing 2.4, put a word point, of course, not just the dot point, but iRacing 2.4 to run through your top 5 in the McLaren class. It is Norbert Kier still leading the way in the 21 car, Paul Ilbrink in 2nd, Blake Townend in 3rd, Rens Brokeman in the 4th position, and then Max Delorco rounding out your top 5. Have a look at the battle on the racetrack. Right now, we've got Philippe Weber, who's trying to close up to the rear of David Ward. And this is the battle between the 41 and the 42 cars that was going on before the pit stops then. And it looks as though now the roles have been reversed. But the last time by, Weber was losing about 2 tenths of a second to David Ward in that battle for the 7th position on the racetrack.
Yeah, these guys just going to have to keep it straight on the racetrack. They're doing a great job at the moment. So they just need to keep it straight. Pit stops will come into effect again soon. They do know there is a long way to run.
And David Ward back onto the bank in his number 41 car. And then behind him, Philippe Weber in the 42 machine, working himself around some traffic. But let's go to this battle for the race lead, Paul. And this is the biggest gap that Anthony Maselli has had, which is off the green flag. He was ultra aggressive after that pit stop, determined to get that race lead back. And right now, he's pulling out a nice, sizable gap.
I had a bit of a thing that Rosselli would hit the faster car coming out of the pits, and once he got around Shedlick, he would disappear, and it appears to be the case. Shedlick is just about maybe a half a second off of Rosselli's pace at the moment, but still early on. There's plenty of opportunity for Shedlick to make up that gap.
Checking in on this between Sinker and Jorn Jens on the racetrack. These two have been having battles since the drop of the green flag, but right now it is Jorn Jens behind Daniel Sinker in the 33 car. They've been handing themselves nice battles then, and right now it looks as though Sinker just has the advantage.
Yeah, Daniel Sinker has been driving a great race here and having great battle with a lot of guys. He's been caught up in a lot of action early, but he's got that reset, his car's working well, and he's actually inside the top 10 at the moment in the McLaren field, so it's a great comeback by Daniel.
Indeed, it is a very comeback. Jorn Jens looking very strong on the straightaways, however, as they come back down into the bottom up chicane. Now flicking to the left-hand side, then to right once again. Look at how much Jean Jens caught in that first part of the bottom up. He's now right up behind Daniel Sinker in that 33 car. This is the battle. See, between the 33 car of Daniel Sinker and Jean Jens in the 7 car. They got himself Marcus Lindsay, Noon Maria, just looking down to the outside. And now Jacob Desmarais will go past him as well on the racetrack. And Marcus Lindsay, give you an update on him. He's fallen back by about 4 seconds now. He had a slowdown penalty by our watch, and he's now fallen away from that battle on the racetrack for the 4th, 5th, and 6th position. Jacob Desmarais is now back up into the 5th position. Jean Jens right on the rear of Daniel Sinkerpool as they're working their way down to the International Horseshoe. But still, this traffic is coming into play, and Jean Jens lost an opportunity to make a move there, mainly because of the fact that the Rileys had to get past.
Well, and that's the thing you're going to run into is you spend all this time setting up a pass because the guy in front of you is so competitive. You can see this here. You've got to contend with the cars that are coming past you also. And for the Rileys, this is a difficult time because you get so focused on trying to make the pass in front of you, sometimes you lose focus of the guy behind you. So it's incumbent upon the Riley driver to try and get around and do it safely.
Going to check in on this battle between Max Dell'Orco, who's been involved in a lot of battles here today in this race, and also Tommy Nelson and Maximilian Vietler. They are battling for position on the racetrack for 5th, 6th, and 7th positions. And then there's an incident with Max Dell'Orco. He's been able to get himself some repairs. He's back out onto the racetrack, and he's now involved in another big battle with Nielsen and Vietler.
Yeah, Tommy Nielsen as well had to get that fast tow to refresh his car, and there's been a great battle at the moment. It looks like maybe Renz is saving tyres or saving fuel. I know he's got a little bit more pace in that car, but he's doing a great job at the moment to hold position.
And Paul, these three guys battling for position. Importantly for them, they're in a big pack, and that's going to make life very difficult. As you see down to the outside, Max Dell'Orco goes on Renz Brokeman for 4th position. Who's it going to be? Brokeman gets the inside line. That outside line hasn't been working very well here today. The guy on the inside, as long as they can keep the corner, has been able to maintain position. But Paul, that 4-way battle it is now for 4th all the way through to the 7th position, really hotting up, and it's going to make the work very difficult for Jacob Desmarais. He's now got to get past all of those drivers.
Yeah, you can see it's pick a direction, pick a different direction. It's very difficult when these guys are fighting with each other because they're not going to want to try and move out of the way just to get out of the way from the D1 car. But yeah, you're seeing a lot of this now, and you know, of course, they're all in the influence of each other's drafts. There's a lot of give and take when you get to a faster portion of the track.
As you see, Desmarais goes on the inside of one of them. That is going to be the full car. Well, Tommy Nielsen moved out the picture for the time being, and you see just how much time he lost. It was a full 6 tenths of a second in just one corner. Wiltman also lost quite a lot of time as he was past the excellent international horseshoe and had to get out of the line as he worked his way down into the kink. But meanwhile, Dell'Orco and Brokeman, they are still continuing their battle for the 4th position. Dell'Orco is very good on the brakes. Desmarais is past him, and now they can resume normal play. And it doesn't look as though that Nielsen's going to get, so Brokeman's going to get too much off a draft assist there from the Riley ahead of him. Now Dell'Orco has got all of that power in the world, and see just how fast he goes to come off the banking once again. These guys now have done almost 1 hour 20 minutes worth of racing here, as Dell'Orco is going to look to the outside once again. We've seen how this outside line hasn't been able to work though in the braking zone for turn number 1, Ben, and that's kind of surprising because this car does have quite a lot of grip.
Yeah, even with the rear wing and the downforce that this McLaren GT3, I believe the car has, it still cannot get a move done around the outside. But as most racing moves are done, they are done on the inside of the racing track. So, there's a bit of a cluster here happening at International Horseshoe.
Yeah,
with the DP trying to get around the McLaren.
I tell you what, it was almost catastrophic for Renz Brokeman, as it was Marcus Lindsay, sorry, no, it was Nuno Maria actually, who looked down to the inside as they came down into the horseshoe, then got a little bit wide and just tapped the side of Brokeman's car. However, they're all okay. Doug Leal is on the racetrack once again. He's just got himself now one of these cars past, and he's going to be past all of these drivers. However, Doug Leal has now scored 1 lap down, all the way down in the 17th position of the DP car. Once again, after having some engine issues a little bit earlier on. But that cost Max Alorco, once again, about 7/10 of a second. He's got that work all to do onto the start-finish line once again. And it looks as though Alorco's just not at the clean lap where we need to get past it.
I wonder if Ren has any damage though. That was just a little bit of a touch though, but it looked like into the door or maybe the rear wheel of his McLaren.
It was very close. You saw that he was wiggling on the back straightaway, just trying to figure out how that car was handling. As they come into the front straightaway once again, Max Alorco is closing at a rate I've not seen him do all race long. He once again is going to look to the high side. It'll be interesting to see if Brogan just gives him the position here. The last thing he's going to want to do is take himself out the race. They're going to go too wide into turn number 1 once again. But Alorco slots in behind. I think there's a tiny bit of damage because he's a lot slower on the straightaways. But it'll be intriguing to see what will happen with Alorco for these next couple of laps. He's now looking to the high side, and unfortunately, he's putting all the pressure in the world on Brogan. I think he can smell that there's something wrong with his car, and he's trying to exploit them.
Yeah, it sounds like it looks like Matt can smell a little bit of blood here in the water, and is trying to take advantage of Ren's. It remains to be seen on the next straightaway if he can get off the corner well, what kind of straightaway speed he has. We're seeing a little bit of frustration too with I think it was Nuno and Jacob and Marcus when they were trying to get through that pack of cars, because they're all in a race for themselves. And this is something you're going to see often, is a lot of these cars racing with each other, they encounter other traffic. Oh, Ren gets really loose there.
He does, and I tell you what, a good car in line, that is Tommy Nilsson. We're getting word from pit road that he's actually saving a little bit of fuel. And you were talking about this a little bit earlier on, Ben. You can save yourself an absolute ton of gas if you just go 70% throttle on these straightaways. You're not losing any time because of that huge draft effect. But you can save yourself, 2, maybe 3 laps worth of fuel each stint if you know how to do it on a track with straightaways and all this.
Not only is he saving by using throttle, he may have engine mapping on setting which uses less fuel, and it actually is a lot slower than engine map 1. But I wouldn't be surprised if he's doing that, because there is a 2-car draft in front of him, so he will be able to cut through the straight.
And this is, of course, battle for the 4th, 5th, and see Max Alorco looking to the outside, and once again, I'm going to get bored of saying this at some point, but Alorco keeps on doing it, and I think one time he's expecting perhaps Brogan to go a little bit wide. You've seen him make a couple of very small errors, but Alorco, this is a battle, as I say, for the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th position on the racetrack in the McLaren class. Your race leader in the GT3 class is Norby Kiss. He's got himself now a full 10-second gap over Paul Hilbert in the 2nd position, and then a further 10 to 12 seconds back in Blake Townend in the 3rd spot. And you
I'm sorry. Sorry, Max was and lost a bunch of positions. He's now behind the whole group of cars.
It's not the first mistake we've seen today from Max Alorco. Of course, he had that incident earlier on, but Alorco's been pushing this really hard then, and this is what happens. We talked to this early before the race. Normally at about 95%, Alorco's been pushing that car like it, once again he goes wide, like it's 97, 98%, and I think he's just overworked his tyres.
That's the problem. In this car, in this game, you have a heavy fuel load. These guys are probably going to make their pit stop again soon, but still, the tyres can overheat. You lose a lot of rear traction, and that's what I think Max Alorco's done. He's just been pushing hard to get the move done on Rens Broken and being impatient. Now, I hope he can catch up and have another great battle with Tommy Nilsson and Rens, but I'm not sure. He's just going to have to wait for the tyres to come back to him.
Yeah, and we talk about this as being a big thing in the Rileys, but the same applies to the McLaren, especially if you really hassle that car through turn number 1 and 2. We've seen Alorco when you're running the outside line. You've got a greater turning radius, you're approaching the speed with greater speed, and doing all sorts of things wrong there. He's just now being put a lap down once again to David Ward in the 42 car. It's just another big mess as they come down into turn 1 with the cars ahead of him. And this is bunched up because Tommy Nilsson is now right behind Rens Broken. However, we know that Tommy Nilsson is actually just trying to save fuel at the moment. So Maximilian Wiesmann might have a chance to have a go, and Max Alorco right back into the picture. The lap traffic there playing out into his favour, because now he's right to the rear of Maximilian Wiesmann once again as they work their way through the King Cap to turn number 5. And we'll expect Alorco to perhaps make the move on Wiesmann in a couple of corners time perhaps. Ahead of them, however, moving our attention back to the race lead in the prototype class, and that gap is now up to 3.3 seconds on the racetrack between Rosselli and Tidlick. The question is, then, perhaps Sid was pushing too hard early on, and now he's running a little bit more now.
Well, that be an issue, but there are so many different factors in endurance racing as he just comes past one of the GlacierTV McLaren MP4s. He's saving fuel, he could be saving tyre. There's such a strategic aim to this endurance racing as we have a DP off the track. This is going to be a bit chaotic.
Albino. And they work their way down into number 6, and it's very close there. You see they were too wide, almost too deep. Private Lenioto is behind. He's got a great view of this. As you see, Shidlick moves down to the inside now. He's going to draft the riding of Hal Pinot through the banking now. Pinot moves to the high side now. They're both clear on the plan. Shidlick will move himself down to the inside climb. And this is the big thing as well, Paul. If you're not with the leader always, everyone just moves out the way for the leader, because they don't want to be the guy who wrecks out the leader by a silly manoeuvre. Second position, however, they don't get that level of just pulling to one side as much. And right now with Sully, it's got all the cards in his favour, and Shidlick's having to do work the hard way.
Yeah, you always know when the leader's leaving, but you don't always know when the second place car is coming. There's enough gap now where that's not so much of a factor, but when you're running really close to the first place car, especially when you're talking about the difference in classes, and you get up close to a turn, you get out of the way for the first place guy, you might not see the second place guy behind him, and a lot of times you get the raw end of the deal.
And we've had a little bit of an incident between two of the Daytona prototypes. Justin?
Yeah, a bit of a situation here between Marcin Skripchak and I believe that would be Evgeny Dontsov. It looks like from what I've seen here, Tommy Nilsson did it again, got a little too hot going into turn 1 and made contact. And basically, as the old saying goes, all hell broke loose.
All hell broke loose indeed, and that is Dontsov in the 16 car and Skripchak in the 24 car, who was involved in the incident. Now we'll try and get ourselves a replay up on your screen momentarily. But Tommy Nilsson has been in the wars today, Ben. And it looks like... Oh yeah, Ben. Looks like we have just lost for the time being. We'll try and get him back momentarily. But Paul, Tommy Nilsson, he has been in the wars a little bit, and especially if you're trying to save fuel, you still got to maintain that gap for the car ahead. So it means that from the corners, you have to be more aggressive than you actually would be normally, because you've got to try and maintain that gap.
And you got to maintain the momentum, and it's unfortunate that Tommy got into that situation. I think he got pinched in a little bit there. I think he just tried to make something happen. But wasn't quite expecting the DPs to slow down as much as they can. I'm sure it was discussed earlier in the show, but the MP4s actually have, I would say, superior brakes to the Rileys. So you can actually outbrake the Rileys into corners with the MP4, which can be deceiving because you don't expect it with the faster car.
And Tommy Nilsson has one almost out the draft now of Rens Brokeman ahead of him. Be interesting to see whether he's going to push a little bit now to try and get back up into that drafting zone then. And we have still lost Ben. We'll try and get him back in a little bit. He's having some issues with his sound. But, Paul, this battle continues. And now Tommy Nilsson's out of the kind of drafting area. He's got himself really to push these next couple of laps. We haven't seen Nilsson really push at all recently on the racetrack, but Max DeLorca is right behind him. Perhaps Nilsson will let DeLorca go past to then suck him back up to the rear of Rens Brokeman ahead of him.
Perhaps. It depends on what Nilsson's trying to do here. If he's trying to conserve gas, and it might be advantageous for him just to let Max by and just draft him. But the way we've watched him drive, he's looking pretty aggressive. I don't think that's the case. He may have taken on some damage from that incident too, which will affect his speeds.
Checking in on the tour in the Brady Daytona prototype between the 24 car and the 16. This is between Eugene Dosmov and Martin Skripchak. As DeLorca very quickly, he's been able to get himself past Tommy Nilsson there. A big dive onto the inside of turn number 1. And it looks like Tommy Nilsson, I think he went wide, but it almost looks like he just allowed him to go past.
And he just spun. Tommy Nilsson and Max DeLorca both spun. Looks like, I think Tommy may have made contact. And
yeah, he
they
looked
both
down
spun.
to the this is down into the International Horseshoe, and it looks like he actually just clipped the white line. But at the same time, I think DeLorco might have actually been spinning already when they came down into the corner. The two connected. DeLorco might have some more damage on his race car, but you see Tommy Nilsson right back up behind him again. They lose position to Maximilian Vietema, so he is now off the position. But what this has done is it's allowed Ren Brokeman to dance off into the sunset. The gap now between Ren Brokeman and Max DeLorco is a full 8 seconds, and this is critical now, Ben.
Yeah, exactly right. You'll be able to hear me now, but it looks like Tommy Nilsson is playing a very aggressive game here in the mid-stage of this race now. Max DeLorco just looked like he didn't give enough space. Tommy Nilsson had a look, but it's going to be a close battle between these guys. Now they've both got damage. I think they've both used their fast toes, so they're going to have to complete the rest of this race with a damaged car.
And thankfully, McLaren does take a bit of a beating. It's not like, for example, the LMP2 car, the Honda, which, you know, one little tap and it's pretty much game over. But still, you'll lose aerodynamic grip a little bit, you'll lose mechanical grip, and then on top of that, then your tyres will start going away at a much greater rate. You'll overheat them too much, the car will slip slide about, and then driving aggressively as well just compounds the issues, and it's going to make life very tough now for these two drivers.
Yeah, exactly right. The issue that they've brought up is now that Rens Brokeman has disappeared down the road 4 or 5 seconds, and so has Maximilian as well. To hunt down Blake Townend, Rens is doing a fantastic job.
And it looks like that Nilsson almost lost it at turn number 1 there as well. He's fallen right from the rear of Max DeLorco, so all of his fuel saving plans are now out of the window as Anthony Rosselli, your race leader in the prototype, now with 5.5 second gap over Shidlick, is going to work himself on the outside of DeLorco. Been keeping an eye out on this GT battle, but now it looks as though it's calmed down as Rosselli almost goes sideways there as he works his way out of turn number 6. But Anthony Rosselli in the 2 car, trying to get himself past Maximilian Vietema, who ironically there has lost a bit of ground and is now back into the clutches of Max DeLorco in that battle for 5th and 6th positions in the GT class. However, Rosselli now gets himself past. That might cost him about half a second, but he's back and away. Have a look at the gaps in the riding class, however, and this top 10 really got themselves spread out now. Not much between them, and right now it looks as though like, the biggest battle on the racetrack is Evgeny Donsov, who's trying to hunt down David Ward, but not making too good a job of it.
Yeah, it's a really close field. They've just spaced themselves out nicely. They understand we've just gone over halfway. There's still another pit stop to come into this, and like the top 10 people just still on the same lap. They're just evenly spread out, and it's good racing because you're seeing strategies come into it. What do you think, Paul?
Absolutely, and at this point now, I think everyone's just kind of trying to cruise to the next pit stop. I think that was Tommy again getting loose. Yeah, Tommy Nilsson again getting loose in the turn 1 area, and he's just really pushing that car beyond the limits, and it's just, again, as Will was mentioning before, the more you push the car, the worse the car gets, and it's just a vicious circle. You have to back off and let the tires cool down, let the car come back to you, and your frustration does not play well in either of these GT cars.
I think just heading down the road now where Justin's got a bit of information on the Tommy Nilsson incident.
Yeah, to correct Paul, it was actually car number 11 in the McLaren class, Alexander Relnu, that actually slowly backed up into Tommy Nilsson and effectively made Tommy, as the old saying goes, basically 360 and off he goes.
So hopefully those guys don't have that much damage that they can keep competing for nearly 1 hour to go in the Daytona 2.4.
And of course, don't forget, you keep in contact with us all race long. Use the hashtag iRacing World Tour, or alternatively iRacing 2.4. Big shout out to Jari Leivinen. He crashed out of his iRacing 2.4 race while battling for the 3rd position. Better than 30 minutes into it rather than 2 hours. And also an apology from iRacing. Very sorry to all the members who couldn't join the iRacing 2.4, and a good luck to all competitors who made the 3 PM start. He has pulled his car off the racetrack, so it looks like his day is going to be done. When I talked about how Rosselli lost himself perhaps a second, I was pretty much perfect. Should they close that gap last time to 4.4 seconds on the racetrack, but still Rosselli now with a commanding lead and I'm struggling to figure out what made Schindler 5 seconds slower in this stint, because that first stint he was right there with him.
I'm looking back also, I don't see any particular situation that would have caused that. I've seen the times oscillate quite a bit now. Of course, we saw Rosselli get into a little bit of trouble earlier, and he lost about 2 seconds on that. But it looks like he's back out to about 5 seconds, it looks to be about.
Yeah, it's pretty much back to about 5 seconds now on the racetrack between Rosselli and Schindler, because Rosselli is working his way back on the banking down towards the bottom top chicane, which is located pretty much halfway down the back trailway of this Daytona International Speedway. Racetrack is 3.56 miles in length with 11 corners, and it uses 3 of the 4 corners of the speedway itself, as Rosselli's going to have to split these cars, battling for position on the racetrack. And this is Martin Skipsback and Jonathan Hall there, who are battling for position. And in fact, it looks like Skipsback's actually trying to put a lap on Jonathan Hall, but failed a little bit though, as Rosselli was breezing past them. Next up on his list will be the radical teammate there of Paul Ilring. So it'll be one car who will make it easy for him, as Paul Ilring is currently working in 2nd position in the GT3 class. And we haven't really talked much about Ilring, Ben, but his lap times are pretty comparable to that of Norby Kiss. He had a very bad lap that last time, however, 46.370, which is way off what he's been doing normally. And Ben, as I was saying there, Ilbring's there, he's had a very bad lap that last time, 1 minute 46. Compare that to the lap he was doing previously, lost himself 2 seconds in that battle for the GT3 race lead.
Yeah, but now this is, it's not just the lead that Paul has to worry about. Blake behind him is also doing a 43.8, and Renz behind him is doing a 44.4, maybe saving tyres and fuel there for Renz. But it's going to be a tight race at the end. I'm really looking forward to the last half an hour of this race, both in the DP and the McLaren field, as there's one pit stop to go. Who's saved fuel, who hasn't, who's going to take tyres and who's not.
It's going to be very intriguing. And the way this fuel works, I mean, you might as well take tyres, but we saw this yesterday in the races that we were watching and racing in, that, you know, the McLarens especially, these first couple of laps, they are very slippy sliding. But you need to have that kind of snap oversteer those first couple of laps, Ben, to help you for the rest of the stint. Otherwise that car just tightens up too much and your pace drops off dramatically.
Yeah, the McLaren is a real handful on cold tyres and full fuel. I'm not so sure about the Daytona prototype, but I know personally, as I've been driving the McLaren a lot lately, as it's a newly released car and it's had a lot of people driving it, people have got an understanding of how it works, how to set up the car so it's better on full fuel. Now, I think that Renz Broekman has actually got a quicker car on full fuel than on low fuel. So it's going to be eager to see how much fuel he actually takes on the pit stops.
I tell you what, Max Delort there giving a little bit of bump drafting with Maximilian Wiedemann, and they are trying to catch up to Renz Broekman at the moment in this battle for the 4th position. And we've seen like some bump drafting does work, but the front and the rear end of this car do not line up well. You've got to be very careful when you do it, because otherwise the car in front can very easily snap loose.
Indeed, a lot of torque in the MP car. So if you in the MP4 car rather, so if you get up under somebody and try and push them, if you're not directly aligned, you could find yourself turning them sideways very quickly. And Max Wiedemann rather was encouraging Delorco to close up the gap. Looks like they're going to try and make a run to try and get it back up to Renz.
We've currently got ourselves 9 cars on the lead lap in the prototype field, but we only have 1 car technically on the lead lap of the GT3 class, and that is because of the fact that Norby Kiss is currently scored 3 laps down, and it looks like he's going to get passed very soon by Anthony Rosselli. He's not that far behind him on the racetrack, but Norby Kiss with a huge lead at the moment over Paul Ilbring. In fact, Kiss is coming down into turn number 1, and it looks as though that it's only just about now that Paul Ilbring has actually come off the flat banking, so that gap is ginormous at the moment. And for Norby Kiss right now, Ben, he's chucking it into cruise control mode and hope that he doesn't have any issues with the Rileys.
Well, if you call cruise control mode fastest lap of fastest car on McLaren on the circuit at the moment, that's pretty quick. A 43.6.
it's very, very quick, and Norby Kiss is doing great times at the moment. I mean, his fastest lap, as you just said, you know, it was a 1 minute 43.461, so he's only 2 tenths of a lap slower that last time by. So think about where he qualified for this race, Norby Kiss. It was a 1 minute 42.849, so he's only got 6 tenths of a lap slower than race car fuel compared to what does in qualifying. The way these cars are set up for qualifying, you've got 1 lap, you can't get all on the edge, you have minimum downforce, minimum everything, you hold on to the gear live. So we've been 6 tenths of a second in race pace. That.
Yeah, exactly right. And even if you look, sorry, Paul, even if you look at the times of Paul Ilbrink, he's done a 43.9. That is 3 tenths, I believe. Yeah, 3 tenths pulling out per lap, and he's already got a huge lead.
It's huge. It really is huge. And Paul, the way these cars are working, you know, the more they get spread out on the racetrack, the more you just have to drive to hit a number.
Indeed. Right now, the biggest thing in Norby's mind is to just be smooth and consistent. And you know, we've touched on this before with other class racing. It's sometimes it's much more important. You know, you see these guys running blistering paces, and you're like, why would you put so much at risk? But the important thing to remember is you get into a rhythm with these things, and if you try to slow down, you can actually make yourself more vulnerable to incidents because you're not on the pace you're expecting.
Checking in with the Bull for the 7th and 8th positions on the racetrack in the GT3 class, and this is currently between Jorn Jens and it looks like it's going to be Daniel Sinker as they're working away past the start finish line once again. Sorry, it's Maximilian Vetema even, sorry, as Jens getting right up to the rear of Vetema, however not able to complete past on its turn 1. Those two are bump dropping once again. Max Lorca has got past, however, he's also been able to get past a couple of other drivers on the racetrack, and that is Daniel Sinker who's been able to get past as well. But we're not too far away from that second pit stop. Well, we're 1 hour 40 minutes into the race now. We've got 1 hour left to go. And the way it's going to work out from here, Ben, perhaps some people might try and do it early, but traditionally the thing you do is you do it late and you do it with as little fuel as possible. However, some of these drivers, if they've been stuck in traffic right now, you can gain some time if you can find some clean air.
Yeah, that's exactly right. As you see, Jorn Jens just had a little bit of a moment in the infield section. But I've been seeing like teams form. Maximilian and Jorn Jens, Max Delorco was working with Daniel Sinker before in the draft. Maybe they'll pit together just to bump draft down the straight to close this gap up to Norby Kiss.
Yeah, I mean, Kiss is such a huge lead, but realistically for Delorco and Sinker right now, their biggest challenge is to try and get up to the rear of Renz Brokeman in the number 1 car. He's currently sat in the 4th position in class. I mean, the gap between Tannen and Brokeman right now is about 7-8 seconds on the racetrack. Blake Tannen is working himself now just at the exit of pit entry, and Brokeman now just coming off the banking. But you talked about the gap between Ilbrink and Tannen, and that is starting to come down. That last time by, Tannen did a 1 minute 43.920, compared that to a 1 minute 44.330 for Paul Ilbrink. Despite the fact that these two are teammates, it looks as though that Tannen right now has got a better car underneath him.
Yeah, exactly right. I'm not sure, maybe just Townend saved tyres. I know he does save a lot of tyres in the LMP car and a lot of the other cars he drives until later, until on low fuel. And a 43.9 is still not as quick as Norby Kiss, who must have made a mistake last lap doing a 44.9. But still, that pace from that number 21 McLaren is just amazing.
It really is good right now, as you have now passed the 1 hour 40 minute mark of this race to run through your top 10 in each class. First of all, with the Riley Daytona prototypes, it is Antonio Aselli with a 2.5 second gap over Jim Shidlick. I'm going to come back to that in a moment. Ryan Murray in 3rd, Jacob Maris in 4th, Luna Maria in the 5th position, and Marcus Lindsay, Lee Weber, David Ward, Eugen Dontov, and Matthew Barron. They ran out your top 10 in the GT3 class. I see a lot of smoke actually by someone there on the exit pit road. I'll come back to that in a minute. It's Norby Kiss leading the way in the 21 car from Paul Ilbrink, and Blake Tannen in 3rd, Renz Brokeman in 4th, Max Delorco 5th, Daniel Sinker 6th, Maximilian Vetema in 7th, Jorn Jens in 8th, George Hughes in 9th, and Patrick Bolden running out your top 10. As it looks as though Daniel Sinker has got himself past and Maximilian Vetema, and he's currently running in the 6th position. But to go back to like battle for the race lead, Look at Jim Sidlick, he's got that gap back down to 2.5 seconds, and he almost crashes into the side there of the 31 car of Attila C-Plus as he works his way through turn number 5.
And while you were watching that, Anthony Rosselli almost lost it right in front of him. He kicked the rear end way out, just coming out of the infield section. And that gap now down to 2.5 seconds. We've seen it as high as almost 6 seconds. So it looks like Jim is starting to close the gap a little bit on Anthony.
Yep, you are watching the 2.4 hours of Daytona here on GlacierTV, and this really is an interesting battle now going on between Sidlick and Rosselli. Really going to be interesting to see whether or not Rosselli will be able to keep the lead out of the second round of pit stops, because of course it did look as though Sidlick had the better pit stop like last time by. He did come in 1 lap earlier, so he'll have to take on more fuel for this final run to the checkered flag over Rosselli. But they come past the stripe once again. We're going to get a very good confirmation and see how much that hurt Anthony Rosselli in that 2 car. It was a 1 minute 37.6 there for Anthony Rosselli, and for Jim Sidlick a 1 minute 37.7. They still lost a tenth of a second there, did Jim Sidlick. Anthony Rosselli is very consistent lap times, however, right now in that 2 car. And we've seen this so many times before, Ben. Rosselli, once he's out front, he knows how to control the pace.
Yeah, exactly right. He has made a couple of mistakes lately, but I'm pretty sure he's probably working out fuel numbers and how much fuel he has to take in the next stop and working out his strategy, because Jim jumped him in the last pit stop. So he had to work out how much fuel exactly he needs. He doesn't want to short fuel the car to make another pit stop, because that could make or break this race.
And we did see that in yesterday's races as well. Some drivers having to pit literally on the last lap or running out on the back straightaway. And I saw one car having to coast himself all the way around the banking through turn 3 and 4, or literally at 50 miles an hour to get to the start-finish line. Anthony Rosselli has got 1 car ahead of him in the race lead, and he's just trying to put a lap on him now. That is Eugene Dontsov. As he goes to the outside, he'll make that pass easily there. Dontsov giving him plenty of room as they come back down into the S1s again. Sidlick behind is closing that gap bit by bit. However, importantly, it looks like he won't get Dontsov before turn 1, and that might hurt him in the infield section.
Yeah, just a little bit. He's pushing a little bit there. Nuno Moraes in the pits now, taking on his last stop, it appears.
So he's the first of these cars really to come down towards pit road in the 30 car. He was sat in the 6th position. He's going to fall back a little bit now. He was battling, of course, with Marcus Lindsay and Philippe Weber earlier on in this race. However, he gets a little bit sideways. I always get scared of this pit road, as he almost gets sideways again and tags the wall a bit as well. But on that pit exit, that's going to be very important, Ben, because you cannot go wide. If you've got a McLaren ahead of you coming out of pit road, you know, you can lose yourself a second. It's no fault of anyone's. It's just the fact, of course, the McLarens haven't got the acceleration speed of these Rileys.
Not only is it crucial for the Rileys, it's also crucial for Jim Sidlick at the moment, as he tries to put a move on the lapped car of Nanu, who's just come out of pit lane, who's on full fuel. This is crucial time losing for Jim at the moment.
Yeah, lost a lot of time. He might have lost an entire second in those 2 corners as well. He's going to have to try and get the job done on the banking now. And you see that Nuno Moraes does not want to give an inch, because of course he's doing this different atrocity. He has to get every tenth he can possibly as well. Now Sidlick looks to the outside. He will complete the pass before they get down to the bus stop straight away. But Sidlick will keep an eye on his lap time. I think he lost himself at least a second in that battle there.
He did, trying to make one there. Almost got into Moreira, and is pressing on now. But you know, again, Nuno is not a slow car. He's trying to get out on those fresh tires and trying to make up some ground.
And this is the battle, of course. Race lead in the Riley class, and we'll get confirmation as they come past the line. Last time, it was just 2 seconds between Rosselli and Sidlick. Sidlick looking down to the inside of the 16 cars, but it will lap down Eugene Dontsov, and the gap is up to 3.1 seconds. That is 1.2 seconds in 1 lap, and that is the difference between a good pit stop and a bad pit stop. And now Sidlick has the push, but as cars are filtering in and out of pit road, it's going to make it even more difficult. Norby Kiss is pitted from the race lead of the GT cars. He's back out in the in the 1st position. Checks exactly where he is on the racetrack in relation to Paul Ilbin. Paul Ilbin working himself on the banking, so Ilbin does take the race lead away for the time being, but we perhaps expect Ilbin coming in the next couple of laps, keeping an eye on that 12 car of Paul Ilbrink, looking as though he's going to stay out for another lap, and Paul Ilbrink taking that race lead away from Norby Kiss for the time being. And right now, Ilbrink has to push and just hope that Kiss hasn't taken around him.
I think Jim Shelk has had a bit of a moment because Nano has actually made a move up the inside on the infield and made Jim lose even more time.
That is going to be catastrophic there for Shidlick in the 9 car. Of course, lap cars have every opportunity possible to re-overtake. Nuno is desperate to try and get past. And of course, let's not forget, Ben, that the first couple of laps in that Riley, you have more grip than you'll have throughout the rest of the stint. But for Shidlick, this is costing him a barrel load of time as they move on the outside of Spano Laniotto there in the 5 car. But look at the bump draft, and then Shidlick is going to come down to pit road.
And she looked down on the pit road. What happened is they came up with none other than Normie Kiss when they were on that turn there, and got bunched up. And Nuno had a run on him and got inside of him, and just made Shedlick have to go out to the outside. Shedlick in the pits now.
Yep, and I'm having a look. His last pit in lap was a 1 minute 43.5. This pit in lap was a 1 minute 45.1. So another 1.7 seconds lost there on that pit in lap. And Ben, on your in lap and on your out lap, you want it to be perfect. For Shidlick, however, he's lost all forms of time, as we also have Paul Williams and Philip Bachman on pit road.
Well, he's probably, see, at the end of the pit stops, if Roselli's pit stop, in lap and out lap go perfectly as it should, as he's got no traffic ahead of him, he should be able to break the draft already, even in the pit stop. That has made and broken Jim Shedlick's race.
It pretty much has ruined his race for the time being. Unless Rosselli has a big mistake, as Ryan Murray also onto pit road in the 19 car. And he overshoots a little bit there. That's going to cost him about a second. He did have a bit of a cushion over Marcus Lindsay in that battle for the 3rd position. But Ryan Murray there having a bit of an issue in his National Guard car, running the National Guard Panther Sim Racing colours for this race. A big shout out to the guys at the Panther Sim Racing team. Very good friends of mine. We see them quite often on Glacier in the 16th Street Racing League. We're going to keep an eye out, however, on Anthony Rosselli, see whether he's going to come in at any point soon. He stays out for another lap. He is your race leader in the Riley class. He's going to have a huge gap now. Shidlick is pitted. For the time being, it is up to over 50 seconds as Marcus Lindsay in the 6 car. Look and see whether he's going to make that trip down towards pit road at any time soon as well. Marcus Lindsay currently battling with Nick Vestigi trying to put him a lap down. Paul Ilbrink right down the picture as well. So 2 radical guys from Marcus Lindsay to get around in 1 corner. He's going to split him 3 wide down the middle. And Paul, that's important on this racetrack. You know, you have to be comfortable doing moves like that, going 3 wide in the middle on the banking.
There's enough room to do it. Everybody has to be aware it's happening. These cars really stick to this banking very well. You can place the car anywhere you want. It's just a matter of awareness, and especially with the faster cars and the MP4 cars, just got to realize that that is happening and just hold your line.
And for the, I see a car actually coming down onto pit road. It looks as though that is Paul Inman coming and Marcus Lindsay as well onto pit road. Jay Tower on pit road. Nick Vestigi staying out on the racetrack. Joel Hughes coming out of pit road. You see Dontov coming out of pit road as well. Kevin Beekman also coming out of pit road. Anthony Rosselli, we expect him to make that trip down onto pit road anytime soon as Paul Inman in that radical car on towards pit road. We think that Rosselli is coming down onto pit road this time by as Dayton Fitzmaurice there getting put 1 lap down. We hear the radio communications there for Anthony Rosselli. Will he make that trip down towards pit road this time by? Yes, he does. So your race leader, Anthony Rosselli, making his 2nd and final pit stop here in the 2.4 hours of Daytona. We also have Jorn Jens on pit road at the moment. We have Rens Brokeman on pit road. Volker Jr. on pit road. Marcus Lindsay just leaving his pit. But we're going to turn our attention to Anthony Rosselli in the 2 car. The Radical Steel Series machine looking to take victory here in the 2.4 hours of Daytona. Rosselli going to get himself 4 fresh tyres. Going to top up with race gas as well. He's on the tracks. Going to wait for them to go down. Takes a little bit of time in these cars to change the tyres, but they should be done pretty soon. He's nicely into his pit box. Going to keep an eye out on Shidlick. He is currently working his way on to the front straightaway. Anthony Rosselli just now filling up with gas. He's out and away. And I tell you what, Shidlick is nowhere near him, Ben.
No, that's a huge gap for Anthony Roselli. He's going to look in his mirror as he comes out of pit lane and as he heads up onto the banking out of the infield and just go, well, what happened there? He's been very lucky this race. He's got one hand on that trophy to take home the trophy at the end of the race tonight. But still, it's not over. There's still about 40 minutes to go in this race.
And for Roselli as well, he cannot rest off yet. If he gets himself a bad batch of traffic, we saw this earlier, that Shidlick was able to close that gap by about 3 or 4 seconds. All he needs is, a couple of bad laps of traffic, and Shidlick can still be right back into this picture. For Roselli, no such thing going into cruise control.
Absolutely not. I mean, it's not an insurmountable gap. I think we're looking at 4 seconds now between, 6 seconds between Roselli and Shidlick. And it is not an insurmountable gap. All it takes is one mistake, get the car a little bit sideways, have a little bit of an off, and the complexion of the race changes very much. And Max Wiedemer in the pits in a GT3 from the lead.
Yep, so we're coming down onto pit road. They're pretty much the last of the drivers to pit. Red Brokerman are having a battle with Attila Sipos right now in the on the racetrack in the GT3 class. Brokerman in the 1 car. Been trying to catch up to the rear Blake Townend. He's got very close. I was like, it's hurt a little bit. And this is going to be what would end up being a battle for 3rd and 4th positions on the racetrack between Blake Townend and Rens Brokerman, as Shidlick just goes past there. A nice, easy pass, comfortable. And he saw Brokerman as well there. He just moved that car to get as much of the draft as possible. He's hitting about 169 miles an hour into turn number 1. And I'm just having a look to compare that with Blake Townend. And Townend was doing 171 miles an hour as he came in without a draft. Then that's going to be pretty crucial. Even if Brokerman catch up to the rear of Townend, it looks like Townend has a lot less wing on that McLaren.
Not only that, it could also be that he's got a high rake on his car, which is making the car sit lower to the ground. Also, there's a lot of other factors. He could have tyre pressures higher. As we know, this is a simulator, but there are flaws within the setups, unfortunately. But still, they've done a great job to do this McLaren. It looks stunning. It handles fantastically great. And the DP and the McLaren, perfect together, I believe.
Yeah, they make the perfect Grand Am combination. I tell you what, I fully expect the Grand Am series to explode this year with these 2 cars. I mean, it'll be sad to see the Mustang go. However, the speed differential between the Mustang and the Rileys did make it very difficult for the guys in the Mustangs. This car, however, is absolutely beautiful to drive. I've turned hundreds of laps here on this track, in this car, in the McLaren. It's just amazing to see. Rens Brokerman, have a look at his next lap time to come past start-finish line. Keeping an eye on this battle for 3rd and 4th position on the racetrack in the GT3 car, and Brokerman takes a lot of curve there on the exit of the bus stop chicane, working his way now round the banking. This is turn number 3 and 4 of the oval. We have had almost 2 hours worth of racing, so into the final hour of the 2.4 hours of Daytona here live on GlacierTV. GlacierTV, of course, bringing you 6 of the 7 World Tour events for the year. Our next World Tour broadcast will be the Daytona 500. We'll talk more about that after this race. But last time by, Rens Brokerman at 1 minute 43.9, Blake Townend at 1 minute 44.1, and a very big wiggle on the grass there for Blake Townend, Ben, as he works his way out of turn number 2.
I think Blake understands that there is a bit of pressure from behind. Rens, I've driven against him before. He knows how to keep a cool head. If he catches up to Blake, it's going to be a really close battle between the 2 of them.
And for Paul Ilhart, he's been able to build that gap up a little bit, despite the fact he's not necessarily as fast as Blake Townend. If Brokerman catches up to the rear of Townend, then it could be that Townend won't be able to charge down in that battle for the 2nd position, unless they work together to try and catch up to Ildrink. As far as that goes, however, with 2 radical guys against Rens Brokerman, it's going to make life very difficult. We saw this in the first GlacierTV broadcast here at Daytona, that the teams can work together on the drafting, especially these last couple of laps, to avoid drivers trying to make the overtake on the outside down to turn number 1.
Right, indeed. You don't want to get into that situation. I'm looking at the gap. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is Ildrink within 3 seconds and Norby Kiss now?
I'm having a look, and yes, indeed it is. And what has happened there to Norby Kiss? having a look, maybe he might have got himself a speeding penalty, but I'm not quite sure what's happened. He had a 2-minute 51 lap. So that was a very slow pit stop by the look of it for him. 6 seconds slower than what he did on his first stop. So for Norby Kiss, he's now got to push once again. And we'll get ourselves some updates on this between Norby Kiss in the 21 car and Paul Ilbrink, who's now sniffing perhaps the opportunity to close down that last time by. 1 minute 44.4 for Ilbrink, a 1 minute 45.5 for Norby Kiss, and he's got more riding traffic to deal with there through turn number 4. And I have to say, Ben, that turn 4, it's very difficult to go offline in that McLaren. You saw it with me yesterday. That, you put that car even half car length too wide to give it enough room, and all of a sudden you're struggling that curve into turn entry.
That's exactly right, and even if you just go a little bit too deep under brakes, you're still going to really struggle to pull it up and make the corner and have a good exit. So I'm not sure what's happening here to Norby Kiss, but it just looks like maybe his car doesn't handle so well on full fuel.
And we're getting worse that he's actually saving fuel right now. So perhaps he might not have put enough in. And this would of course be his last stop. He doesn't want to come down this pit road once again.
Well, yeah, I was seeing the same radio transmissions you were. It appears he may be coming up short, and this could be critical because if Norby runs short, obviously it'd be a disaster. But you're running a fine line now. How much do you sandbag to save gas? But you don't want to get into a situation where Ilbrink gets within the draft, or he's going to be able to make a run on you.
So we're into the last 5 minutes now of this race, and Ben, we're going to have to keep an eye out on this battle. It's a come past straight once again. 1 minute 44.5 for Norby Kiss. Compare that to 1 minute 44.1 for Paul Ilbrink. And this battle in the GT class really is starting to hot up. And the thing is for Kiss, if he gets himself bad traffic, then you never know. Ilbrink can be right up behind him.
He does have a Daytona prototype right behind him right now. I'm not sure that he's... Yes, he is. Jonathan Hill is about to pass the McLaren of Norby Kiss, but behind that they do have a lot of DPs coming through to lap them. So there could be a little bit of controversy here in the late stages in this GT race.
Yeah, it's going to make things incredibly intriguing to see these last couple of laps. And, traffic could play a key role on that final lap. And for Ilbrink, he can see him now. That gap on the racetrack, only about 2.5 seconds. And if Ilbrink is lucky enough to get this traffic to get past him on the banking, then all of a sudden Kiss has to do it on the infield section. That is where Ilbrink can make up the most time. And it's almost that thing, Ben, that, if you see the car coming, don't make them turn, blip the throttle, let them go past the banking. You're going to gain the time overall, as Ilbrink going very wide there through the chicane.
Yeah, not only that, but Norby Kiss, there's something about that car I'm not liking at the moment. Or maybe he's running a different fuel mode or something, but it's going to be interesting to see as Paul Imp just runs really deep into turn 1.
He does go very there into turn number 1, and it looks as though that this battle continues, and that gap isn't too much between them, however, and Kiss can't afford to make any mistakes. That last time he was a tenth of a second faster. If he's saving fuel, however, he's going to have to do it when he comes up against GT traffic and just try and go a little bit less throttle on the banking. But the nearest GT driver to them is, half the way around the racetrack, and that is Attila Tsipas in the 31 car.
Yeah, that's exactly... Sorry, Paul, go on.
And Paul Ilbrink needs to be careful here now because...
Sorry, I need to interrupt you. Anthony Rosselli from pit road. Anthony Rosselli has had an incident on the racetrack, and I'm trying to figure out what's happened to him. But Anthony Rosselli has had a big incident on the racetrack, and he blew an engine. He blew an engine, and we saw this with some drivers yesterday. Down into turn number 5, Anthony Rosselli is on pit road, going to try and get some repairs, but Anthony Rosselli is out of the race.
Wow, what a huge change. That's unbelievable. Yeah, going into, looked like I think it was turn 3, and the engine just let go on him.
Ben, what did we say on pre-race when we talked to David Ward? Every single gear shift is important. And for Rosselli, just one puts him out of the race.
Well, we should have actually done a calculation of how many gear changes you do around this track per lap and times it by how many laps they do. I bet you it's over 1,000 gear changes you're doing here. And if you stuff up one, it can end your race. And it's just ended Anthony Rizzelli's. And he pretty much had his hands on the win here.
He had at least one of the hands on the win. And I tell you what, Jim Shidlick right now, he can now go into cruise control. He's got a 54-second gap over Ryan Murray, who will move himself up into the second position. But guys, this is big. Anthony Rizzelli down into turn number 5 with 73 laps all complete in his race. This is one shift, and we saw this in the iRacing.com Grand Am Showdown Brickyard. Bernatano from the race lead lost his race with one gear shift. This happened again here on GlacierTV. Anthony Rizzelli is out of the race with over 2 hours of racing score complete, and I actually don't know what to say right now. Huge disappointment there. And the guys on Twitter, the guys on GlacierTV live chat are all simultaneously showing their respect for Rizzelli, because he's had a great race up until that point.
What a crushing incident for Rizzelli. I mean, just to see it all go away. And you said, you know, of the likely the 1,000 gear shifts he's done to this point, one lapse of concentration, possibly one double shift, you know, just one little mistake and boom. I mean, that's it. After 2 hours of work and all of that, it just comes down to that. It's unbelievable.
He's been able to get some repairs back out onto the racetrack, but that is not the position that Anthony Rizzelli wanted to be in. A tough race for him. Meanwhile, Jim Shidlick in the 9 car is your new race leader in the Riley class. Run through your top 5 in that class then. Shidlick in the 9 car with a 50-second gap over Ryan Murray in 2nd. Jacob Desmarais in 3rd. Nina Marie in 4th. Marcus Lindsay rounding out your top 5. In the GT class, it is Norby Kiss still leading the way. Paul Ilbrink, however, trying to close up to the rear of him. He's lost himself a bit of time these previous couple of laps. Blake Town is in 3rd. Brent Brokerman is in the 4th position and catching Blake Town. And then Maximilian Vietemar is rounding out your top 5 as Max DeLorco is out of the race.
But it a little bit of damage somewhere. He has comment in the game and said car undrivable and has pulled out.
Yeah, he pulled off the racetrack, and this was on the bus stop chicane. But he's having a very scruffy lap before them, trying to see whether he had some contact with another driver. And he had contact actually with Daniel Sinker. Sinker looked down to his inside and then got sideways. This is down into International Horseshoe. Sinker lost his car on entry, and they were having a battle with Maximilian Vietemar there. And Max DeLorco, he was trying to turn into the corner, didn't see the car coming. That was Daniel Sinker. Those two collected each other, and it looked as though that DeLorco then got enough damage. And let's not forget, he had some damage to his car earlier on, the same place on the right-hand side door. And he struggled then for the second part of that lap. He went sideways in turn 6, got onto the banking and thought, you know what, this car is no longer drivable. He didn't want to put himself or anyone else at risk. And Max DeLorco is after his bad luck in the iRacing Grand Prix Series of Road Racing before, where he just missed out to Rez Richards in that battle for the last point spot. His bad luck continues here today.
Absolutely, but that's bad for him. Also involved in that, Ryan Murray took significant damage to the nose of his GT1 car, and remains to be seen how badly that's going to affect him. But he clocked into Daniel, I believe it was, as they were spinning.
So Max DeLorco, he's got his car back onto pit road. They've tried to give him some repairs, but we'll see whether or not he'll be able to continue in this race at all. He's currently scored all the way down in class. He's falling behind until it stops, so he's now a couple of laps behind the race leader and is all the way down in the 13th position in this race. And then for Norby Kiss, he's been pushing that car. Thankfully, how the issues at the right, he's been shifting down too early. They kind of got that full safe there, the fact that you can't shift that car down until it wants to. But Paul Ilbrink is still finding pressure on that last time by a 1 minute 43.791. And I tell you what, that was one of his fastest laps of the race so far here today.
Exactly right. Paul is absolutely flying at the moment in that Radicals car. And the other gap I was just looking at was Renz Broekman challenging Blake Townend for 3rd position. The gap is still quite big, but we still do have 30 minutes to go in this race. It's still a long time for Renz to close up that gap.
got yourself, 30 minutes, for these McLaren drivers. They're used to doing 30-minute sprint races, of course. In the Polo GT Cup, they'll be doing exactly that. But this 30 minutes left of this race to go, this could be really, really big for these last couple of moments. And Paul Ilbrink is trying to close that gap to Norby Kiss. Last time by, Norby Kiss a 1 minute 44.1. Compare that to a 1 minute 44.2 there for Paul Ilbrink. And it looks as though every time Ilbrink closes a couple of seconds on the gap, Norby Kiss responds. And Paul, this is really now Norby Kiss driving at his absolute limit. Paul Ilbrink doing the same. And they've got themselves Change Errol and Cal Pino closing down. But apart from that, not much traffic for the next 4 or 5 laps.
I think it's going to come to concentration and mistakes. Norby Kiss and Paul Ilbrink both very evenly matched in terms of times and pace. I think it's going to come down to traffic and concentration. And of course, can they both make it to the end? But it doesn't look like Norby's really pushing that hard. He does look very smooth in the car, and neither does Paul. I think Paul knows he's got a little bit of time left, doesn't want to push the car too hard because he realizes that if he does, it's just going to make things worse in the long run. But at the moment, it looks like there's a little bit more of a gap separating now, but GT1 car just passed, and Paul now will give him a little bit of a pull.
Yep, as they're working their way onto the banking once again, taking as well as they're just making the lap over Blake Townend. Townend is struggling a little bit. His longest lap was a 1 minute 44.8, and he has been struggling these previous couple of laps. He hasn't broken into the 1 minute 43s since his last pit stop. When broken them, is slowly catching Blake Townend in the battle for the 3rd position on the racetrack. And Townend say his last lap a 1 minute 44.9. Compare that to a 1 minute 44.2 there for Brokeman, who really is putting the power down, and you can just about see Blake Townend in the dark on his headlights. And this is going to be another battle to watch, Ben. The battle for 1st and 2nd, that is going to continue to hot up. This battle for 3rd and 4th as well, that is not going to go away.
Yeah, exactly right. I called it before. Rens Brokeman has caught right up to Blake Townend. I'm pretty sure I'm reading in the spec chat that Blake Townend's on older tyres than Rens. So Rens does have upper hand there, and it does look like he's hitting his marks. Rens is very good under pressure. Keeps his cool. Sometimes he may make a mistake, but I haven't seen him make one for a while.
Yeah, and Blake Townend that last was a little bit faster due to the traffic, but he's now got Nuno Maria right behind him, and Maria looking as though he's going to try and go down to the inside into turn number 4. Don't go there, and they touch a little bit there. Get some damage down into turn number 5, and as they come down into turn number 5, Maria, they're struggling now. Blake Townend might have himself a tiny bit of rear damage there. You see on the rear of that car, are you radical enough? Then Maria's like, yeah, I'm just going to slam you in the rear end and see what happens. I haven't seen there's much damage to Maria's car, thankfully not too much. This is really going to make things interesting now between Blake Townend and Rens Brokeman. As Marcus Lindsay there going past Rens as he works away on the banking down into the bus-stop chicane once again. But if there's any damage to Blake Townend's car, he's going to find out right about now to this big braking zone into the bus-stop chicane. And Paul, this is going to be important because Townend looking like he has got some damage to that car. He locked up big time there.
Yeah, I got it plugged a little bit there, and if he does have some damage, it's very subtle, but it doesn't take much, especially when you're as close, as closely matched as Rens. Rens now down to looks like about a second and closing. This could make things very, very interesting, especially if Rens gets inside of a second.
Yep, and as soon as you get into that draft, Ben, it's going to be on because the dirty air effect isn't as prevalent here on this car as we see with others. For example, the LP car has a big dirty air effect. This McLaren, it doesn't, and now Rens Brokeman right up to the rear of Blake Townend. That gap, I think, is about that 1.5 second window where he's now going to start getting the first part of that draft. As Townend, he's looking up wheels all over the place. He must have some damage to that race car. Trying to drive through it though, and this battle for 3rd and 4th position is going to go on. And right now, Brokeman, with fresher tyres and non-damaged race car, he could be sniffing a podium here, and the radical bad luck continues.
Yeah, I don't know what it is at those radical boys, but every time I've seen a race with them in it, they've always had either a mechanical failure or just something happen within the system which has made them, or being caught up in an accident, which has made them DNF or lose positions. Now Renz is in the draft, I do believe, and this is going to be very interesting. Hopefully Blake can suck up to Renz in the draft and Renz get past, but I'm sure Paul Ibrick is still also pushing to catch Norby Kiss for the lead.
Yep, and these two battles continue on the racetrack. Paul Ibrick is not that far behind, but not as close enough as Blake Townend and Renz Broken. They're back on the racetrack. The gap between Norby Kiss and Paul Ibrick right now, about 3 seconds on the racetrack. The gap between Blake Townend and Renz Broken is less than a second, and now we're going to get every indication of just how much win Renz Broken has as he works himself onto the front straightaway once again. Brokeman up to 170 miles an hour. Can he go any more? 171, 172. Will he get to 174? Not quite. But Brokeman has got the speed. He was 2 miles an hour faster there as they came down into turn number 1. And those 2 miles an hour are pretty critical. Thankfully for Townend, he's got Max DeLorco, who's trying to drive his car around the racetrack, and that helped Townend that last time by. However, they're going to go past him now. And next time, Blake Townend will not have that many failures. Just going to quickly hand over to Justin Petra, who's updating on the radical situation.
Yeah, and this is unusual too with the radicals, but in case you guys didn't notice, Max Del Orco had it off track and he got a cutting the course penalty, so he had to surrender that position to Blake Townsend. But this, like I said, this is highly unusual, as the Radicals online team is, as far as I'm concerned, is one of the top teams in the road racing arena on iRacing. So for them to have this type of bad luck, this is unheard of.
It is unheard of in some ways, but at the same time, we've seen, for example, Pablo Lopez in the Pro Tour Race $1,000 Cup had himself a ton of issues, not really being able to get himself out of race number 1. However, today, of course, the biggest story was Antonio Estelli having a mechanical failure. He shifted down and blew his engine from the race lead with a 3-second gap over Jim Chidley. This battle will continue, however. Renz Brokeman, Blake Townend onto the banking. Once again, they've got themselves less than half an hour racing left to go in this race. The iRacing.com, 2.4 hours of Daytona, and let's see whether Brokeman can suck up to the rear of Townend. It's looking as though he is going to get very close as they work their way onto the front straightaway once again. Townend immediately taking the inside line, but look at Brokeman. Here he goes to the outside. It's a bit fast and late breakers. We see the inside line is the better line to go, but will Brokeman try and make the move? Sticky goes a little bit wide there as he comes down into turn number 1 and 2, but look as though he's going to perhaps, no he won't. He's always going to be side by side there through the S's. If he would have done that, he would have arrived to the line down into the horseshoe. Now comes Ryan Murray to break up that party for a couple of corners, and right now he has the hope, Townend, that he can get a bit of separation between himself and Brokeman, because every lap from here on in, Paul, does count.
Absolutely, we're getting the last few minutes of the race here, within 20 minutes of the end of the race, and that last the GT1 car is getting in between. That's Ryan Murray and Anthony Rosselli. Kind of broke them up a little bit, but now they're going to play the same game to Blake. So, oh look how Broken almost loses it there. A really good catch. Wow.
It was a very good save there by Renz Brokeman. That has, however, put him out of slipstream range for the time being. But it's going to take him 2 laps perhaps to get back into that position. Every single lap of breathing space for Blake Townend. He can just cool those tyres down a little bit, prepare for the next onslaught, and it's going to be very interesting to see what happens in these next couple of laps.
And
exactly right. Sorry, Paul. Those DP cars that just came through to lap who was Anthony Rosselli and Ryan Murray, they are in a battle in their own class, which is very heating up to be a good battle. But it is split up. Renz Brokeman and Blake Townend now, and Blake has got a bit of a buffer.
And that buffer's important.
It is. He's outside of the draft, and Renz is going to need a little bit of help now to catch back up to Blake. Meanwhile, I was going to comment that Paul has fallen way back from Norby Chris now. It looks like close to 9 seconds. So it's slowing down a bit.
Yep, and Broke now has to just keep his cool. And we talked about Ben at the start of this podcast, that 95%. Right now, Brokeman is driving that car on the limit. We saw that one little mistake, and he talked earlier about how he hadn't seen many mistakes from Renz Brokeman. That big slide could cost him quite dearly, as we've only really got ourselves about 12 laps left of racing here at Daytona. Brokeman cannot afford to miss any more apexes, go wide, or have any more half spins.
It's not that. He's got the pressure of trying to put the pressure onto Blake Townend in front of him for third in the class, but he's also got Max DeLorco behind him, who looks like he is quicker with a fresh car. So Renz is both he's trying to not look in the mirror, but the headlights of the McLaren do beam straight through that headlight and straight onto your screen. So he's going to have a hard time trying to catch Blake, I think.
Yep, as they work their way down the back straightaway once again, down into the bus stop chicane. You're completely right. You know, it's not necessarily he's putting on the pressure. Those headlights do give you that tiny bit of distraction, and of course you just want to be looking forward. You see that little glint in your rear view mirror, for example, and that is just all it takes sometimes to put you off the apex, or mean you're not able to see the exact timing board, scoring board that you need to go to break into the corner. The gap as they come past the line, this is going to be critical between these two drivers. By my watch, it's about 1.6 seconds. Brokeman right now has to push, and you see Townend is doing everything he can to break the draft. As the rider goes on the outside there of Brokeman, he'll come now down the inside of Townend, perhaps, as they come down into turn number 2 and 3. And that is Tim Shidlick, your race leader in the Riley class, who's going to look himself down to the inside as they come down into the international horseshoe once again. And Shidlick there making Townend go a little bit wide. And this is allowed Brokeman to catch right up to the rear of him, and always had a chance to look down to the inside as they came out the horseshoe pool.
And this was the break that Brookman needed, and now he's caught right back up to Blake, and he's got the draft again. And of course, Maximilian is going to be back there, just kind of watching. But it'd be wise to just kind of keep out of this and watch. But here we go again. Fight's back on.
Here we go again. 20 minutes left to go in the iRacing.com 2.4 hours of Daytona here on GlacierTV. Don't forget, hashtag on Twitter, iRacing World Tour, alternatively iRacing 2.4. Renz Brokeman up to the rear of Blake Townend. We want to know who will get the last spot on the podium. Will it be Townend? Will it be Brokeman? Could it be someone else? Will these two come together, for example? Let us know. Use the hashtags on Twitter. As down to the inside goes Brokeman. It's going to be so close. He won't complete a pass line.
Almost too fast that corner, but yeah, great move by Brokeman. But it's not over yet. Blake still has that run.
Wow, that's important because we now get to see whether or not Townend has got the speed in his car. He's already looking to the outside, and we're not even off the banking yet. And now Townend, if he's lucky, he'll get that draft from the Riley. It now dips down to the inside, so might just help Brokeman a little bit. But Townend was passed before the start of finish line, and Townend is back up into that third position. And Brokeman, he's got to be careful here because I don't think he's running as little wing as Townend. And if Townend can just keep it together on the inside, I think that he might still have this third place done.
I do agree with that. It looked like Blake Townend in the Radicals from McLaren does have a lot more straight line speed than the Extreme Sim Gear car of Renz Brokeman. So Renz needs to get the job done, and he needs to pull a gap.
And of course, we look at Blake Townend's kid. He's racing in memory of his great nan as well today, who recently passed away. And of course, when you're racing for someone else, you know, that memorial, that tribute, he's racing with everything on the line here today, looking to put on a good show. Blake, I know you're going to watch this back. You are giving us an absolutely fascinating show for the last 15 or so minutes of this race as Brokeman as he comes to the banking once again. A little bit slower this time by, so he won't be able to make that move down onto the inside as David Waters on the outside in the 41 car. He's going to get both of them done there. And now Brokeman, he does close up quite a bit. They're both running very similar wind packages, I think. I'm going to have to take everything I said back. But now he's looking to the outside line. It's Brokeman. It's going to be really close to the chicane. And if he can get a good run for the exit, he might be able to set himself up. But Townend's actually a little bit faster through the chicane itself. And that gives him the cushion he needs onto the banking as they come once again now to keep that momentum. And you saw that when Brokeman's passing, he can't get side by side until they get into the tri-oval. Townend was already side by side through turn 3 and 4, and that, I think, Ben, is going to be the difference maker.
Exactly right. Not only that, but there's a car which has just stalked the back of this pack and been catching him ever slightly, and he's actually within the draft right now, and that's Max DeLorco. He is in the box seat at the moment. and I think that he's going to be the game changer.
Having a look on now with Ren Brokeman in the number 1 car as he works his way out of the top of the horseshoe once again. This is the battle for the 3rd and 4th position in the GT cars to run through very quickly your top 5 in each car. Shidling still leading the way. The gap is now over 1 minute over Jacob Desmarais. He's going to have to have an update because it looks like Ryan Murray has dropped back into the 5th position. Luna Marie's in 3rd, Marcus Lindsay 4th. Ryan Murray runs out your top 5. And then in the McLaren class, it is Norby Kiss still leading the way. The gap between himself and Paul Ilbrink has gained a little bit of time, and it's now up to about 5 seconds on the racetrack. Townend in 3rd, Brokeman in 4th, Maximilian Wiesman rounds out your top 5 there. This is the battle on the racetrack right now between 3rd place driver in the GT3 class, Blake Townend driving for Team Radical, and then 4th place driver in the number 1 car, Rens Brokeman. He's had a look on board of him now as they come down into the bus stop once again. And this is a great battle, but Brokeman seems to be struggling in the bus stop chicane ball.
Just a little bit through the chicane. The car sliding sideways a bit more than Blake's car. You saw Blake was trying to give a pick up at the outside and catch the GT1 car's draft a bit. It didn't quite work out because he couldn't get a run in the bus stop. But yeah, losing time in the bus stop, and that's costing him through the front stretch. And if he could just get a better run than Blake through the bus stop, he may be able to affect the pass going into turn 1.
And I tell you what, that he was actually letting off the throttle way early. He got himself up to 171 miles an hour. Then he just lifted out the throttle and coasted. Perhaps, and I say this with a very small P, perhaps Brokeman is down to save a tiny bit of fuel here because he wasn't putting that pressure on that last time, Ben.
Maybe he just understands that I'm not taking out your fact, but maybe he understands he's just got to wait. Maybe he's read how Townend's driving that car and that he's got a lot more straight line speed, or that Townend's car sucks up more into the draft. We're just going to have to wait and see. I'm sure Brokeman, he's got a good racing head. He will pick his time to pounce, and when he does, hopefully he'll be able to break away.
He did try a very smooth down the inside layout, turn number 5, but what do you do if the car ahead of you's got the fastest straight line speed, and the end of the race is going to be where it's all about top speed? Do you just have to hope that Townend's going to make a mistake, or what do you do?
Put the pressure on as much as you can. I think that's what he's trying to do. I think that's why he's trying to stay behind him. Just put the pressure on, show that you're there, maybe show the nose of your car here and out the inside, just to scare Townend a little bit. Townend's an experienced driver. He's going to need a lot of distraction to get him off the road.
Yeah, but chicane, that is going to be the critical part, Paul. Because, you know, if he can put the pressure on Townend coming out of the chicane, that's just got a very good run now, then perhaps he can almost force Townend to go a little bit wide, take a little bit more of that curb, and get himself a slowdown penalty. But out to the outside, Brokeman comes once again. This is going to be important, and as they come past the start-finish line, it is going to be so close between them, and I want to see who this is. They almost touched, but it was Townend who had the spot at the line. Brokeman going to go all the way to the outside line there. He's not going to complete the pass. Max DeLorco still in the picture there as well, but Paul, at the line, Townend still had it.
Yeah, the inside line on that turn is better. You can go faster taking a wide angle through that turn 1, but you can't drive through other cars, obviously. So, you know, if Blake can just hold on to the inside of turn 1, he's going to win that. He's going to win that war every time. You know, you had mentioned. I think that I don't think the Radical is nearly as fast. Well, it is faster, but not exponentially so. I think if it comes down to the last lap, the chicane is going to be where the race is won or lost. If Rens can come off the chicane as fast or faster than Blake, he may well get a run on him, but he's going to have to do it from the outside because you know Blake's going to hold that inside line.
So we're into the last 10 minutes of the iRacing.com 2.4 hours of Daytona here on Glacier TV. Will Winson, Ben Rothberg and Paul Jenkins bringing the cars home. Don't forget, you can talk to the drivers after the race in the Glacier TV post-race show. We're going to try and talk to as many of them as possible. So send us your questions through Twitter. Use the hashtag iRacing World Tour or iRacing 2.4. You can also keep in contact with us on the live stream channel or facebook.com/GlacierTV. Brokeman once again close. And I think that last time, Ben, he tried to set himself up to see whether he can get him at the line. He failed. So now it's almost going to be plan B for Brokeman, because once again, he doesn't get the spot at the line.
I think Brokeman, when he comes to the line, if he wants to be side by side, he does have to be a lot closer to the door of Blake Townend. He has to try and pick up that side draft when he pulls out. Maybe Brokeman's got damage to the front of his car, or maybe Blake's just got a faster setup in a straight line, because Blake looks very loose through the infield of the track.
It does, and that's interesting to see as well. And also, let's not forget, when these cars come to the banking, they do get a little bit of wiggle as well on the tri-oval. There's not as much banking on the tri-oval compared to the actual corners. There's 31 degrees of banking on the actual corners themselves, only 18 degrees on the front straightaway, that little dog leg. And Paul, you do feel the difference there as the car comes from the flat on the exit of turn 4 back onto the banking, and that car on the inside line will get a wiggle. And if Brokeman is right on his door, that could be the difference maker.
You do. If you cut in a little early, if you get on that paint, the car will kind of skip out on you a little bit, and it will slow you down by about 3 or 4 miles an hour, provided, of course, you can keep it from just spinning. Yeah, and you know, it pays to realize at this point, these men have been at this for 2.5 hours now. Their hands are getting tired. Their legs are going numb. You know, this is the point in time where you might start making mistakes.
And once again, Brokeman all the way to the outside, and this time he's got it a lot earlier. And this is going to be every single lap now. Brokeman is going to see whether he gets the position at the line. They're too wide as they come onto the front straightaway. This time, Brokeman just has the edge, but then the inside line is covered, and once again, Townend has the position at the line. And that is a critical factor, as Brokeman will go wide on the outside. Look at this. This time he's going to get a much better run, but Townend there able to slot in underneath as Brokeman gets himself a little bit slippery there on the apron. But Brokeman is giving everything he can, and Delorco, I always thought that Delorco went to the inside there. It's Matthew Barron actually in the Daytona prototype, and he now splits these two drivers, and now he has the hope that Brokeman, that he can just stick behind these two drivers, as all sorts of pressure there has been put on Blake Townend, who takes the inside line and is making the Riley go around it the difficult way. Brokeman is still staying in touch with it, but this is, you see, Blake Townend having to drive defensively now and make Brown go around the long way, because he needs to keep those vital tenths of a second.
Now the key thing is Matthew Barron and Rens Brokeman are in the same team based here in Australia, Extreme Sim Gear Racing. Now, it's going to be really interesting to see if Matthew Barron brings team tactics into this and uses maybe a little bit of a balk technique.
As they come down into the box again, it does look as though he's a little bit too far ahead now to do anything, unless he's actually just spin his car off the racetrack, but I'm not implying that anyone will do that. Matthew Barron is currently running 10th in the Riley class, and he would want to throw away that battle. Very quickly, I want to check back in on a battle between Jorn Jens and Paul Williams, because those two are really close up together now, and they are battling for what is in the GT3 class, the battle for the 8th and 9th positions. And we've been keeping so much of an eye on this 3rd and 4th place battle, but 8th and 9th, Jorn Jens and Paul Williams really going at it in these last moments.
Yeah, within point seconds of each other, just as close of a race as the other two. Wanted to make a quick mention too. Paul Ilbrink is hovering around 3.5 to 4 seconds now from Norby, so closing a little bit. Keep an eye on that one. But yeah, a spirited battle is developed now between Jorn Jens and Paul Williams.
And the same applies, Ben. Paul Williams, he's going to want to see whether he can get Jorn Jens at the line. But looking as though he's not getting that straight line speed advantage on the banking. They've got a ton of Rileys going past them there on the outside line, so he won't be able to get much of a gauge this time by. However, Jorn Jens looking as though he's running that car trimmed out to the absolute max, and that is hurting Paul Williams in his charge just a little bit.
Exactly right. There's a little two-car packs going on, even in the Daytona class. Marcus Lindsay and Nanu are having a great battle. 1/10 as they cross the line was the gap. Anthony Roselli has pulled out a 5-second gap on Ryan Murray, but still, there are some great battles happening in this race with only about 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, and very quickly on this battle for 12th and 13th in the Riley class, this is between Hal Pinto and Nick Vestigi, and Vestigi has got Anthony Roselli ahead of him on the racetrack, and this is going to help him out. Sorry?
Nuno Moreira blew up.
Yes.
And then you see the smoke there, and this is what it was. Nuno Maria has got himself a blown engine, and he is the next failure. You see, he's just buttering oil and everything all over that racetrack. He's holding the inside line, trying to get that car back down towards pit road to get himself some repairs, if that does exist. But you just see the smoke trail there. Anthony Rosselli's having to go wide, and if you're in that smoke, you cannot see a thing. And thankfully, there's no battles going on really on the racetrack, as Alpino's going to almost get caught out there. He does get caught out, and that is down into the bus stop chicane. And Nuno Maria is sputtering out all of that smoke, all that oil and everything. Alpino now is going to go around the outside of him, but lost himself there. A full second and a half to Nick Vestigi, and that's cost him the shot at 12th position in that racetrack. But to go back to Maria, he's now going to get that car down to pit road. But importantly, he was fourth in this race, and he's going to give up a position to Rosselli and Ryan Murray. Someone cancel it.
Sorry, yes. Yeah, Nuno out of third. Another product of downshifting too early, it seems, and another expired engine on the Riley. I was staring at this Renz-Blake battle again. Nothing much has changed. I think at this point, Renz is going to have to come up with a different tactic. The taking the wide turn one thing. He seems to make up all that ground and loses it all in turn one.
Yeah, perhaps if he was just brake a little bit early and then try and tuck in right behind, you could have a chance down into the international horseshoe, but it's very difficult to pass there. And Tannen has been taking all the defensive lines as they work their way through the chicane once again. He's actually taking a different line through the chicane as well. That time, once again, he was a lot better than Blake Tannen. As they went to the banking, once again, we are ebbing the clock away now. We've got ourselves just over 5 minutes left to go in the 2.4, but Brokerman still is having difficulties in getting side by side with Brokerman as they get themselves onto the front straightaway once again. The 18 degrees of banking here, which has hurt Brokerman outside line every single time. Let's see this time if he does anything different. He's tucked in a little bit further back behind, right up to the rear as they come through turn number 1 and 2, actually always touching there Blake Tannen. He does. Now if you can get a good run through this section, you can make a dive down to the inside as they come down into the horseshoe, but not quite close enough. And you're right there, and perhaps he is taking a little bit of a different line now, Ben, to try and see if he can do the pass elsewhere.
Well, I think he has to get the pass done either into turn 1 or into turn 2. They're the only opportunities he's going to have.
Yeah, and we've seen so many times now at the start finish line, he's not able to get the spot at the line. Of course, for the last lap, you got to do things a little bit differently, and there might be a little bit of door shoving. We might set ourselves up for a fantastic Daytona Classic barnstormer. But now, 5 minutes left to go. Your race leader in the Riley class. We're going to check in with him momentarily. Jim Shidlick, and we can talk about the fact that yes, he inherited the lead. Anthony Rosselli. Rosselli blew his engine up. But still, a 1 minute and 10 second gap over Jacob Desmarais in second. You cannot take anything away from Jim Shidlick.
He's done a fantastic job of driving that Riley, and he's still doing a fantastic job. He's done consistent laps all race, 38s, 37s, a couple of 36s. But he is just dry wheels off this Riley, and seriously, like, as much as I'd love to see the battle between Rosselli and Jim to see who would win, but Jim's really driven a great race.
And it did look as though that Rosselli had the upper hand in that battle, but you know, you can talk about how yeah, he was the fastest car on the racetrack, but he was the one who made a mistake, Paul. And in this race, in that Riley, you probably get one mistake and that's it, and apart from that, your race is over.
Well, yeah, we were on it a bit before, how, you know, you've been at this for 2 hours and you just have one lapse in concentration and the whole picture changes for you. And we see that now, of course, you know, Rosselli. Now he's up to 4th. I mean, he's making hay while the sun shines, but he was dominating this race to this point.
Very quickly, the battle for 10th and 11th positions in the GT3 class. The 25 car of Paul Williams, the 28 car of Philip Bachmann, and Stefano Laniotto in the 5 car. They are battling for these positions. Laniotto trying to catch up to the rear of Williams and Bachmann as they come down into turn number 1 once again. Williams is really trying to charge these first couple laps. He's falling back from the rear of Jorn Jens, but they're going to go side by side through the S's once again. They almost touch there as Williams was trying to take the inside line. Now he'll look down to the inside as they come down into the international horseshoe. But this is the battle for the, say, the 9th and 10th positions on the racetrack in the GT class. Norby Kiss is still leading the way, and for those Paul Ilbrink fans, unfortunately, Kiss has now built up that gap once again. It's up to about 7 seconds on the racetrack, and it's looking as though, for the time being, Kiss has that under control. But Rens Brokeman is still hounding Blake Townend. He's still got all the speed in the car, but not able to do anything with it. He's going to look down to the outside. He's not going to do it this time because he's not quite close enough. But he had the Riley on his outside there, and now he looks to the outside. And let's see whether he can get it done at the line. This time by it's very close. The outside line isn't working for him, but that time he got it done. He was in 3rd place at the line. So it can work for Brokeman, as they're now going to be side by side, and Townend having a big wiggle there. This is going to allow Brokeman to perhaps try and set something up down into the horseshoe.
And yeah, of course, Brokeman too got a lot of help from the Rileys that were going past, so that made a bit of a difference. Yeah, the outside, of course, the longer way to go, and it's just that little bit that's really hurting Brokeman. As long as Blake can control the inside line, I think he's going to have it. If somehow Rens can manage to get on the inside of Blake through the fast part of the front stretch, I think it's going to be a different story going into 1. Whoever controls that inside line appears to control that turn between these two guys.
Yep, and Ben, until the last 5 minutes now, in the last couple of laps, it is close with some of these drivers.
Yeah, exactly right. And I'm not sure how Rens is actually playing this out. I bet you he's driving around right now, and he's about to do all of this calculations in his head.
He's got so many calculations in his head that he's going to be doing. And he's also going to be keeping an eye with his spotter to see just how many cars are behind him and which one's going to cause the issue. Does he need to do it now? Does he need to try and get past now? Or does he leave it to the last lap? He's got Marcus Lindsay looking to his outside now. So onto the banking once again. Nuno Maria is still driving a damaged race car. He might just catch him on the last lap. Anthony was selling also a little bit too far back as well. Ritmer there going very wide on the exit there of the bus stop chicane, almost coming right into the path there of Nick Vestigi as they come back onto the racetrack. But Jim Shidlick working himself on the banking, not long to go now as they come off of turn number 4, and we're going to keep an eye out to see just how long there is in this lap. It could be the white flag this time by. The clock has got 33 seconds left as Shidlick is working his way past the start finish line once again. And as he comes past, I believe this is the white flag lap now of the 2.4 hours of Daytona. Shidlick working himself back down into turn number 1 once again. And I tell you what, guys, Shidlick has been truly amazing.
132 seconds now from 2nd place. Yeah, I think it's been a dominating performance for Shidlick. And again, even with Rosselli's impressive drive to that point, there was shaping up to be a battle between the two of them. He was never within, never less than, say, 6 seconds.
Never been less than that. These drivers have been really on fire all race long. And you have to say a big shout out to everyone in this race as well. We're going to have to keep an eye on so much here in these last moments of this race. Brokeman and Townend, that continues to play out as they work their way down to the bus stop one more time. Shidlick is behind him on the racetrack, so don't forget, this is not going to be the last lap for people like Townend and Brokeman. They're going to have one more time to battle it out, but Brokeman is a lot slower as they came out of the bus stop chicane. As Maria now looking to the outside. Meanwhile, Jim Shidlick is down into the bus stop chicane. The gap between himself and Jacob Desmarais is 1 minute and 11 seconds on the racetrack. Shidlick has led laps of this race before Rosselli had his moment which blew his engine up. He led out of the first pit stop, and Rosselli was able to get past, build the gap up. It came back down again after the second round of pit stops. We thought it was going to be Anthony Rosselli's race, and then he had his engine failure. However, Jim Shidlick comes past the start finish line, and he is going to win the iRacing.com 2.4 hours of Daytona. A fantastic drive by him. We're going to turn our attention to Desmarais in a moment. He's going to come past the start finish line. But meanwhile, this battle right now, Norby Kiss and Paul Ilbrink. Ilbrink has closed that gap up once again. It is less than 2 seconds on the racetrack. We're going to keep an eye on this battle for the GT3 lead as they work their way onto the banking for their final time. Norby Kiss, a 1.5 second gap as they've got a car listening for the time being. That is Trey Jarrell as they work their way down into the bus stop chicane. for the final time. Norby Kiss has to get this out perfect on the X of the corner. He does. And now Trey Jarrell will just flick by him on the outside line. Paul Ilbrink is close, but he's not going to be close enough. That gap is going to be too much to gain unless Norby Kiss runs out of fuel in these last couple of moments of their race. Norby Kiss has been absolutely dominant in that 21 car. He comes onto the tri-oval for the final time, and he is going to take the GT3 victory here in the 2.4 hours of Daytona. Paul Ilbrink will come home in the second position. We're going to turn our attention right back to the battle for the final podium position. Rens Broekman, can he get alongside here in the final corner? It looks like he's not going to be close enough. He's going to go all the way down, however.
No, I don't think he's got
down
enough.
the yellow line. He's not going to do it, though.
No, he chose the ride, and Paul had the line. He took it, and real close. But that really was the thing that Rens really needed to try and do, was get to the inside. And wisely backed off a little bit. Paul had the inside line there, and what a great run to the end.
It was, and Ben, he did try the old bump to try and wiggle Townend out to the outside a little bit, but at the end, Blake Townend, despite a slightly damaged car, had the better drive, and he comes home in that third position.
Exactly right, and it was a great battle between those two, and it's a great job by Jim Shedlick and Norby Kiss to win both their classes here at Daytona. But I think Rens, he lost that battle on the second last lap, heading down into the bus stop where he ran a little bit deep, and Townend got a little bit of a gap, and I think that's what got Blake the podium there.
Yeah, and we have seen all that entire final stint that Townend was better on the infield, and then Broekman had all the work to do on the straightaways, and you know, just 1/10 of a second faster through the chicane that previous lap, and we could have been talking about a different story. However, Townend claims that third position in what was a truly fascinating fight to the finish. However, we're going to run through your race results here, and Jim Shedlick is your race winner of the 2.4 hours of Daytona. The gap, 1 minute and 12 seconds over Jacob Desmarais in second. Marcus Lindsay comes home in the third position. Antonio Asali, despite his gearbox issues, comes home in the fourth spot, with Ryan Murray rounding out your top 5. And then
I hope I can get
sixth
on.
position, we have ourselves Philippe Verbert. In 7th, David Ward. In 8th, Eugene Dontov. In 9th, Matthew Barrell. In 10th, Trey Jarrell. In 11th, Nuna Maria. 12th, Hal Pino. Nick Vestigi, 13th. Kevin Beekman in 14th, and then Jonathan Hall running out your top 15. The rest of the Riley class results coming up on your screen momentarily. And then to turn our attention over to the McLaren MP412C GT3 car, Norby Kiss, a fantastic victory there over Paul Ilbrink. Outstanding finish by him, and also maintaining the pressure on that final stint. Blake Townend comes home 3rd, Rens Broekman 4th, Maximilian Vetemer in 5th, Patrick Baldwin in the 6th position, and then in 7th, Joel Jus and then in 8th, Johan Jans, 9th, Philip Backman, 10th, Pano Lenioso, Paul Williams, Atilis Sipos, Alex Paplia, Alexandro Renino, and then Daniel Putzia ran out your top 15. The rest of your GT3 results coming up on your screen momentarily. And I'm going to go immediately to Driver of the Day awards. And Ben, I'm going to start with you.
Even though Anthony Roselli he's one of my highest there in the DP field, I'm actually going to split my award. Anthony Roselli gets it for DP. Blown an engine, was leading the race, had a massive error, comes out and gets to top 4. It's a great effort. And then Rens Broekman in P4 as well in the McLaren class. Start from pit lane and get up to P4 with a great battle from Blake Townend in the last half an hour. They're my two awards.
I'm going straight to you, Paul.
Anthony Roselli did really put in a great race. I've got to hand the Hard Charger award to Jim Shedlick, though. You know, he just kept at it and kept at it, and it was just a machine. Just lap after lap, very consistent, a very good drive, and Norby Kiss ran such a great race. But I think that really. I gotta give a tip of the hat to Blake Townend and Rens Broekman, both those guys. 2 hours and 40 minutes, and just never letting down. I mean, it was just the entire time they were just at each other's throats, and it was really just a great show to watch.
Indeed, fasting battles up and down the field. Going to jump in very quickly to our post-race interviews. First of all, to Paul Ilbrink, coming home second in the McLaren GT3 field. And Paul, very interesting race. And for a while, it looked as though that you could catch, perhaps put some pressure on Norby Kiss those last stints.
Yeah, it was a long race. I really hopes up in the end there, but I think he was saving a bit of fuel. I'm not sure, but yeah, one more lap maybe, but that's it.
One more lap. It was really close that last lap. You managed to close that gap back down to 2 seconds on the racetrack, but you'd always talk about one more lap. And I mean, was there anything else that you could have done, perhaps put more pressure on that last stint, or were you just driving flat out?
Well, yeah. When the gap is small, I think it was under 2 seconds in the end, but then you start to think about all those tiny mistakes you made during those 2.5 hours. And yeah, sure, I just gave it my best, and especially if there's not much more I could have done there.
And how difficult was it in that McLaren MP4 12 today? I mean, it looked as though that car was on the absolute ragged edge throughout the race, you know, up and down throughout, you know, the 3 stints that you were driving. Was there at any point the fact that you had a better balance than others, and how was the fuel, how was the tyres and that working throughout the fuel run?
Oh, the setup's really good actually. It was very good, and yeah, the balance was good through all stints really. It's not a real problem. But yeah, we did a lot of practicing this week. Also, especially with Frederick Follestad pushing each other for getting better times in qualifying. And I'm really disappointed to see that he did not manage to make it in this race, because I think he would have had a really good shot in it. That's a bit sad.
No worries. And anyone you'd like to say thank you to?
Yeah, Fred and the whole Radicals team, sponsors Steel Series, and also everyone that watched, of course, you guys. It must have been a long race for you too.
Well, congratulations on your second place finish in the McLaren GT3 class. Turning our attention over to the race winner in the Daytona prototype, Riley. Mr. Jim Shidlick, welcome to Daytona Victory Road. It's been an absolutely fascinating battle for you, taking victory home by 1 minute and 10 seconds. But first of all, I mean, that battle with Anthony Rosselli for the first 2 and a bit stint was truly fascinating to watch.
Yeah, thanks, Will. I appreciate it. It was a fun race. It's too bad Anthony blew his motor, because you know, the draft kind of kept me in it for a while, and just depending on how he hit traffic, I would fall back and kind of come back to him, and you know, finally, you know, it looked like I had lost him at the end, and then I saw the puff of smoke, and that was it.
And I mean, after that point, you saw Rosselli blow his engine. Was it just cruise control for you, or were you just keeping up the pace and the pressure?
You know, I tried to back off a little bit, but you don't want to get out of the rhythm. Well, after 2 hours, you know, you're in a pretty nice rhythm. So back off too much, you start making mistakes. But just around traffic, just really careful at that point. Because I know I kind of, you know, made some aggressive moves with the McLaren. Sometimes just when I would lose Anthony, I had to do anything I could to keep up with the draft. So I kind of gave back a little bit there.
And when you have a look at the race itself, I mean, the traffic was very difficult to work with at times with yourselves and the McLarens. And we saw that you were able to gain a bit of time with Rosselli in those first couple of stints and also lose a little bit of time. Just how hard was it to negotiate the traffic here today?
Well, I thought the McLaren did a great job. I mean, it seemed like everybody was pretty experienced with multi-class. I really didn't have much trouble at all. I think just a few times I had issues with a couple DPs who I just being a little aggressive, I think, after pit stops. But the traffic went great. It's, you know, some kind of law of averages. In the end, you know, you hit traffic bad, then, you know, Anthony will lose a little time. But in the end, it kind of all averages out.
Anyone you'd like to thank you to at all?
Sure. Many friends and my girlfriend who somehow managed to listen to this broadcast.
Well, hello to winning girlfriend there from the Daytona 2.4 hours here on GlacierTV. Congratulations on your race victory. We're going to turn our attention now to someone who almost had the chance to get himself a top 2 finish, and then unfortunately, Ryan, it all went wrong for you.
Yep, I came around that too and saw two McLarens, running into each other, and I just couldn't stop the car in time. That's endurance racing. It's no fault of those guys. It's just that's what happens.
And take us through your race. It's been rather up and down at points. Not able to stick to race leaders, but still putting on a good showing. But 2.4 hours, it does take a lot out of people, and unfortunately, you still get yourself into the top 5, however.
Yeah, I was happy to take a Panther Racing National Guard Raleigh prototype, and the first stint, I was honestly feeling out the setup. I'd switched setups right before the race, trying to adjust the errors out of it that I felt last night, and it took, until the second stint when I can really take turn 1 and aggressively attack the corner and the car that was in front of me. And then after the second stop, I took less fuel, hoping to pull away from Jacob, and I overshot my pit stall. And then that forced me to hurry in that last stint, and I actually ran out of fuel in the final lap. Not that it mattered, but I had a great race with Anthony in that final stint after we both had the pit. And I don't know if you guys saw that, but we were side by side, wheel to wheel for 5 straight laps.
It was truly fascinating to watch. And is there any particular highlight of your race at all?
Probably that I've lapped, attacking Anthony and him drafting me and me drafting him. And it was, for most of my race was kind of boring actually, because I was third, 20 seconds behind the leaders and 10 seconds ahead of everybody else. And it was just me taking the National Guard Riley prototype around the track until, misfortune occurred, and then I can actually race. And that's when I think my pace actually quickened, and it gave us a good show.
And is there anyone who you'd like to say thank you to at all, apart from the standard obvious kitchen everyone?
Basically, I would like to thank Anthony because he helped me out with the setup, so it was really fun racing him. And I would like to thank you guys and iRacing for putting on a great show, because I enjoyed it. It was a good time. Top 5, can't argue there.
Cheers, thank you very much, Ryan. And coming home in the top 5, handing over to Ben Rothberg, who is going to be talking with Renz Brokeman.
Renz, you had a great race with Blake Townend there, mate. What was your, we were just commenting on it in the last couple of laps, what was your strategy using to try and get the draft out of the bus stop? How were you trying to negotiate that you would try and beat him to the line?
Well, just sort of try to hold off a little bit before the bus stop, and then try to get a little bit of a better exit than Blake. Try to carry that momentum in the draft.
Did you
to get him?
Sorry, did you find that yours maybe had a lot less speed in a straight than his?
I'm not sure. I was catching him when we were both driving on our own. I haven't looked up speed.
Well, during the cast, we mentioned that you had started from pit lane. Was there any reason for that? Was it the race yesterday that made you decide to start from pit lane?
Yeah, yesterday I was in lap 1 crash, and also last year. Pretty much the same, also a lap 1 crash. So I've had a little bit of bad luck here, so I decided to do the safest thing and start from the pits.
And with the race now over, 2.4 hours, a long time. Any highlights that you'd like to pick up after the race?
Well, with Blake. I think I spent 20 laps trying to pass him, but he was just too good. It was a lot of fun then.
Yeah, it looked a great battle, and we had a lot of fun commentating and broadcasting it. And just to finish up, do you have anyone to say thank you to?
Yeah, well, the guys, XSG Infinity, who helped me with the setup and stuff. You guys for putting up the broadcast, and everyone who participated.
Yeah, it was a great race. Thank you, Renz. And now over to Blake Townend. Great podium, Blake. What were you deciding how you were going to keep Renz behind you in the final stages?
Thank you very much. Firstly, I would just like to dedicate my podium to my great granny who passed away. So this is for her. As for this, yeah, it did look like Renz was going to get me, and then I saw a Radicals DP, of which was AJ, just came, and yeah, I was able to slipstream AJ to the finishing line, and I think that's how I got the podium. Otherwise, I think Renz would have definitely got it. But it was a fantastic battle. It was very clean throughout. So yeah, it was good.
Now, with the battle with Ren, Stan, like we know that it went for so long. If you had to do that again, and Ren started on the grid, would you take another strategy to try and get a podium?
I think first off, I'll tell most of the drivers that are battling me to don't battle and don't lose time, because that's what was happening at the start of the race. And Norby and Paul and Max got a big gap while still battling. So honestly, I think maybe if I got stuck behind the car, maybe I would have put the engine map onto for certain areas of the circuit to save fuel, which of course would have then meant that I would have had to put less race fuel during the pit stop, and that would have given me maybe a second or two gap, which can be very beneficial. However, once you get within the 2-second radar, it's very hard to keep the guy behind. Trying to create a bigger gap is fairly impossible around the circuit in this car. That does make the racing very exciting, I guess.
We spoke about saving fuel during that race. At any stage did you have to save fuel? Did you change your engine map to 2, or were you lifting into corners?
For the first stint before the pit stop, when I got behind a few cars, I was putting my engine map on 2. When DPs were going by in certain areas, I was then, instead of trying to brake as late as possible to defend the position, just getting off the throttle, trying to save fuel, trying to save on the tyres as well, without locking up, etc.
Yeah, it was a great effort, and you two had a fantastic battle. It was awesome to broadcast. And just quickly, do you have anyone to say thank you to?
I would like to thank you to the team, Radicals, our sponsor, Steel Series, Brent for the great battle towards the end, iRacing for managing to put this race up in the end, and you guys, GlacierTV, for the I'm sure it was a very exciting broadcast, and I'll probably watch it very soon. So thank you.
Thanks for that, Blake. And now hand it to Will, who's got Jacob and David.
Yeah, and Blake, don't watch the broadcast. It was awful. Don't thank us. We're rubbish. Who cares? But meanwhile, Jacob, hello. How you doing?
Not bad. Doing pretty good.
Take us through your race today. You've had a pretty interesting race here in the 2.4 hours of Daytona for the 2013. And you started this race in the 11th position. You come home in the Riley class in the 2nd position. It must have been a pretty interesting result for you.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting that. I kind of went into it with a survival mentality. I made the top split the past 2 years, and both I just kind of an also ran. This year, I guess I put it together a little bit better, and really had a very good race. I only had one kind of close call very early on with a spinning, or 2 guys crashing out in front. I don't even know who it was. I'm sure you guys saw that. I think they were battling for 5th. Very, very close to hitting them. Other than that, everyone ran really well, and it's a shame. I think I found out the leader had blown his engine. Too bad for him, because he was doing really well, but I guess it put me in 2nd, so I can't complain.
And take us through the mindset when you see an incident like that happening in front of you so early on into the race, and how you have to react to it. I mean, this track is very narrow as well, so you haven't got much room to try and maneuver.
Yeah, I mean, you really have to, when it's happening, you really have to just rely on instinct and your reactions to get around something. Afterwards, it's the hard part. Thinking back and trying to get back into the rhythm you were in. Although at that point we weren't really in a rhythm. I think it was literally on lap 5 or something. So yeah, it was a great race. Excited. Got the Targa Series DP up front.
And I mean, you're used to these very long races, of course, racing in the Targa series and everything else. But I mean, did the fatigue kick in around that 2-hour mark, or was it just a case of turning laps and clicking it off and not really focusing too much on the time?
Yeah, I mean, it was a long time. Actually, I don't get to race too much since I organized the Targa races, so it's nice to actually get to do a long race for once. And I think, you know, finishing second shows that the people that I organize the races for, I know what I'm doing at least a little bit. But it wasn't too tiring. Actually, I felt pretty good at the end.
And I mean, that second place finish overall, a good start to your 2013 season. What's your plans from here on in?
Hopefully the Lotus out soon and I'll have something to do. But other than that, I might try to do the Indy 500 this year if I can. If I can get hooked up with some good guys to do some setups and stuff. I do want to thank one person for providing it up in the forum, John Hall. I don't think he knows I probably took it because he just put it out for anybody, but it was a great setup right from the get-go, and he definitely put something good together for everybody to try.
And give me a call after cast to see what you can do, but congratulations on your second place finish. Anyone else you'd like to say thank you to?
Thanks to my teammate Patrick, who wasn't in the top split, but gave me somebody to talk to during the boring moments.
Well, congratulations to your second place finish in the Daytona 2.4 hours, and we're going to move straight over to the 41 car of David Ward. And David, you finished. You didn't blow your engine up.
I know, it's great, look.
So take us through your race. You have the top 10, which after the race yesterday, I'm sure you'll be happy with. That 41 car, looking as though it had some good speed, but guessing the fatigue kicked in later on in the race.
Yeah, it was really bad. Like the second stint, really struggling, and then after that, I kind of on the middle of the third stint, first part, I was okay, and then towards the end, it was really, really difficult, and then I was just trying to catch up with Felipe, really pushing hard, and I ended up like a second behind him at the end, but. Yeah, really good. Happy with the top 10 result. So yeah, can't complain.
And you and I were talking. Well, we always talk. But you made some big changes to that setup after yesterday's race. How much did that have an impact on your performance here today?
It made it a lot more predictable than what it was before. The back end used to be like quite loose, but now it's. Yeah, it made the car really neutral, so you knew what was going to happen. I did have one or two moments, but that always happens when you push in. I had a really good battle with George Sandman at the beginning, which was really enjoyable. Problem is like on the infield, you can't really get enough of a gap, so when you come out onto the big banking, they end up drafting up back behind you, and it's really difficult. So,
well, congratulations on getting yourself a top 10 finish. Is there anyone who you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank everyone at Banshee Autosports, like for all the help and support while I've been doing this. So hopefully, when we start doing the F1 stuff, it'll continue.
Who at Banshee Autosport? They're the worst team ever in existence.
I think they are, you know, but I feel sorry for the underdogs, and give them a shout out.
Well, congratulations on the top 10 finish there with David Ward. And to all you people wondering why I'm taking a Mickey out of Banshee, they're my team. I'm allowed to say what I want. Unfortunately, that does almost conclude our broadcast of the 2.4 hours of Daytona. A very big thank you to everyone who's kept in contact on Twitter, who's spoken to us on Facebook and on GlacierTV.com as well. Unfortunately, the race, of course, did start an hour later than planned, but we brought you 2 hours and 40 minutes worth of epic racing here today. And Ben, give me your final thoughts.
It was an absolute great race. Jim did a fantastic job, and so did the McLaren guys. Great, fantastic. One of the best tour events I've ever seen. Even though it's a long time, we still had battles all the way through the field. And just thanks to you guys for having me in the booth.
Oh, you're welcome. The next time that we'll be presenting the World Tour of iRacing will be the big one, the Daytona 500. Our broadcast will be on February the 22nd. Start time for that, prime time in the US, 9 p.m. Eastern. For those of you who'd like to work off UTC, that is 2 o'clock in the morning GMT time. So set your alarms, have yourself a bit of an early night, and get up to watch the Daytona 500 here on Glacier TV. Some of the best NASCAR sim racers in the world doing battle. Last year, Ray Fowler was absolutely amazing, and it came down to the last couple of laps on the 31 degrees of banking. Expect to see speeds of 200 miles an hour plus, cars going 2 and 3 wide, lap after lap after lap. And apparently we might even have ourselves a Gen 6 car out by then. Who knows? It'll be intriguing to watch. Of course, the next time we'll be on Glacier TV will be tomorrow for the ISOWC in Michigan 600. Some crazy guy decided that they're going to make you do 300 laps around the fastest racetrack of all of IndyCar. So that will be start program for that, 4 p.m. GMT for the ISOWC Michigan 600. And then we'll continue our IndyCar coverage with the 16th Street Racing League Phoenix 140. That will be 9 p.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday night this coming week. In the meantime, for myself, Marius Gonenbeck, from Ben Rothberg, from Dan Blake, from Justin Petri, and anyone else who I've forgotten, it's been an honour, and also Paul Jenkins actually, it's been an honour and a privilege once again, and we'll see you all next time. Bye bye.
Fans, it's time for those most famous words in motorsports. Drivers, start your engines!
Michael Conti comes up at a corner number 4, and the checkered flag, he wins his first NASCAR iRacing.